Chapter 101, Mermaid Rescue. One. As Robin, Nami, and Cherry were chatting while heading back to the ship, they suddenly heard someone calling their names. They looked over and saw Frankie riding with a few of the Rosy Life Riders with their flying fish. Robin, scary girl, greedy girl, hurry and get on one of the flying fish. The mermaid has been kidnapped, Frankie shouted, whilst posing for some reason. 3. Instantly, Cherry scanned over the entire Sabaody archipelago by pushing her life sense to the limit. Finding a human amongst other humans was hard, but a mermaid would stand out like a sore thumb. Her range was able to cover the entire archipelago as well, due to the fact that even the ground she stood on contained vital energy. What is on the grove at the edge of the archipelago in that direction? Cherry asked one of the fish riders whilst pointing in the direction where she found Kami. Huh? Oh, well, that would probably be the largest slave auction house here, on Grove 1. As he spoke, he realized for himself that that was the most likely place to find a mermaid being sold. Cherry gave a quick hoot to Robin before rushing towards Kami at her top speed. There wasn't a great risk in Kami being seriously harmed or killed, as she was considered a valuable commodity in the slave trade. However, if one of the world nobles caught sight of her and decided they wanted her, and why wouldn't they, then that would complicate the rescue attempt by a great deal. It didn't take long at all for Cherry to reach the location Kami was kept at. Rather than go through the trouble of forcing her way inside, she decided stealth was the more appropriate avenue of infiltration. She burrowed herself into the roots of the mangrove tree and snuck under the room where Kami was held prisoner. An older man was relaxing in the holding cells for the slaves when he sensed a presence digging underneath the building with his haki. He had shoulder-length white hair and a short bear on his chin. He wore glasses and had a scar over his right eye. 3. He was pretty amused by the originality of it. He'd heard of a number of attempts to free a slave, but they'd never tried digging through the mangrove roots before. Of course, the mangrove roots were not only quite hard, but also slick from the resin they produce, so it was natural no one would try it. The floor inside the cell opened up, much to the surprise of the would-be slaves, except the old man of course. A young woman in a fancy dress and hat climbed out of the hole. She waved her hands and all the dirt and resin stuck to her simply flung off of her, making a circle on the floor around her. Many of those present recognized her quickly. She was the highest bounty on the most infamous rookie pirate crew in recent history after all. When Kami saw her, she almost shouted her name in joy and relief, but the old man clasped a hand over her mouth to stop her. "Don't shout, you'll draw attention to us," he whispered softly. "Ah, sorry." Kami realized her mistake and tried to convey her message of gratitude and hope to Cherry through her eyes. "You shouldn't waste any time, young lady. The guards will be back very soon to get the first slave for the auction," the old man explained. Cherry looked him over and felt he was familiar somehow. She knew she never met him before. She would have remembered meeting a monster like him. Cherry went over to Kami first and placed her hand on her collar. "You need to get the keys for these collars. They're explosive. If you let all of us escape too, you'll have a better chance to get away yourself," a bearded pirate with a big skull tattooed on his chest said. He seemed to have a decent head on his shoulders even though he was pitifully weak. Cherry briefly analyzed the collar and its explosive mechanism. "I think I see how it works. Can't test it on my cute little mermaid first though, can I?" Cherry looked at the bearded pirate who spoke up before. He started to sweat nervously when she smiled at him. His relief was profound when she turned away and went to the old man instead. The guard who was supposed to be keeping an eye on the slaves came back from the bathroom and noticed there was an extra person in the holding cell. Before he could say anything, he fell over unconscious from an invisible power. "Maybe I don't want to be your test subject," the old man said with a smirk. Cherry squinted her eyes at him. She had witnessed that power before, when Qin Zhao had used it on her. She could tell it was a kind of haki now that she was more experienced, but it didn't seem to fit into the two kinds she was familiar with. Cherry didn't pay any mind to the old man and simply reached out and yanked his collar off in one swift motion. She had cut apart the collar as well as destroyed the detonator for the explosives with her devil fruit. Luckily it wasn't a sea stone collar. "TSK, youngsters these days," he complained, but his smile didn't leave his face. Tossing the pieces aside, she went back to Kami and did the same for her. She considered whether to bother with the rest, but decided what the bearded man said was true enough. They wouldn't serve as a good distraction. Cherry broke the cage apart at around the same time that the auction was getting started, and thus the guards came to get the first slaves to sell. Immediately a fight broke out between the guards and the prisoners. Although they weren't armed, they did have a giant on their side, so the odds were pretty good for them. Only Cherry, Kami, and the old man stayed behind. What was that haki, old man? I've seen it before from Don Chinchao. I'm Cherry, by the way, Cherry asked as she helped Kami climb onto her back. That's Conqueror's haki. Only one amongst millions is able to awaken it, so don't get your hopes up. Call me Rayleigh, Rayleigh explained briefly. Despite saying that, he felt it was more likely she'd be able to obtain it than not at some point. Cherry went to the wall adjacent to the outside and simply pushed on it, causing a small section to fall outwards. You coming, old man? Cherry asked. No, I think I'll take the chance to steal a bit of gambling money, Rayleigh replied. Cherry swiftly disappeared through the hole in the wall. I've become quite shy in my old age, haven't I? Rayleigh spoke under his breath and chuckled. The giant collapsed backwards. It seemed that the auctioneers had some firepower stowed away just in case they lost control of a giant. Once the giant fell, the others went down swiftly and everyone was promptly recollared. Damn it! Where's the mermaid? When did this hole get here? The auctioneer was furious at having lost his big prize. Celestial dragons often overpaid for rare slaves like giants and mermaids. Cherry stopped rushing once there was a fair distance between herself and the auction house. Going so fast was tough on Kami, who was only as strong as a normal person. Phew. That was annoying. I can't believe Luffy and the others took their eyes off of you. They know that slavery is a big thing here. Of course there would be people looking to kidnap you, Cherry said, annoyed. It's not their fault. I was the one who wandered off, Kami defended, feeling bad for the whole thing. Don't worry, I'm not angry. Things turned out okay in the end, Cherry said. Oh, it's a mermaid. A mermaid. I'm going to get a mermaid. I won't even have to pay for her. An ugly man with a fishbowl on his head almost sang as he did a stupid dance. Chapter 102, Chaos on Saibadi Archipelago. Cherry gazed at the buffoon, completely flabbergasted at the words that came out of his nasty mouth. She glanced at the men who looked like knights in armor and government agents in black suits and sunglasses. None of them were notable enough for her to have paid any attention to, which was why Cherry didn't bother to avoid them. Go get the mermaid for me, the buffoon spat, both figuratively and literally. Yes, St. Charlos, they replied with way too much enthusiasm. Wait, Cherry said, realizing what the title Saint meant in this world. That thing is a celestial dragon? PFFT, bahahaha. 3. She couldn't help but laugh. The wretched creature before her barely passed as human at all, let alone a supposed superior specimen of humanity. 2. Who are you laughing at? St. Charlos shouted in rage. He fired his gaudy golden pistol at her until it ran out of ammunition. Why aren't you dead? I shot you. St. Charlos' disbelief held no fear, only frustration. Shoot me with what? These? Cherry opened her hands, revealing all the bullets that had been fired at her. St. Charlos was much weaker than the average person, so he naturally did not see her hands catching them out of the air. The same was not true of his guards. However, they were still weak by Cherry's standards, but they at least managed to catch sight of the after images of her arms. Nervous sweat beaded all over their bodies, but they held firm with the faith that the woman in front of them would not recklessly attack St. Charlos or his entourage. Cherry flicked the bullets away to somewhere behind St. Charlos, causing him to flinch. Don't you know what will happen to you if you touch me? He shouted incredulously. His men started to move towards Cherry. Outmatched they may be, but they would not have been chosen for these positions if they would abandon their duty because of fear. Why would I touch filth like you? Besides, I don't need to. Isn't that right, boys? Cherry's face split into the visage of a smiling demon. You unhand me, slave!" St. Charles squealed. His men turned around to see the slaves no longer had their collars and had taken St. Charles hostage with his own sword. "I won't live as a slave any longer. Bring me a ship or I'll cut his ugly head off his fat neck." The 4 million slaved pirate shouted with crazed eyes. No one doubted he would hesitate to do it either, not even for a second. In fact, they were only afraid he might realize there was no chance for him to escape and kill St. Charles right then and there. Whilst they were busy with their hostage situation, Cherry dashed away with Kami, who was trembling in fear. "Why, you shouldn't have done that, Cherry." "Now they're going to send an admiral," Kami said, feeling like it was her fault this happened. "I don't know about that. Slave revolts probably happen from time to time and I didn't lay a finger on the pig or his men. There's a chance they'll resolve it without involving an admiral." "That pig seemed as stupid as he is ugly, too. He might forget all about me by the time they rescue him," Cherry said. This helped Kami to calm down, but she still felt bad about it. She cheered up quickly, being the optimist that she was. Though Cherry brought Kami back to the Thousand Sunny at an easy pace that Kami could handle. Although the others were still frantically looking for her, Cherry felt that Kami should be somewhere that felt safe. Serene and Mary were the guarding the ship. Serene could handle anyone without observation haki pretty easily, so the safety wasn't just an illusion. Cherry went back towards the auction house where the others had converged a while ago. She wasn't sure what they were waiting for exactly. They should have just confirmed that Kami wasn't there and left, right? Cherry walked up to the front door of the auction house. The guards tried to stop her from going in, but she simply brought them down with a few well-placed kicks to the family jewels. She added a little hoken in there so that they'd hurt until a doctor decided it was better to amputate, too. She really didn't like slavers. 5. She opened the door and was greeted by the sound of a gunshot. The celestial pig from earlier had shot Hucky, who was trying to stop Luffy from barging in backstage, and accidentally revealed his other 4 arms, revealing his identity as a fishman. St. Charles was doing the same stupid dance and cheering that he'd caught his very own fishman. When Luffy started walking towards St. Charles, Cherry knew what was about to happen. She didn't have the heart to stop him though. A well-placed punch sent St. Charles flying through several set of chairs with a satisfying crunch as the majority of the bones in his body shattered. Cherry could only admire Luffy's restraint with how St. Charles was still alive. A fight broke out amongst World Noble's guards and the Straw Hats as the other auction-goers fled for their lives. Rayleigh came out from backstage and used his haki to knock out the other guests and guards, leaving only the pirates conscious. Cherry and Rayleigh made eye contact across the auction hall and shared a look of exasperation. "Oh, Hucky, how are you doing?" Rayleigh shouted with a big smile when he saw the octopus fishman. "Seems you've gotten into some trouble." "Thank you guys for helping him." "Old man, did you see a mermaid back there?" "We came to save her," Luffy shouted. "That little lady by the entrance already saved her though?" Rayleigh pointed at Cherry. They all turned to see Cherry standing there rubbing her temples. "Idiot. I told you that you should just be patient." Nami whacked Luffy on the head. After setting the other slaves free, Rayleigh said they should talk more later. The building had already been surrounded by the Marines and it wouldn't be long until an admiral came to the archipelago. "Never thought I'd get to see Dark King Rayleigh in this place," a pirate with spiky red hair said with a cruel smile. "He was Asta's captain, kid. That was quite the power he used on us. He even made it look casual," a pirate with tattoos on his arms and a spotted fur cap said. "He was the surgeon of death, Trafalgar Law." "I'm not going to use that power again here. I don't want to have the government on my tail again. You'll have to deal with the Marines yourselves," Rayleigh said. Asta's kid went towards the door first, saying he'll deal with the Marines himself so they can just sit back and relax. A provocation, of course, but it was effective against Trafalgar Law and Luffy. He glanced at Cherry as he passed her and he felt a chill go up his spine when he met her eyes that seemed to pierce directly into his soul. Fighting through the Marines was like cutting through melted butter with a hot knife with this group of super rookies. A beam of light pierced down, grazing the leg of Asta's kid. Cherry looked up and saw what appeared to be Bartholomew Kuma, only it didn't seem to possess either his devil fruit and very little vital energy. The Straw Hat group got away from the fight safely and without pursuit along with Rayleigh. They went back to the bar he usually lived at when he wasn't getting himself into trouble. Chapter 103, Pacifist Cabinet went to the ship to pick up Kami, as it would be safer to leave her in someone else's care. Serene and Mary stayed on the Thousand Sunny. Shaki's rip-off bar. How delightful. Cherry liked the blunt honesty of it. They went inside and got settled down from all the excitement. An admiral would be arriving on the archipelago soon given the distance between this place and Marine headquarters, so they wouldn't be sticking around for too long. "I'm back, Shaki," Rayleigh called out. "Oh my, what happened to Hakan?" A thin woman with a black bob haircut, presumably Shaki, asked. Shaki closed down the bar. Not that there were any customers around. "I'll introduce myself properly. I'm Silvers Rayleigh, former right hand of Goldie Roger," Rayleigh said nonchalantly. You were on the Pirate King's ship." Luffy became an instant fanboy. "You didn't realize that?" Robin asked, whilst everyone else felt silly for not putting two and two together before now. "Ah, that's where I recognized you from." Cherry pointed at him. "Old man Qinjiao complained about you all the time." "Oh, you know Qinjiao? I heard a while back that his head was restored and he re-entered the Grand Line." "Caused quite the stir," Rayleigh said. "Oh, I'm the one who fixed his head. In exchange I got to learn Hokan. Pretty sweet deal, right?" Cherry spoke proudly. "Haha, it is quite the deal." Although Qinjiao was never taken seriously by those at the top, he's not weak by any means. They chatted about how Haki had saved Rayleigh's life after being shipwrecked long ago and about how Goldie Roger hadn't been captured, but rather turned himself in as he had a terminal disease. In doing so he was able to set off the next stage of piracy with his dying words. They talked about Crocus, the lighthouse keeper at the entrance to the Grand Line, and how he had been the doctor of Roger's ship. "One of the people in the plaza that day was Shanks. You're familiar with him, right? You have his straw hat after all," Rayleigh observed. "You know Shanks?" Luffy asked, stuffing his face with meat. "He and another man named Buggy, who should be a pirate in East Blue, were cabin boys on our ship," Rayleigh said. "Shanks was on the Pirate King's ship," Luffy exclaimed. They finished up their meal and drinks, then Rayleigh stood up. "Well, I should be getting started on coating your ship." "I won't charge since you're Haki's friends," Rayleigh offered generously. "Rayleigh, I have a question." Robin stopped him. "Just what is the will of D?" "I saw the words Roger left behind in Skypiea carved in the ancient language." "Do you know what happened during the Void Century?" Robin was getting uncharacteristically excited and tense. "Yeah, we found out what happened during the Void Century. However, I think you should slow down and take your time. Travel the world." "Maybe we, and Ohara too, were going too fast." "Even if I tell you what I learned, there's nothing you can do about it as you are. Who knows, perhaps you'll come to a different conclusion than we did." "Still, I'll tell you if you really want to know," Rayleigh said. Robin sighed. "No, that won't be necessary." Rayleigh smiled. "You'll get there someday." "What happened at Ohara sickens me. We were just pirates, not scholars. We didn't really understand those words. We just heard the voice of all things, that was all." "Wait, Rayleigh, is the One Piece real? Is it really on the last?" Usopp asked on the edge of his seat. "Usopp, I don't want to know where it is, or even if it's real," Luffy said angrily. "If I find out now, I'll quit being a pirate. I don't want to go on a boring adventure." Usopp stumbled over an apology, understanding Luffy's meaning. "Well, it's probably that the real One Piece is the friends you made along the way," Cherry said with a smirk. Don't say that, you'll jinx it." Luffy redirected his anger towards Cherry whilst she laughed at his antics. "Can you do it? You can't imagine what the Grand Line has in store for you. The enemies will be stronger than you could ever dream of." "Can you control that wild sea?" "I don't want to control it. The Pirate King is just the freest man on the sea," Luffy replied, earning a smile from Rayleigh and Shaki. "I guess you're not just going to say it outright, are you, old man?" Cherry said, drawing everyone's attention. "What do you mean?" Nami asked. "He's been dropping hints this whole time, but he won't say it directly because he doesn't want to influence your adventure. The new world is too much for you guys right now. so you should take it slow and get stronger first," Cherry stated bluntly. She was honestly of the same opinion. "What? But we're so much stronger than we were when we first entered the Grand Line," Usopp insisted. "You geese can go right now if you really want to, but I won't follow you in. Even with all my strength, I'm not that arrogant to think I belong in that sea just yet," Cherry said resolutely. "I know exactly what sorts of monsters dwell beyond that giant red wall. Facing them head-on without the strength or the backing of someone with the strength is tantamount to suicide." This sudden proclamation caught them off guard and they had no choice but to consider her words seriously. Even the usually headstrong Luffy had to stop and think about her words. If Cherry was anyone else, perhaps he would have dismissed them as overly cautious, but he knew Cherry was just about reckless and crazy as he was. He glanced at Rayleigh, but the old man had quite the poker face and surrendered no opinion on the matter. "Well, it'll take 3 days at least to finish the coating, so you have some time to think. First things first, you have survived the admiral that's going to be here soon," Rayleigh said. "The admiral that is already here," Cherry corrected, causing the others to snap out of their stupor. "We should split up and meet back here in 3 days," Zoro suggested. This was accepted by the group, though Sanji didn't miss the chance to mock his poor directional awareness. Rayleigh split up a sheet of Vivre card material so they could find him. When the time came, Kami and Nuki thanked them for their help once again. Then they set off to figure out what to do with themselves for 3 days. Cherry could hear the sounds of battle around the archipelago. The admiral in particular was making quite the cacophony, and he was faster than Cherry ever imagined the people in this world could move. Even lightning didn't compare. A heavy figure landed on the ground in front of them. "Kuma?" Zoro shouted, drawing his swords. "That's not Kuma," Cherry said. "What do you mean?" "He looks like Kuma to me," Frankie asked. The fake Kuma took off his gloves and fired a beam of intense light at them. Luffy jumped out of the way and the area behind him exploded. Cherry released her sword which snaked into the fake Kuma's body and wreaked havoc on its robot components, which made up most of its body. It jerked around trying and failing to maintain control of itself as smoke started to spill out from it. Eventually it collapsed after a couple tens of seconds, proving to be remarkably resilient to electric-based attacks. "Did you kill him?" Nami asked. "It is still alive, if you can call it that. All I did was fright robotic parts," Cherry said. "I can't imagine who would even bother making a cyborg in this way when it doesn't possess a will of its own." Cherry had sensed the faint vital energy within, but her observation Haki sensed nothing from it, suggesting it lacked free will. "There might be more than one of these things. With armament Haki you should be able to damage them. But you haven't all awakened that," Cherry said. "Should we hide the body before we leave?" Sanji suggested. "That'll take time. We don't have." "That guy is pretty fast after all. I think the fake Kuma must have alerted him," Cherry said. Chopper could finish before a man dressed like a sumo wrestler with a giant, double-sided battle axe landed nearby with another fake Kuma. "You geese did a real number on PX4, huh? These pacifists cost as much as a battleship to build, too. It'll be a pain to write a report for Vegapunk about this," the sumo man said. Cherry looked at the axe the man was holding with scorn. The craftsmanship was familiar to her, of course. "Where did you get that axe, friend?" Cherry's voice had a sinister and cold undertone. "I won't be answering any of your questions. I have the best guard in the world. No secrets can escape my well-guarded mouth," he said. "What's your name?" Chopper asked. "I already told you. I'm the one with the best guarded mouth in the world, Sentomaru," Sentomaru stated. "That was an accident. I wasn't answering your question." "Begin." PX1, Sentomaru commanded, and the pacifist beside him attacked immediately. Cherry's sword flashed into its body and once more wreaked havoc. Sentomaru clicked his tongue in annoyance. "I don't bear any grudges against you, but I don't think I'll let you get away that easily," Sentomaru said. He blocked the attacks from Luffy and the others seemingly with ease. Still he was alone against all of them, so they had some confidence at breaking through. Cherry didn't consider Sentomaru a real threat. His haki was more refined than her own, but Hoken was designed to penetrate defenses no matter how strong. Cherry sensed someone appear almost instantly behind her and a kick slammed into her head before she could react. "It's too late for you now," Admiral Borsellino said with a lazy tone. Chapter 104, Scattered to the winds. The reports about your sturdy body weren't exaggerated. I see. Although it was only a probing strike, your skull wasn't damaged in the slightest, Borsellino said in his slow cadence, whistled looking down at Cherry. "Cherry!" Robin shouted. Her first instinct was to restrain Borsellino or to move Cherry away from him, but her logical mind knew it to be pointless to try against Borsellino's speed. She could only watch in abject horror. Cherry twisted her body around and swung her arm in a strange manner. Borsellino watched it happen curiously. It was too slow and the trajectory of her arm wouldn't even reach him from that position, so he wondered if perhaps he'd put her in a state of confusion due to brain trauma. Suddenly his eyes widened as his haki warned him. He quickly leaned backward as a haki-coated spear pierced the air where his head just was. If he'd been a moment slower, he would be very dead right now. Of course, a moment for Borsellino might as well be a millennia. 3 crashed. Cherry was kicked in the ribs and smashed into the trunk of a nearby mangrove tree, breaking it in half. No one even knew what had happened before the sound reached their ears. "Oh my, that was dangerous." "You almost got me there." "Sort of." "Does your fusion fruit let you store weapons inside your body?" Borsellino asked, not expecting an answer. Borsellino raised his arm and an enormous collection of light appeared in his palm, ready to fire directly at Cherry's position. The others could do nothing to help her. They were preoccupied with their own battle and lacked the speed. Pew boom. However, the laser didn't hit Cherry. It was deflected at the last second as Borsellino's arm was kicked off target by Rayleigh. "Oh, you're making an appearance?" "Dark King Rayleigh," Borsellino said, unfazed at being stopped. You shouldn't be plucking young sprouts. Their time is only just beginning," Rayleigh said with a menacing smile. While Borsellino and Rayleigh had their little chat, Cherry dug herself out of the pile of broken tree trunk pieces. Her ribs were broken on the right side, but she was otherwise okay due to her split-second application of armament haki. "Everyone, scatter. Only think about getting away." Luffy made the wise decision to retreat with all haste. Cherry called her sword back to herself from the twitching pacifista on the ground. Another pacifista landed nearby, causing Cherry to wonder just how many of them they had made. Chopper took his Super Rumble Ball and grappled with the new pacifista in his semi-awakened form. Cherry wasn't interested in the pacifistas though. She was interested in the original who showed up soon afterwards. Bartholomew Kuma landed in front of Cabinet, Zora, Sanji, Brook, and Usopp. He took off his glove and slammed his palm towards Zora. Cabinet tried to grab Zora and yank him out of the way, but she was a bit too slow. Both of them vanished into thin air. They couldn't believe their eyes. Zora and Cabinet were just gone. Cherry knew he'd just sent them flying away, so she wasn't panicking. She sent a quick command to Cabinet before she left communication range to not come looking for her. That Cherry would come to pick her up later. "This is for the best. This big teddy bear is going to make the decision for you, Luffy." "You're not ready yet," Cherry thought. She also knew exactly where she wanted Kuma to send herself as well. Kuma started picking them off one at a time. Much to their horror, they didn't know what was happening to their vanishing friends after all. Kuma stopped next to Rayleigh and whispered something to him. Cherry heard it clear enough with her enhanced sense of hearing. "I'm with the Revolutionary Army. Because of our connection, I want to save this group of people." Rayleigh expressed his doubt over those words, but Kuma didn't care. Rayleigh seemed to decide to trust him. Poor Borsellino was left out of the loop, much to his mild annoyance. Kim resumed his rampage. Frankie charged him in a futile attempt to stop him whilst Nami tried to stop Frankie. Both were vanished just the same. Kim appeared before Robin, but Chopper got in the way. "Leave Robin alone." Chopper was vanished. Robin looked towards Cherry, wondering why she wasn't doing anything to stop this madness. Cherry had a gentle smile and mouthed the words "see you soon" before she too disappeared. Though at the last moment her expression of fear was replaced with confusion. Next was Luffy, who was filled with shame for his own weakness and inability to help his friends. Luffy didn't even put up a fight. "We will not meet again. Farewell," Kuma said, before Luffy disappeared under his palm. Lastly, KUMO came to Cherry. "Are they going to make you like those mindless puppets too?" she asked. KUMO was given pause by her words. Once again Cherry was able to cut straight to the truth. "I'll give you a parting gift then," Cherry said, soft enough that only KUMO could hear her. "Send me to a man who can keep me warm at night." She winked provocatively. 7. This perplexed him for a moment, as he had gotten the impression that she and Nico Robin were together. He quickly understood her meaning. However, he whispered to her, "As you wish, good luck." Finally, Cherry too was sent flying away to a faraway place. As she soared through the skies, gazing up at the clouds as she quickly passed them by, she brought her hands up to cover her face and she screamed full of fury towards the world government. It was such a good sword, damn it. 7. Bartholomew KUMO stood there silently, lost within his thoughts. He wasn't ready to die, and that was the fate he expected to receive soon. It left him with complicated emotions. He was proud of his actions and didn't regret them at all, but the dread of willingly walking to his doom was not lost on him. Suddenly he felt a tiny buzzing sensation shoot up his leg, then his back, then into his head. Before he could react in any way, the sensation had already vanished. What was that? He thought to himself, almost grateful for the distraction from his existential crisis. His thoughts turned back to Harpin D. Cherry's words, that she would give him a parting gift. She certainly hadn't handed anything to him. What that strange feeling what she meant? He could only hope she wasn't being sarcastic and plotted to kill him after he sent her away. He still needed his body intact to protect the Straw Hats' ship until they returned for it, as per the deal with Vegapunk. On a gloomy island where a country was destroyed by war, Perona sat on the balcony of a large castle, lamenting the fact that she had no one to serve her, tending to her every need and whim. Her eyes filled with tears as she wished she could go back to Thriller Bark and her captain Moria. The sound of something crashing into the ground was heard in the distance. Perona instantly recognized it as someone else being sent here by KUMO, and became excited at the prospect of getting a new servant. She flew over in her ghost form for safety's sake. What she discovered shocked her to the core. "Rora Noah Zora, and, hello again." Perona was annoyed to see the green-haired swordsman as he definitely wouldn't agree to be her servant. Then she changed her tune really quick when she noticed Cabinet was with him as well. "Oh, it's the cute pink girl." Cabinet gave a bright smile. Kaya T. "That's not fair. You're cheating by smiling like that, damn it." Perona squealed, then took a forced gruff tone to hide her embarrassment. "Why are you screaming like that?" "Shut up will you?" Zora said, waking up from his nap. "Ouch!" Cabinet whacked him on the head and pouted. "Don't be rude to Perona." "What? She's our enemy though, ouch." Zora started to complain before getting walloped again. "Damn it, who said that women weren't as strong as men?" Perona led them back to the castle, forgetting all about getting new servants now that she had Cabinet all to herself. "We need to go out to sea immediately," Zora complained, seeing Cabinet following Perona. Cabinet turned to look at him. "I'm no genius, but I know we aren't going to get back there anytime soon. Staying one night won't hurt." Zora wanted to argue more, but what she said was true. His best shot at going back was with Cabinet anyhow, so he could only play along. Chapter 105. Impel Down. Chief Warden Magellan of the world's most inescapable prison, Impel Down, finished his 2-hour-long session on the toilet after his breakfast. The meal consisted of sunny-side-up fried eggs, covered in poison powder, sausages with gravy, laced with poison, and toast with butter and jam, except the jam wasn't even jam, it was just poison. 2. "How are things going?" Magellan asked his vice-warden Hannibal. "Fine." Hannibal spoke, though he didn't actually know. He hoped something would go wrong whilst Magellan was in the bathroom. Maybe he'd have a shot at a promotion then. "Good, as expected." "We can't have anything go wrong right now, not before Firefist Ace is taken to be executed," Magellan said. In that moment something crashed into one of the guard towers on the surface. They were quite deep within a submerged prison complex, so they didn't find out about it until a report was made by the guards outside. Warden. Something hit one of the guard towers outside. Came a report from a Den Mushi wearing a gas mask. What happened? Magellan asked. We sent men to investigate. There was a large hole in the wall of the tower, but no sign of what it was hit by. The guard reported. Raise the security level just in case and have some men search around. If you need me, I'll be in the usual place, Magellan said, hanging up. He didn't like not knowing the cause of the damage. It might be Whitebeard's men up to something for all he knows. Still, he wouldn't go to the surface, as that could be playing right into the hands of a would-be prison breaker. Meanwhile, Cherry had hidden herself by burrowing into the ground before she could be discovered by any of the guards. Now she was faced with a dilemma of sorts. She couldn't simply navigate through the stone as she only possessed the means to detect living creatures. That would help, of course, but it would only help so much. From what she's heard, Impel Down is a labyrinth. Cherry expanded her life sense. No point in getting worked up about it until after she confirmed whether her target was even here. She found a likely candidate that could be him, devil fruit user, greatly weakened and injured, about the right body shape and size. She regretted that she hadn't met him in person, as that would have made it much easier. On a side note, she found that there were quite a few devil fruit users here. Enough that the thought crossed her mind to simply drown the whole prison, just to increase the supply of devil fruit she could find in the future. She quickly dismissed that thought, however. She wasn't that bloodthirsty. She did find it odd that the world government didn't simply execute those devil fruit choosers, but perhaps they didn't want the devil fruit re-entering circulation. Better to have the devil locked up, than risk another devil appearing elsewhere. Cherry decided to simply take the plunge down into the depths of Impel Down. She would try to be careful not to get seen, as that would send the whole prison into lockdown, which would be quite counterproductive in a prison break. She burrowed straight down, happy that they didn't build the whole complex out of sea stone. As she went below the surface level, Cherry noticed that one individual with devil fruit powers wasn't cuffed as she would expect. She knew this because the curse portion of the devil fruit inscription wasn't activated within them. She was mostly sure this person wasn't a guard due to their relative positioning to everyone else. This person must be quite cunning, to have hidden their devil fruit in this place. They're likely awaiting the perfect moment to attempt escape, Cherry thought. She decided to move towards that person and have a little peek at them. Perhaps they would be a decent ally in her endeavor. She opened up a tiny hole in the wall so she could see who she was dealing with. Just you wait, I'll get out of here soon enough. Then I'll find Captain John's treasure and be rich, he mumbled to himself. The man had long blue hair, red lips, a big red nose, and crossed bones either painted or tattooed on his upper face. In other words, he looked like a clown. 1 PFFT. Cherry accidentally started laughing, but quickly got herself under control. "WHO's laughing at my big red nose," the man shouted, unreasonably enraged. Cherry was barely holding it together. If this guy is playing the fool, then he is by far the best actor I've ever seen, Cherry thought to herself. The important part was that he had hopes of escaping and the guts to attempt it. He shouldn't rat her out if she made him an offer. PSST. Cherry tried to get his attention. "Huh? Who's there?" the clown asked, thankfully not too loudly. "Over here, inside the wall." "How would you like to escape this hellhole?" Cherry offered with her best deal with the devil tone of voice. The clown, whose name was Buggy, immediately latched onto this opportunity. "Of course I want to," Buggy whispered. "Did you dig through the walls?" "Sure did, friend. Just so happens I'm trying to break somebody out of here and I happen to need a guide. If you assist me, I'll bring you out with us," Cherry said. "Deal." Buggy didn't bother thinking about it too hard. If this person could break in, they should be able to break out as well. Cherry opened up the wall so he could climb inside, which he did so with haste. It was too dark for him to see the mysterious woman until she lit a match. Buggy almost screamed like a little girl, seeing Cherry's eyes illuminated ominously in the darkness. Cherry was quick to clasp her hand over his stupid mouth though, so he didn't manage to get it out. Cherry removed her hand and, To Buggy's horror, his mouth was still sealed shut. "I'll unfuse your lips when you calm down and promise not to scream again," Cherry said menacingly. Although Buggy's heart was practically beating out his chest, he tried to calm his rapid breathing through his nose and nodded his head. Cherry reached out again and unfused the skin of his lips. "Good. Now, tell me where I can find Firefist Ace." Him? He ought to be in the deepest level, being a division leader of Whitebeard's crew, Buggy said nervously. The more he looked at this woman, the more his instincts told him not to upset her. "I don't suppose you'd know the way down there?" Cherry asked, getting a shake of the head no in response. "Well, tell me what your devil fruit ability is. If I know your skill set, I can make better use of you." Cherry spoke after a few moments of thought. "Huh? How did you know I am a devil fruit user?" Buggy was perplexed. "Even the guards didn't know." "I'll introduce myself, then you should know." "Perhaps you've heard of the infamous Buggy the Clown?" Buggy asked in response, seeming proud that his name is getting out there even whilst he was imprisoned. "Oh, you're Buggy?" "Rayleigh happened to mention you to me a few days ago." Cherry was surprised. Perhaps there actually was more to this man than met the eye. "Huh? You know Rayleigh?" Buggy hadn't heard anything about Rayleigh in years. He didn't even know whether he was still alive or not. "I'd like to meet him again someday." "Anyways, what's your devil fruit?" "I had literally no idea you even existed until Rayleigh said your name." Cherry spoiled the mood. The blow to Buggy's ego wasn't light, but it was a big and powerful ego, so it endured. "I ate the chop fruit. I cannot be harmed by cutting and can freely control my severed body parts," Buggy explained, figuring there was little point in hiding that much. Swing. Buggy was cut in half across the waist by Cherry's finger. Seeing he was very much still alive, she had her interest piqued. "Wow, impressive." "What if I use Haki?" Buggy was too dumbfounded and was too late to stop her. Swing. He had his head cut off by Cherry's Haki-coated finger. "Ugh, even Haki can't cut you." "Neat. In terms of cutting attacks, your devil fruit is superior to even Logia fruit." "Huh?" Buggy had been getting frustrated with her, but the sudden praise turned his attitude right around. "Ha ha. Of course, in the whole world, no one is better at being cut than me. In fact, even Hawkeye couldn't cut me," he said, filled with pride. Cherry's teacher instinct were flaring up. She wanted to train him. Even better, once he was stronger, she could sick him on Hawkeye to teach him a lesson in humility. "I'll think we'll get along nicely, Buggy." Cherry smiled, which unnerved Buggy, who had no idea who he'd gotten involved with. 2. Chapter 106, Hiding in the Walls and Floors. 1. All right, Buggy. Tell me everything you know about Impel Down. I need information. Cherry said. "Well, there's the Chief Warden Miguelin. He's a poison man. Very dangerous. The Vice Warden Hannibal is incompetent. There's also the 4 jailer beasts I've heard about. They're very strong zone fruit users, I think." Buggy started to explain. 1. There are 5 levels of Impel Down, so Ace ought to be in the 5th one. "I don't know how to navigate any of them except this one though," Buggy said. 5 levels? Aren't there 7 levels? Cherry asked, which Buggy responded to with a shrug. "Maybe the last 2 levels are a secret or something?" "The man I think is probably Ace is on the 7th. Cherry thought. "Okay. You'll lead me to the entrance to the 2nd level. You can either come with me from there, or stay and hope that I can pick you up on the way out," Cherry said. "And I'll say you shouldn't try to escape on your own. The warships outside aren't paddle boats and the prison is inside the calm belt. Even if you get outside, the only way out is through the giant gate," Cherry added. Buggy seriously considered this choice. He definitely didn't want to go further down, but he didn't want to get left behind either. Cherry made a good point that he almost certainly couldn't escape by himself too. He hadn't actually thought that far in his escape fantasies. "Uck, I'll go with you." "But why can't you just move through the walls like this?" Buggy asked, gesturing around himself. "Because it's slow. I can't see where I'm going. If someone on the stronger side notices me somehow I can't dodge, etc. Plus, I'd no reason to bring you along if I could." so I wouldn't complain if I were you," Cherry explained. "How do you plan to get Ace out anyways? You just said escape is nearly impossible." Buggy changed the subject. "I'm not going to tell you that. You've got the face of a snitch. You'll rat me out the moment your skin is on the line," Cherry stated bluntly. Buggy's face showed he was greatly offended, but soon after he nodded sagely because that was absolutely true. "I'll open up the wall into the corridor. We'll have to be quick to avoid notice. You stop when I say stop and go when I say go. Got it?" Cherry squinted her eyes while poking his chest to drive home that this wasn't up for debate. Buggy gulped and waggled his head up and down in affirmation. Cherry opened up the wall and pushed Buggy out of the hole. "Lead the way." "Okay, hold my feet so I can fly." "It'll be faster and quieter that way," Buggy whispered, detaching from his feet by the ankles. They made very fast progress with Buggy flying high up out of sight and Cherry's unusual footwork that was both quick and difficult to follow with the eyes. Cherry would signal for him to stop when she sensed a surveillance den mushy coming up and they would pass by its sight through the wall before continuing onwards. The hallway opened up into a vast chamber filled with razor-sharp red trees and grass, as well as numerous venomous insects and arachnids. "This is the first level, the Crimson Hell," Buggy whispered. "It'll be easy enough to avoid the sight of the guard balcony overlooking it," Cherry said, before jumping down into the hellscape below. Cherry landed with a crunch as the needle-like grass was crushed under her feet, unable to pierce her tough skin and flesh. Buggy followed close behind until they eventually found their way to the center of the room where a large hole could be seen leading down to the next floor. Cherry waited a few moments, then confidently hopped down into the hole. Buggy hesitated, still not completely sure he wanted to go further down, but ultimately he chose to follow and place his bets on Cherry's capabilities. 2. The next level was called the Wild Beast Hell because it was filled with many vicious beasts. This level would actually be easier to navigate as Cherry didn't need to avoid most of the beasts, as they would instinctually fear and avoid her. Coincidentally, one of the prisoners on this level was someone that Cherry had met before, Mr. 3. Cherry would not be helping him escape, he could rot here forever for all she cared. Buggy didn't know anything about this floor, so they had to search it more thoroughly. Cherry didn't mind so much as they had plenty of time before Ace's execution date. Cherry spotted something in her peripheral vision, a certain part of a wall behind some sleeping beasts that struck her as odd somehow. She snuck past the sleeping beasts quickly to reach the wall with Buggy floating overhead. Inspecting the wall, she found the reason she thought it was strange. It was actually a secret door of some kind. Where it led, though, was a complete unknown. Still she decided to take a chance on it, as it couldn't be much more dangerous than being out in the open. She pushed on the wall and it swiveled, allowing herself and Buggy to pass through and closed up behind them. Before them was a narrow passageway that didn't seem like it was often traveled through, a good sign. They both ventured at a downward trajectory that went on for quite a while. Soon it became clear that it was likely leading to a particular gathering of individuals around where Cherry believed to be the 6th level. 2. The raucous sounds of a party could be heard as the path stopped going downwards and leveled out. Why does it sound like a party? Is it the guards celebrating something? Buggy wondered aloud. They came to a set of double wooden doors and Cherry pushed them open. Much to Buggy's dismay, Cherry already figured out these people couldn't be guards by the sounds they made and the conversations she overheard. The large room was well lit unlike the corridor, and a large number of people, many with flamboyant fashion, ate and drank and danced and sang. On a stage by the far wall a tall woman with a purple afro and skimpy red leotard was singing bad karaoke whilst the crowd cheered. "Who's this? New faces? I'm afraid you'll have to die. We can't let the secret of our paradise here be revealed," the woman said in a sing-song voice. "Not really, ha, you really fooled them, Ava," someone shouted. Others joined in with similar sentiments. Although everyone in the room seemed relaxed, Cherry saw through it. They had just enough tension to act against them at a moment's notice if they needed to. Especially this Ava woman. She was a devil fruit user and a highly skilled martial artist. "You're free to stay here, but know that this is a judgment-free area," spoke a man whose left half was in orange and right in white. "By the way, Your dress is in some disrepair. Would you like me to tailor it for you? Cherry clasped the hand of the man that wasn't holding a wine glass aloft. Forget the dress. Please get me some proper martial arts clothes. Cherry didn't mind wearing a dress for a little while for Robin's sake, but she'd been wearing this dress for over 3 days. At least she could keep it clean, but it still didn't feel right. Buggy on the other hand wasn't too fazed by the scene before him. His crew, while they weren't Okamas, were somewhat flamboyant in their own ways, so he adapted to the atmosphere easily enough. He went to get a drink, since it's been a while. I think I'll stay here while you do your business, Buggy said. He figured that even if Cherry failed, he would at least be safe and comfortable here. Chapter 107. Ivankov. Cherry was very satisfied with the tailor's, whose name is Inazuma, work. He made a tight-fit dark gray outfit that easily blended into the dark gray stone of the prison. It had an attached hood and mask, as well as gloves to ensure that no skin was showing for maximum stealth. It's very comfortable and warm. I appreciate that you made it with stealth in mind, Cherry complimented honestly. Of course, we didn't see you on any of the surveillance feeds, so I presume that was what you were in need of, Inazuma said and sipped his wine. It is very impressive that you managed to break into the prison without being seen, especially with that fool in tow. The woman called Eva pointed a thumb at Buggy, who was already drunk and dancing on top of a table. Eva created needles from her fingers, then jabbed herself in the side. A startling transformation occurred before Cherry's eyes in just a few seconds. Eva transformed from a tall and curvy woman into a shorter man with a giant head. I am Emporio Ivankov, Queen of Kumabaka Kingdom. Hee-haw, Ivankov introduced with a flamboyant pose. I'm Harpendee Cherry. I don't have a title, unless you count Bastard of Hawkeye. Cherry was outwardly unfazed by Ivankov, which caused him to clear his throat with some embarrassment. I see, nice to meet you, Ivankov said. An awkward silence fell over them. Wait, did you say you're Hawkeye's daughter? Ah, your eyes are just like his now that I look closely. In any case, I'd love to have some assistance in any capacity that you're willing to grant it. I'm trying to bust Porga's ace out of this hellhole, and I sort of did this on a whim with no preparation whatsoever, Cherry explained. No can do. We've got our own things to worry about, and I'm some charity worker. Ivankov denied her request. Cherry somewhat expected that response. These were criminals after all. It was fortunate enough that they were friendly at all. I see. Can you tell me what you know about Impel Down at least? I'd hate for KUMO's efforts to send me here to be wasted, Cherry said, scratching her head. Huh? KUMO sent you here to break out Fire Fist Ace? Ivankov was shocked. Do you know KUMO? Cherry asked, with a twinkle in her eye. No. Why would I acquainted with that dog of the world government? Ivankov desperately tried to cover up his slip-up. Inazuma face-palmed. I see, so you're a revolutionary too. Cherry looked Ivankov up and down. Actually, I should have guessed as much earlier. You don't look like a status quo type. Nhaha, you got that right. How did you know KUMO is a spy, though? Did he tell you? Ivankov simply gave up since he was found out anyways. I managed to get him with the classic I didn't know, you just told me trick a while back, Cherry said. Nhaha, you must have gotten him pretty flustered then. He usually such a quiet boy. Maybe he likes you. Ivankov joked. KUMO was very well liked amongst his comrades. Well, if he does, then not for much longer. Vegapunk is going to turn him into a mindless puppet soon. Saving the Straw Hat Pirates was perhaps his last action as a complete man. Cherry spoke sadly. This bombshell did not really shock Ivankov or Inazuma, but it did enrage them. KUMO's undercover mission was exceedingly dangerous, so they were prepared to hear that he'd suffered a bad end one day. It doesn't soften the blow at all. However, I see. Inazuma will fill you in on the details about the prison. I need a drink. Ivankov stalked off, having lost much of his gusto. Inazuma explained what he knew about Impel Down, which fortunately included a fairly detailed map of its interior. The official 6th level was where they kept the most dangerous prisoners and also where they kept Ace. Hee-haw, Ivankov got his spirits up again. Never one to be a downer. I don't know why KUMO wants Ace out, but I'll help you, Girlie, we still have time before they take him away, so we can put together a proper plan of action in the meantime. Oh, I'm grateful. Luffy will be very grateful too, I'm sure, Cherry said. Luffy? Ivankov tilted his big head. You know, Monkey D. Luffy, grandson of Monkey D. Garp and son of Monkey D. Dragon? Ace is his brother, so he'll be grateful, Cherry explained. Seeing Ivankov's face go through several different emotions at once told her that he didn't know that information. Dragon has a son? 2 sons? Wait. This is all hard to believe. Too many coincidences, Ivankov shouted. Tell me, where are Luffy and Ace from? I think it was the Goa Kingdom. In East Blue? Cherry said, amused that Ivankov was only just now doubting her. I guess I just have an honest face. Ivankov ordered some nearby Okama to go get whatever records they had on Luffy and Ace. After looking through them and seeing that he really did share a surname and the D initial, as well as coming from the sea that Dragon always gazed in the general direction of, he was 99% sure it was the truth. We really can't afford to fail here. This is bad, very bad. Ivankov was stressing out a lot over this. We have time, remember? First I'll sneak down to level 6 and see if I can chat with Ace. You just start thinking about how we can get away from Impel Down if we can reach the surface. That's the biggest problem here, Cherry said. Right. I panicked a bit there. You go on then, don't get caught or I'll strangle you, Ivankov warned. Not really. Ha. The Shikibukai Junbi and Fire Fist Ace sat chained to the walls of their shared cell. Jinbe was humming a song to pass the time and distract himself from the pain of the injuries the jailer beasts inflicted upon him. Many of his neighbors hated when he did it and would scream at him to shut up, but Ace liked it so he ignored them. I wish I could hear a decent singer sing those songs, Ace said. You'll have to make do with what you have. Beggars can't be choosers, Jinbe said seriously, causing Ace to show a rare smile. Tap. Jinbe felt something tap on his leg. He looked down and saw a pair of eyes peering through a small hole where the wall met the floor. He would recognize those eyes anywhere. Hawkeye. Jinbe kept his voice low, so it would not be heard above the sounds of distant screaming. Ace did hear him though, being in the same cell. He followed Jinbe's gaze and saw those infamous eyes as well. Don't call me Hawkeye. I'm nothing like that deadbeat. I'm as dishonorable as they come. Won't get a fair fight from me. No sir, Cherry joked. They didn't laugh. Hearing what was clearly a woman's voice, they knew it couldn't be Hawkeye. Who are you, then? Jinbe questioned skeptically. But there was some hope in his eyes. Hope to prevent the war between Whitebeard and the Marines. Harp and D. Cherry, I've been traveling with Luffy for several months now. Seeing as his brother was about to executed, I took it upon myself to rescue you, Cherry said, looking at Ace. Is he here? Ace asked, but his eyes said he didn't want him to be here. No, but I expect he'll wind up coming here eventually. Probably at the last minute. Knowing him, Cherry answered. Ace showed immense relief and let out a sigh. Luffy mentioned you back in Alabaster. It's good to know he has good friends. You should get out of here if you can. You won't be able to help me. I didn't ask for your opinion, twerp. You're getting saved like the damsel in distress that you are, whether you like it or not. Cherry paused and looked at Jinbe. You look like a martial artist. Are you strong? Not strong enough. But yes, I use Fishman Karate, Jinbe answered. Great. You're coming too then. In exchange for saving you, you'll teach me Fishman Karate. I'll bet it's pretty interesting. I'll talk to you later when we've got a plan of action sorted out. Don't tell anyone about this, Cherry said, then quickly disappeared into the wall, leaving no hole behind. Chapter 108, Planning. Cherry returned to level 5.5. Otherwise known as New Karma Land by its residents. This time she didn't close up the passage as she passed through, as she anticipated that she would be using it again, opting only to close the entrances. 1. Cherry found Ivankov and a now female Inazuma standing over a table with a complex layout of the prison as well as some ideas about how to deal with the various defenses and guards of Impel Down. Oh, you're back, Cherry. Inazuma welcomed warmly, catching Cherry somewhat off guard as she had been quite cold and distant as a man. I let Ace know he'll be getting rescued. There's a fishman in his cell with him, but I don't think he'll be a problem. Rather I think he'll be helpful, as he seems to be on good terms with Ace and also seems pretty strong. Cherry informed them of her meeting. A fishman in level 6. Huh? That's probably the Shikibukai, Jinbi, who they brought in recently. Ivankov processed the information. That's good. Prospects aren't looking too good, so we'll need all the help we can get. It'll really be that difficult? With the number of people you have here, it shouldn't be hard to take one of the warships, as well as sail one, Cherry asked. The main problem in her mind was getting out quickly and manning the ship. Both of those problems are solved with more fighters. You're forgetting that we're in the calm belt and that the warships outside aren't paddleboats. The only way to sail out of here is through the giant gate, which can only be opened from the inside. Ivankov explained. The gate isn't a problem. I'll just go over top of it and open it myself. Really shouldn't take that long, especially if the Marines on the other side are willing to cooperate to avoid the ass-kicking of a lifetime, Cherry said. How are you going to go over it? Do you have any idea how tall that monstrosity is? Ivankov asked doubtfully. Like this, Cherry said. Then she suddenly vanished and loud cracks could be heard in the air around them as Cherry bounced around without landing on any solid surfaces. Cherry landed and placed her hands on her hips proudly. See, easy peasy. I can do that all day. Cherry smirked. That'll do it. Ha ha ha. Ivankov rubbed his hands together like a villain. Now we just need to force our way through quick enough so they can't bring in reinforcements. Not just that, the current will bring us right past Marine headquarters. They have men in constant communication between Impeldown and Marine headquarters so that if anything at all goes wrong, they'll know in the moment it happens that something is wrong. Will be intercepted for sure. Inazuma pointed out. I think I know someone who could help with that. I'll see if I can get in contact, Cherry said, with a particular person in mind. Just bring them here if you can. There's a folk tale of sorts here that people mysteriously vanish from time to time. That what they think happened to many of us here, including myself, Ivankov said. Cherry set out into the tunnels once again to get as close as she could to her target on level 3, then burrowed a new tunnel to reach them. Cherry could hear someone shouting above her even through the stone walls. Under, Karaa, Okamawu-e. Cherry opened up a hole in the floor. Bon Clay, come with me. Bring your friends here too. Cherry-chan, is that you? Hold on, did you come to break me out of prison? Bon Clay started to sob from the joy of friendship. 3 Nope. Cherry shut him down instantly. I just need your devil fruit. If I could take that and leave you here I would. Her words stabbed into his heart without mercy. I'm kidding. I definitely didn't plan to leave you here until I needed your skill set. Cherry smirked. Why, you shouldn't be mean to your friends. Maybe I won't come with you. Huh? How about that? Bon Clay said, putting up a false resistance. Oh? I guess you don't want to meet Emporio Ivankov then. Have fun rotting here, Cherry teased, closing up the hole behind her. No. Take me with you please. I want to meet Ivasama, Bon Clay begged whilst clawing at the place where the hole just was. Cherry opened it back up and Bon Clay dived inside without giving her the chance to close it again. After bringing the other prisoners in the cell into her tunnel, she led them all back to New Karma Land. Bon Clay started fangirling over Ivankov immediately. This is Bon Clay. His devil fruit lets him take the appearance of people he's touched with his right hand. We can use that to replace the Marine in communication with Marine headquarters to buy us as much time as possible, Cherry explained, receiving nods of affirmation. So you did just want my devil fruit? You're a monster, a monster. Bon Clay accused Cherry, who could only laugh. Don't be angry, Bon-chan. Luffy's brother is locked up and scheduled to be executed. Rest assured that I'll do everything in my power to get you out of here as well. Cherry patted him on the shoulder to reassure him. She wasn't really fond of Bon Clay, but she did respect him at least. After all, his life had been saved by them and he still fought against them in Alabasta, although he used himself as bait for them to get away afterwards, somewhat redeeming himself. Cherry didn't particularly like his fickle attitude towards the people he called friends. After talking a bit and ironing out some more details for their plan of action, Cherry decided to turn in for the night. Over the next few days, Cherry formed a much more robust tunnel system throughout the entirety of Impel Down. Now that she had a clear idea of the layout, it was relatively easy to do so, whereas before she was worried about accidentally breaking through to an open space. 1. They also worked out who would be best to include in their prison break. The prisoners on the upper levels would be easy to control and wouldn't be too harmful to release into the outside world. The prisoners on lower levels were strong, but weren't so easy to control. Many of them also had grudges against Whitebeard, especially those from level 6. Ivankov said they should involve Crocodile, as Ivankov apparently had some dirt on him that he wouldn't want getting out. Oh. What is it that you knows that can make a prideful guy like Crocodile become obedient? Cherry wanted to know, as Ivankov made it sound like some real juicy gossip. 3. I won't say anything unless Croco Boy doesn't want to cooperate. Otherwise he wouldn't trust that I'll keep quiet about it, Ivankov said, disappointing her greatly. 2. No fun at all, Cherry pouted. We need to make a decision now. We have everything ready to go. Do we do it as soon as possible? Or do we wait until the ships that will escort Ace to Marine headquarters get here? If we wait, then the fight here will be harder, but it will save us some trouble later on. Inazuma stated, personally I'd rather fight the escort here. It's almost certain admirals will get involved when they find out what's happened. Removing some vice admirals and their warships from that fight will improve our chances. Cherry stated her opinion. Also, it's not unlikely that Luffy will turn up here if KUMO sent him anywhere nearby. I don't want him to be here on his own. That makes sense to me. We'll wait until the day before the execution to make our move. Hee-haw, Ivankov said. Chapter 109, Chief Warden Magellan. Cherry went down to level 6 to fill Ace and Jinbe in on the plan. Garp had paid a visit to Ace earlier in the day before returning to Marine headquarters. She was grateful for this because it further solidified Ivankov's misunderstanding, that Ace wasn't actually Luffy's brother by blood. 4. He doesn't need to know that. I can't afford to lose his help at this point, Cherry thought. Cherry opened up the hole in the floor next to Jinbe. Hey. We've got the plan worked out and all our preparations are completed. Now we're just waiting for Ace's escort to show up so we can take out the vice admirals here rather than later on. Divide and conquer and all that nonsense. Cherry informed them. I am also ready to go, Jinbe stated. Luffy isn't here, right? Ace's concern lied elsewhere. No, that's also part of the reason we decided to wait. Didn't want Luffy to turn up here and not have any allies to help him get back out, Cherry said. Speaking of allies, you don't happen to know of anyone down here that would support us? We have our own list of people we think we can control or trust, but are there any allies of Whitebeard down here that you know about? Not really, there's only losers who hate the old man down here. Not you, Jinbe, Ace said. There also isn't really anyone down here that's easy to control either. As far as I know. I see, that's a shame. Having more help would always be better, Cherry said. Cherry sensed a couple of familiar people enter the range of her life sense and arrive at the prison on the surface. It would seem that Luffy has come to Impel Down as expected, aboard the Vice Admiral's ship no less, Cherry narrated. What? Ace and Jinbe were shocked. How do you even know that? Ace asked. Never mind how I know. I'll see you later when we start the plan. Right now I need to collect Luffy before he makes a mess of things. The last thing we need right now is the prison going on higher alert, Cherry said, then closed up the wall before they could say or ask anything more. Cherry swiftly navigated the tunnel network back to New Kama Land. She told Ivankov that Luffy had shown up and to be ready to start the plan immediately if Cherry didn't reach him in time to stop him from making a ruckus. Then she worked her way to the top of the prison through one of the vertical shafts she'd created for speedy transit for herself. Cherry had to carve a new tunnel to reach the room that Luffy had stopped inside. There were 2 other people in the room with him and a surveillance Den Mushi. The surprising part was that Luffy was wrapped around the other person who was a devil fruit user. They're smuggling him inside perhaps? He's being more thoughtful than he usually is, Cherry thought. We don't suspect you, but procedure states that you have to wear these sea stone cuffs. A woman's voice was heard through the wall. Please be gentle, another woman's voice said. The first woman said, then went silent. Cherry noticed that the second woman's devil fruit activated and a change came over the first woman, as well as the surveillance den mushy. That was close. I was about to just take my chances, Luffy said, climbing off of the woman. At this point Cherry opened up the wall and poked her head out. PSST. Luffy, Cherry called out in a whisper. Huh? Cherry? Luffy exclaimed. Who is this woman? Why is Luffy so happy to see her? Is she Luffy's girlfriend perhaps? Hancock inwardly panicked, barely maintaining her composure. Cherry didn't miss the way she was acting and had an idea why as well. Whistle. Wow, Luffy. Only been away for a week and already got yourself beautiful girlfriend, Cherry teased. What? Girlfriend? Am I his? Hancock didn't finish the thought before she got lost in fantasy land. Right, Hancock is my friend. She has helped me a lot. Luffy smiled. The sudden and ruthless friend-zoning sent Hancock spiraling into depression. Anyways, I'm going to bust Ace out soon. Hop into the hole. Is Hancock coming too? Cherry asked. Hancock shook herself out of her melancholic stupor. No, I have to keep up this act. Luffy nodded and thanked her whilst clasping her hands, then resolutely jumped into the tunnel. Cherry closed it behind him and gave Hancock a wink. Hancock took it as a challenge and swore to be the one who would win Luffy's love and adoration in the end. You're going to be surprised, Luffy. There's an old friend waiting for you down the tube, Cherry said, patting Luffy on the back as they descended. Who? Luffy asked. I won't ruin the surprise, just wait and see. Cherry insisted on keeping her secrets. When they reached New Kama Land and Cherry opened the door, Bon Clay turned to look and saw Luffy and Luffy saw him. Bon-chan. Luffy cheered. Luffy-chan. Bon Clay cheered. You're still alive. Shishishi. Luffy hugged him and spent some time catching up. Afterwards, Luffy was filled in on the plan. He wasn't too happy that they wanted to wait, but ultimately he decided it was the best chances they would have. All that remained was to wait until the time came. The hours passed slowly as the anticipation built up. Their people were in position to swarm into the prison and cause as much chaos as possible on the first 3 levels by releasing the prisoners there. Other men would break out select individuals on the lower levels. Cherry's job was to take out Magellan. Most of his strength came from his poison devil fruit from what Cherry had heard, so she was very confident that she could deal with him. Between her body cultivation and devil fruit, she could easily break down any poison that entered her body. The time came. Cherry sensed the Vice Admirals arriving with their warships and signaled the start of the operation. They moved into their positions quickly. Cherry went to find Magellan. Luffy, Ivankov, and Inazuma went to grab Ace, Jinbe, and Crocodile. Bon Clay went to the communications room to replace the marine there and keep a false all-clear message going through. Cherry saw that Magellan entered an elevator and moved to the tunnel she made to intercept it. Boom! Cherry brought out her spear and burst through the wall of the elevator shaft, as well as through the wall of the elevator. Who the hell are you? Harped Cherry. Magellan recognized her quickly. He was a large man in a black trench coat and an almost monstrous face, with his hair pulled up into the shape of horns. I'm your worst nightmare. Cherry charged him. Magellan's body erupted with purple poison, much to the dismay of the other guards on the elevator. He easily covered Cherry in the toxic goo as she didn't even try to dodge it. You're a fool is what you are. Magellan spoke calmly, retracting his poison as he believed that she was done for. Cherry didn't stop and pressed forward. She stabbed out with her spear and Magellan caught it by the shaft. You're already slowing down. Your fate is sealed. Magellan said. Bang! Huh? Magellan put his hand against his abdomen and when he looked at it, he saw it was covered in blood. Where did you get that gun? Cherry suddenly increased the strength with the spear and pierced him on the other side of his abdomen. Warden, the other guards cried out. They didn't dare to move in for fear of the poison. Magellan swung at her, but Cherry jumped and kicked him in the head. He collapsed to the floor of the elevator unconscious. Cherry looked at the guards who were glaring angrily at her. You should take care of your boss rather than get in my way. The elevator arrived at the bottom and she stepped out when the doors opened. Chapter 110, Prison Break 1. Cherry walked through the corridors to Ace and Jinbe's cell, occasionally flicking some of Magellan's poison as the prisoners who were dumb enough to catcall her. Just as she arrived, Inuzuma finished picking the lock on Ace's cell and walked across the hall to Crocodile's cell with Ivankov in tow. Luffy followed behind, helping Ace to get reacquainted with standing up and walking. "Stop trying to help me, Luffy. I'm not a baby, I can stand on my own." Despite the harsh tone of his rebuke, Ace's face revealed that he was just embarrassed at having been saved by his younger brother, as well as his happiness. Jinbe came lumbering out afterward. He didn't have any trouble as he was a particular sturdy individual, even after all the beatings he's taken since they locked him up down here. "Croco boy, it's good to see you again." "Not," Ivankov mocked. "What do you want?" Crocodile asked with a scowl. "You're going to help us bust out of here. Unless you want me to tell your secret to the whole world. We can get out just fine without you, so don't waste my time and decide." Ivankov gave his ultimatum. Crocodile's face distorted into several interesting expressions before finally coming to rest on his usually disdain for everyone around him. "Fine," Crocodile replied curtly. Cherry approached them at this point. "Magellan is out of commission." "Oh, I'm surprised you finished so quickly, Cherry. You're covered in poison," Ivankov shouted. "Don't make a big deal about it. Magellan will have to try harder than that to poison me to death," Cherry said, then immediately collapsed face first into the floor. Somebody call a doctor, he's dying." Ivankov panicked. The others also had looks of concern, except for Crocodile and Luffy. The former was sneering with schadenfreude, while the latter was just looking at Cherry with a blank look. "Cherry, I thought we were in a hurry." "Why are you joking around?" Luffy asked. "What are you saying?" "She's been poisoned by Magellan. She doesn't have long to live, boy," Ivankov exclaimed. He didn't have the time to give her his hormone treatment for it. That would take days. "You used to be so easy to fool, Luffy." "It saddens me greatly," Cherry said dramatically as she stood up. "HMPH. There's no way I'd fall for the playing dead Drake 17 times. Luffy spoke with a strange sense of pride. The others looked at him and they all thought you fell for it 16 times? Luffy had almost fallen for it this time as well, in all honesty. However, then he remembered that Cherry could easily cure poisoning with here devil fruit from the time she cured the poisoning of the villagers back on the flying islands of Mervale. "Shihahaha. You're awfully relaxed for people breaking out of Impel Down." A familiar laugh and voice came from one of the cells. Looking inside they found the Golden Lion, Shiki. He had sea stone shackles around his neck, waist, and 2 on each arm. "It brings back memories. You know, when I broke out of here 20 years ago, I had to cut off my own legs to get out of the sea stone shackles," Shiki said, then raised his arms and jangled the shackles on his arms. "But I can't exactly cut off both my arms, my lower torso and my head, can I?" "Shihahaha. I can help you with that if you want." "Cutting you up into little pieces, I mean," Cherry mocked. "I think I'll pass, thank you," Shiki said. He closed his eyes and struck a dignified pose. "Don't ask me to help you either. I won't do it even if you beg me." When he didn't hear a response, he peeked out of his left eye and saw that nobody was there. Cherry and Co re-entered the tunnel and Cherry closed up the tunnel behind them so it couldn't be used by the guards to trace back to New Karma Land. Although they were leaving, they couldn't know if they'd ever be back someday, so it was best to leave it there for them. As they made their way up to the highest secret entrance to New Karma Land, the Marine Vice Admirals were getting impatient. "Whereas Magellan, he was supposed to be bringing Fire Fist Ace to us," said Vice Admiral Unagumo, clearly irritated. "I'm sorry sir, there seems to be a commotion on the first few levels. The chief warden is probably giving out directions before going to get Ace." One of the prison guards made an excuse. He didn't know much about what was going on below, just that a prison riot had started out of nowhere, but he couldn't just admit that as it would make the guards and the chief warden look bad. Unagumo squinted his eyes at the quibbling idiot before him. He would not be late in performing his duty of delivering Ace to Marineford. It was bad enough that he had been brought low by that wretched cheap shot Cherry during the Buster call, completely failing to kill any of the criminals at Anai's lobby. Moreover, he was not the type to make excuses when he failed, even if it was due to someone else's incompetence. "I'm going in," Vice Admiral Unagumo insisted, walking forward without waiting for a reply. "I'm afraid I can't let you do that, Vice Admiral," one of the guards started to say and stand in his way. Bang! Vice Admiral Onigumo shot the guard where he stood, shocking the other prison guards to the core. "You do not have the authority to tell me what I can or cannot do." "Men, if they try to resist us any further, they are to be treated as traitors and executed summarily," he shouted behind him. 6 Yes, sir. His men responded instantly, knowing that he really meant what he said and that any resistance to his orders would only earn them the same fate. He marched inside with his men followed in an orderly fashion behind him. The other guards made no attempt to block his path this time. The first thing Onigumo heard was the faint sounds of distant battle. He immediately scowled. "A commotion, is it? Disgraceful." He and his men followed the sounds down to the first level, and it was exactly what he feared that he would find. A horde of pirates and other criminals pushing back the prison guards. "Keep pushing. We're almost to freedom," a clown shouted from the back, which seemed to spur them on to fight that much harder. 3 Vice Admiral Onigumo transformed, forming 3 new sets of spider-like arms from his back. He drew out 8 swords altogether and intended to deal with the pirates with extreme prejudice. As he launched himself forward, however, he was met in the air by the woman he hated more than anyone in the world. She forced him back with a powerful thrust of her spear. "Harp indeed, Cherry," he growled with rage. "Oh hey, it's you. Did you want me to give you my special service again?" Cherry smirked. Onigumo resisted the instinct to clench his legs together and wasted no words with the wicked woman. He launched into a flurry of attacks with his many blades. Cherry was strangely able to fend off the attack with just her spear and the occasional kick. The battle looked quite fierce, but at this point neither of them were being pushed back. "You know, I've been thinking about this since the last time we met. Why do you grow 6 new arms? If you're supposed to be a spider you should only have 8 limbs. But right now you have 10. 8 arms and 2 legs." Cherry chattered in a way like she wasn't being attacked by someone who had every intention of killing her. Onigumo was desperately trying to keep his anger in check. He knew how dangerous losing your cool in battle was. She wasn't making it very easy to do that. "Do you know why they nicknamed me Cheap Shot, Mr. Vice Admiral, sir?" Cherry asked. He instantly scanned her for any dirty tricks. He. "A dirty trick doesn't have come from my own hand to be dirty, you know." "Buggy!" Cherry shouted. "Special Muggy Ball!" Buggy shouted from only a few meters behind the Vice Admiral with his foot raised in his direction. A tiny red ball was shot out of a hidden compartment inside his foot and landed right on Onigumo's back. Kaboom! A devastating explosion, far greater than one would expect from such a tiny projectile. Cherry didn't expect it to finish off the Vice Admiral, though. So she ruthlessly attacked the very instant after the explosion occurred, piercing into the Vice Admiral's body. Onigumo pressed forward, burying the spear deeper into his torso in an attempt to end Cherry's life as she now possessed no weapon to block with. However, his vision was blocked by the dust kicked up in the explosion and his attacks met nothing but her. "Wow, I only released the spear just in case, but I didn't expect you had the guts to actually do it." "You have my respect, sir. As such I shall finish you off in the honorable manner I know how," Cherry exclaimed. Ding. 5. The sound of a kick hitting a metal plate was heard even over the cacophony of the battle, drawing everyone's attention. Onigumo collapsed to the ground, legs squeezed together. Pirate, prison guard, and marine alike couldn't help but wince and bring their own thighs together in subconscious fear. Hee-haw. "I like the way you fight, girlie," Ivankov praised as he arrived on scene. With the others and the rest of the prisoners they had broken out on the lower levels. 3 Chapter 111, Passing Through the Gates. Damn it, what happened to the chief warden, vice warden, chief guards, and jailer beasts? Head jailer Domino exclaimed, seeing the situation had spun completely out of control. Of course they had all been wiped out. The chief warden fell by Cherry's hands and the rest were dealt with swiftly by Cherry's allies. Domino retreated towards the communications room. She wouldn't be able to stop the prison break from happening, but she could still try to maintain contact with Marineford, as well as possibly calling more reinforcements. When she reached the door to the communications room, She found it locked. This was natural, of course, given what was going on. She fumbled around with the keys before finally getting it unlocked and pushed against it once more. It barely budged. It was barricaded from the other side. "This is Chief Jailer Domino. Let me in. I need to send a report back to headquarters," Domino shouted, but not too loud as to alert anyone nearby. "How can I trust you? There's a prisoner who can take on people's appearances. You might be him in disguise," the communications officer shouted back, voice trembling. Domino racked her brain and realized what he said was true. There was a prisoner like that here. Bentham, she thought it was. "Damn it. That's right. I know how I can prove it to you. 2 years ago I got you that pineapple upside-down cake for your birthday. You couldn't eat it because you're allergic to pineapples." Domino spoke frantically as the sounds of battle drew ever closer behind her. She heard a chair scrape against the floor away from the door. She pushed the door open and slammed it shut behind her, locking it once again. She let out a huge sigh of relief and turned around. What she saw made her breath catch in her throat and her body freeze. "Oh dear, I would have loved to try that cake. I love pineapples," the communications officer said in a strange accent, before pirouetting in a quick circle. All around her colleague were the unconscious forms of the communications staff. Strangely, even the communications officer was slumped against the wall, foaming at the mouth, despite him clearly standing right in front of her with an unnervingly wide grin. Bon Clay touched his left hand to his face, transforming back into his original body. "Shit," was the last thing she said before getting knocked out by the Okama's kick. Bon Clay turned back into the communications officer and sat down. "All clear." He spoke the very same words he'd been speaking every 10 minutes. The door blasted open and Cherry walked inside at a leisurely pace. "Time to go." Bon Clay nodded and followed her outside where the prisoners had triumphed over the guards and the Marines who came inside. All that remained was the other Marines outside, which consisted of 4 full ships and 2 more vice admirals. The ships sprung into action with the intention of bombarding the surface of the prison when the pirates started to pour out. Unfortunately, the giant gate was closed, either due to protocol or because they didn't want to take any chances. All the ships were accounted for, so Cherry at least didn't worry they had sent a ship ahead to ask for help. The remaining crew from Onigumo's ship tried to quickly get the ship away from the dock platform, but they were too slow and the pirates were already swarming over it. The other marine ships gave no quarter to their comrades on that ship and started to bombard it at the same time as the dock. "Hey you, Candle Boy." Cherry grabbed Mr. 3 who was hiding amongst the crowd. "Make a small boat with handle grips." "Jinbe, you can carry some people over the distance, can't you?" "Yes, I can do that." Jinbe spoke simply. Even amongst fishermen known for their great strength, he was particularly strong. Mr. 3 got to work making a wax raft for Jinbe to carry. Meanwhile Cherry bounded through the air, each step making a loud cracking sound that easily carried over the water to the other ships. 2. The other 2 vice admirals ordered them to focus fire on her, but it was difficult to hit her even with a barrage of bullets and cannon fire. Meanwhile, Jinbe and the others had the heat taken off them and were able to move much more quickly. Jinbe jumped into the water and their powerhouses got onto the wax raft for him to carry them across, which included Ivankov, Inazuma, Luffy, Ace, Crocodile, Mr. 1, Bon Clay, and Buggy. For some reason, Cherry landed on one of the ships and started wreaking havoc, sending Marines flying overboard left and right. The 2 remaining vice admirals came to confront her, but they were clearly not the cream of the crop among the vice admirals, probably only here to be Onigumo's backup. As such, she was able to fight them both to a standstill. A stalemate against Cherry was basically a loss, however, as she was able to take much more punishment and had far more stamina than they did. She could probably deal with them more quickly, but that would require spending more effort than was necessary when she could just wait until her allies arrived. And arrive they did. Jinbe used fisherman karate to send the wax raft flying into the air and landed them all onto one of the ships. At that point it was basically over. The ships were quickly captured in short order and Cherry got her back up to take out the vice admirals rather anticlimactically. The pirates cheered with great gusto at their success. "Now we just need to get through the gates." "You said you'd go over top of them," Right, Cherry? Ivankov confirmed. Right, Cherry said. However, it would be necessary for them to open the gate, as it was now starting to open without their interference. Damn! Cherry shouted and dove at Ace, who panicked at her sudden tackle. Cherry dragged him away below the deck of the warship with her hand firmly clasped over his mouth. Seeing him struggle and even try to use his devil fruit to escape her grasp, she slammed a hockey-coated Hoken palm into his head, rattling his brain and instantly knocking him out cold. Luffy had followed behind and protested in anger. "What are you doing, Cherry?" Before he could start a fight with her over some misunderstanding, she spoke quickly with a rushed tone. "There's an admiral or something coming. I had to hide him." This stopped Luffy's attack, though he was still grumpy about it. "You should go out there unless you have to either. Come here," Cherry demanded. Her voice contained just the right amount of concern that Luffy followed along with her on instinct. She slowed down his energy circulation as well, which made him very lethargic. It would be easy enough to revive the both of them. Then she used her vital energy to slow down his natural energy circulation temporarily, thus reducing his presence by a great deal. The gates finally opened enough for a ship to pass through, and they saw a lone marine warship do just that, except no marines were seen on board. Instead there was a motley crew of powerful pirates, led by Blackbeard. "Jahahaha, look what we stumbled across, a prison break. Looks like our work will be much easier." Blackbeard laughed. "That's good, you should go get involved in Whitebeard's war too. Sit up more chaos." His ship passed them by and head to the prison, probably to break some of his own new recruits out, or perhaps old friends. "What are you waiting for? Go go go," Cherry demanded, which got the scurrying to pass through the open gate. Once they were safely beyond the threshold, Cherry jumped over to the control tower and figured out how to make it shut. She didn't know what that Blackbeard guy was up to, but it likely didn't align with their goals. Better to stall them in any way they could. Cherry revived Ace and Luffy, who both looked rather annoyed with her. "Don't be big babies about it. I thought there was an admiral coming through from his strength, but instead it was Blackbeard. Since he's the one who put you in there, it's better he didn't know that we got you out. He seemed to assume you were already taken ahead to Marineford, and he'd have been right if those plans hadn't been delayed indefinitely," Cherry explained. Ace scowled at Blackbeard's name, but he knew that Cherry was right to do what she did. Blackbeard wasn't to be taken lightly, and he also had his whole crew with him too. "Never mind Blackbeard, he's behind us now. All we have to do is get past Marineford, then escape via Wenai's lobby, and we're home free," Ivankov said, garnering more cheers from the pirates. Chapter 112. Sailing for Marineford. They all had a short time to rest and recuperate before they got close to Marineford and needed to be on guard. The pirates on board the ships changed into marine uniforms to disguise themselves from any prying eyes from afar. This included Ace especially, as they didn't want to chance him getting suddenly kidnapped by someone like Admiral Borsellino. Can anyone think of a countermeasure for Admiral Aokiji freezing the ocean? I've heard that's one of his favorite tactics to stop ships in their tracks, Cherry said. Everyone looked around at each other, but no one could think of any real counter to something so large-scaled. Ace regretted not spending more time working with his devil fruit. If he had awakened it, Aokiji's Ice Age attack could be countered. A pointless worry, as one could never be sure how easy or difficult it will be to do so. It relied heavily upon one's own luck, as no one else could teach you. "I might be able to break one ship out, but not the whole area," Jinbe offered, but he knew it wasn't much. "Well, there's something I could try. However, if I were to be honest, I've never done it before and I have no idea how effective it would be. It might even kill us all instead," Cherry said. Many were resolved to die trying rather than be doomed, whilst others didn't like the idea of gambling with their lives. "There is another way, assuming we don't get frozen on the inside of the gate. We could join up with Whitebeard and fight our way through the Marines, instead of trying to bypass Marineford and heading to Anai's lobby," Crocodile said, though he had his own ulterior motives, such as trying to kill Whitebeard. "We don't know when Whitebeard will appear, though. We might end up all dying fighting the Marines before he shows up. There'll be some time before the execution is supposed to start when we arrive, after all," Jinbe pointed out. "Well, that just sounds like we gamble our lives and flee, or gamble our lives and fight. I'd rather take my chances with the old man. Ace spoke. Well, we do have many ships. If we can't come to a majority decision, then we can split up. The fighters would actually be giving the cowards a decent shot at escaping too, Cherry said, which made her own opinion on the matter clear enough for everyone. Although many of the pirates didn't like being called cowards just for wanting to run away, they could exactly refute the woman who toyed with 3 vice admirals before their very eyes. Not to mention, they didn't mind being cowards if it meant they wouldn't die, or worse, be sent back to Impel Down. They decided to split up the ships for those who wanted to fight and those who wanted to flee. Unsurprisingly, the stronger members of their motley group unanimously decided to fight and hope Whitebeard wasn't fashionably late for the party. Many of the weaker pirates decided to stick with the strong ones, as they did not want to be called cowards, or to regret deciding to flee if they were caught at Anai's lobby because they didn't have any powerhouses to back them up. Cherry found it odd that Buggy and Mr. 3 of all people decided to stick with the fighters. I'm surprised, Buggy. I thought for sure you'd run away with your tail between your legs, Cherry commented. What do you mean surprised? I'm not a coward, damn it, Buggy shouted, taking offense. He was a coward though. His instincts just told him that this was the safest place to be, right next to the people who could fight in his stead and bear the brunt of the danger. Many of the pirates cheered his name. It seems that he's been doing some public relations to improve his image. Cherry looked at Mr. 3, who seemed like he was eager for her to ask his reasoning so he could stroke his own ego. How pitiful. It seems the Candleman here has been tortured to idiocy during his stay at Impel Down. He didn't realize this was the side to fight, not to flee. Cherry spoke, pretending to wipe away tears. This really got Mr. 3 riled up, but the only thing he could do about it was to huff in annoyance. Den mushy insert in one of the masts rang. Cherry rubbed her throat and did some vocal exercises that got progressively deeper in tone. Then she picked up the receiver. Vice Admiral Unigumo reporting. Cherry said in a very convincing impression. Your report is late. Did you retrieve Fire Fist Ace? The voice on the other end asked. Impel Down experienced a prison break attempt right as we arrived, so it couldn't be helped that we're slightly behind schedule. The prisoner is being transported as we speak. Cherry spoke. Your report has been confirmed. Continue onwards to Marineford. The man on the other end responded and hung up. Cherry also hung up. That was pretty impressive. And coming from me that's high praise. Bon Clay sang. Hopefully it was enough, Cherry said. Jinbi, Ivankov, show me your martial arts, I want to steal them. Ivankov didn't mind teaching her, even though their martial art was usually reserved for Okama. Jinbi protested that since she was a devil fruit user, she wouldn't be able to perform fishman karate to any great extent. But she brushed off those concerns and insisted. Cherry spent the remaining time watching the various forms of the martial arts and memorizing them for future use. Marineford. The communications officer who just finished receiving the report from Unigumo picked up one of the short-range Den mushies. It rang for a few moments before being picked up. What is it? A man spoke. Yes, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. We just received a report from Vice Admiral Unigumo, sir, the communications officer said. Good. Is everything all right? It's not like Unigumo to be late with his reports, Sengoku asked. The Vice Admiral reported a prison break at Impel Down, but that he was Fire Fist Ace in custody and is bringing him to Marineford. He reported. I see. Send out some warships to assist if necessary, Sengoku said. Sir, the officer said, but hesitated. What is it? Sengoku had a bad feeling all of a sudden. Vice Admiral Unigumo, sir, I think something was off, the officer stated, knowing he was putting his career on the line for this. Out with it, Sengoku ordered, furrowing his brow. He made an excuse. Sir, he said it couldn't be helped that he was late because of the prison break. The officer said. He knew Unigumo's reputation as well as anyone. Damn it. Sengoku almost smashed the Den mushi, but stopped and hung it up gently. He put his head in his hands and let out a long sigh. Bwahaha, they got us good. And here we were thinking they'd attack Marineford directly. Garp laughed, whilst eating rice crackers. You shouldn't be so happy about it, Garp, Sengoku reprimanded. Who says I'm happy? Garp said, but the smile on his face was as wide as the ocean. Sengoku picked the Den Mushi back up and gave out orders. The gates of justice were to be opened wide and warships assembled to intercept the oncoming ships, only leaving a path into Marineford open. They needed to recapture Ace no matter what. The bloodline of Goldie Roger must be eradicated, or else they'll end up having another Roger on their hands. One raised to rule by Whitebeard no less. Cherry and the others were unaware of the actions taking place as they sailed towards what many would consider their doom. Chapter 113, One Path Forward. Ivankov and Jinbe were demonstrating the forms of new Karma Kenpo and Fishman Karate respectively, as well as explaining the philosophy behind each of them to Cherry simultaneously. She had insisted upon doing it that way in spite of their protests, saying that it would save time. They were naturally doubtful she could properly follow along in this fashion, but figured if Cherry was wasting her and their time, that was on her. Contrary to their expectations, however, she not only was able to listen well enough to both of them to ask questions, she also demonstrated the forms they showed her before their very eyes. Cherry even realized her own mistakes by comparing herself to their demonstrations and corrected them without their input. What kind of monster are you? They both asked her at the same time. The cute kind? Cherry smiled at them in a very not cute sort of way. They could only shake their heads at her in exasperation. I can see something ahead, called a pirate in the lead ship's crow's nest. Cherry hopped up to see what he spotted and frowned a bit at what she saw. Jumping back down, the others had gathered to hear what it is. There's a blockade of marine warships ahead of us blocking the way past the gates of justice. Not only that, there is a massive wall of ice behind them that stretches for miles, and I think it has actually redirected the current straight through the gates into Marineford. Cherry explained. It seems we don't have a choice in the matter then. The only way out is through Marineford. Jinbe commented. Doesn't matter to us, only to the cowards. Crocodile spoke derogatorily. It does matter, Croco boy. They realize the truth somehow and are waiting to ambush us. This'll be much harder than we had hoped, Ivankov rebuffed. So what? We'll just kick their asses, Luffy said, all gung-ho. Ace smacked him upside the head. Idiot, they have 3 admirals, the fleet admiral, and the geezer with them. Not to mention we'll be greatly outnumbered and outgunned. Maybe we should slow down, stall for more time for Whitebeard to come, Buggy said, trying to hide his timidity. If we do that, in the worst case they might come to us and we'll be much further from our escape when we're forced to fight them. Inazuma observed. As they spoke, they quickly approached the waiting marine warships as the current was quite fast. There was only one option. Charge forward, stop for nothing, fight like your lives depend on it. Because it does, Cherry shouted, amplifying her voice for all to hear. There was a half-hearted cheer in agreement, as they were all terrified of dying or being sent back. What are you all being so chicken for? Where did your balls go? You're pirates. This is a moment that will go down in history as a glorious victory against the bastards who tortured you, Buggy shouted, raising a sword aloft. And if you follow me, I'll lead to an even grander destiny. As the crew of the next king of the pirates. Me. The ships erupted in cheers bordering on hysteria. He's awfully good at that, Crocodile admired honestly. He almost envied him, if he didn't know Buggy was all talk. 1. On the marine warships blockading the current. Vice Admiral Bastille reporting. We've spotted ships approaching us. I believe they're the warships that were sent with Vice Admiral Unagumo to bring the prisoner. There is no sign of Whitebeard. Bastille spoke into a Den Mushi. Sengoku furrowed his brow. That doesn't sound like something Whitebeard would do. Is he not behind this? Intercept them, Sengoku ordered. The marine warships ahead of them started to move towards them. They were paddle boats, so they were able to go against the current somewhat. Damn, they won't even let us pass them before they try to kill us. Cherry said annoyed. Bring me cannonballs. I'll give them a taste of the old Garp special, hee hee. 1. The pirates began passing the cannonballs directly to Cherry in a line to keep them coming efficiently. Cherry picked up the first cannonball, got a feel for the weight, and reared in back in a pitching pose. Crack! It broke the sound barrier by a wide margin. She had been holding back when she was chucking them at Garp previously. Of course, Garp had been holding back too. The cannonball slammed into the bow of the closest ship just above the waterline and exploded, ensuring that it would start to take on water immediately. Cherry got serious and wasted no time grabbing the next cannonball and launching it. Once she got a rhythm going, she became like a machine. Luffy hadn't seen Cherry like this before. She had taken on the guise of an efficient killer. The others were also a bit unnerved at this cold and merciless side of her, except Crocodile, who saw a bit of himself in her. The Marines on the approaching ships were starting to panic. Even Vice Admiral Bastille. Cherry was throwing cannonballs faster than a dozen cannons could fire in succession. Moreover, her accuracy was deadly, dealing a crippling blow with each shot. He and his captains tried to block the cannonballs, but they always seemed to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Anytime it looked like they might intercept one, it would turn out to be a curveball and hit a different ship instead. Reluctantly he called for the ships to retreat to Marineford. At this rate they would only be sunk before the real fight even started. They would lose half their ships before even entering their own cannons' effective range. The pirates would fall once they entered Marineford regardless. Admiral Okiji had made certain of they had nowhere else to go, having quite a bit of time freezing the water both wide and deep. Seeing the Marines flee before them, the pirates got a morale boost and cheered. Cherry let out a breath. Fighting so seriously without a worthy opponent was mentally exhausting. It was mind-numbing in the same way sweeping the courtyard back home in the dojo was. Their course was set and they sailed directly through the gates of justice and into Marineford. There was no signs of Whitebeard anywhere. Unfortunately, they had hoped that Whitebeard might be waiting off in the distance or something. No such luck. Okiji had also frozen a large ring around Marineford, to make it that much harder to break out. Well shoot, Cherry spoke, annoyed. Guess I'll have to do that after all. We'll have to get closer to the ice wall, though. No one knew what this mysterious technique she'd mentioned was, as she had refused to say much of anything about it, only that it should be powerful and likely dangerous. As they turned their ships to make for the wall, there was a beam of light that stretched from the fortress to the lead ship, at the end of which, Admiral Borsellino suddenly appeared. He quickly scanned the pirates dressed as Marines and spotted two that looked like Ace. "There are two of you? I guess one is a fake." He flashed and kicked the closest one off the ship. That one happened to be Bonkley, disguised as Ace to increase confusion. "Not that one then," Borsellino quickly discounted, as the real Ace would have easily taken that attack. They had no armament. Haki applied, due to his Logia fruit. He flashed again and grabbed towards Ace, who tried to avoid his grasping, Haki-coated hand to no avail. At the same time, he was already forming the beam of light he would return with. Only two people were close enough and fast enough to even attempt to intervene. Cherry, who was already thrusting at Borsellino's head with her spear, and Luffy, who had entered gear second the moment he saw the flash. Luffy didn't attack Borsellino, however. Instead he latched onto Ace and held on for dear life. Borsellino easily dodged Cherry's attack and dragged Ace back to Marineford, albeit at a considerably slower speed than he arrived. He could turn other people into light like himself after all. All of this happened in the span of a single second. "Damn it!" Cherry shouted, turning her gaze towards Marineford. Everyone else was momentarily shocked at just how ruthlessly efficient Borsellino could be when he was actually trying. "You want war? I'll give you a war," Cherry muttered with a frigid stare. She didn't care so much about Ace, but that idiot Luffy had gotten himself caught too. She knew they wouldn't spare him, regardless of who his grandfather was. All the powerhouses in the fortress could feel her eyes upon them. Most couldn't tell who it was, but they thought if that person didn't die today, then the world government would be in serious trouble in the future. 1. Chapter 114, Whitebeard 1. Admiral Borsellino landed on the execution platform, where Marines were waiting to place sea stone cuffs on Ace. Fortunately for them, they were prepared for some trouble and had more than one pair, so they could cuff the rubber man that unexpectedly came along with them. Ace was cuffed immediately and wasn't able to put up a fight, and Luffy was no match for an admiral, so he was quickly restrained as well. The nearby Garp grimaced and shouted, "Luffy!" Sengoku glanced at him, but Garp didn't make any moves to rescue either of them. He looked back at the 5 marine warships and saw that they had foolishly changed course directly towards the fortress. It saved them the trouble of capturing them later, as they couldn't split up their forces before they dealt with Whitebeard. Hawkeye saw Garp's internal conflict and turned his gaze towards the oncoming ships, one of which carried the person with this somehow familiar haki. He hoped that Garp was the only one who would have an unexpected family reunion today. Hankook was barely containing her worry and fury seeing Luffy chained up on the execution platform. She almost rushed directly to him, but managed to stay her hand at least until Whitebeard showed up. Sengoku stepped onto the execution platform and turned towards the Den Mushi that was broadcasting the execution to the entire world. He told a story about a woman who managed to fool them, Ace's mother, and that Ace's father was none other than Goldie Roger. In addition, he gestured to Luffy, who's still squirming in his chains. Since we have him here in custody, we will be executing Monkey D. Luffy as well. Not only is he the adoptive brother of Fire Fist Ace, he is also the son of the Revolutionary Dragon. Ivankov was a tiny bit annoyed that he wasn't told that Ace wasn't also the son of Dragon, but just Luffy's sworn brother. It didn't much matter at this point though, as Luffy had been caught. Jinbe looked both determined and worried. We should start from the edges and work our way forward. Marines have always been lazy, so the admirals probably won't move personally unless absolutely necessary. Then we can stall until Whitebeard arrives while reducing the enemy's forces. We don't need to wait for Whitebeard. He's already here, Cherry said, baffling everyone. No one spoke out against her though, as she didn't seem to be in a good mood. Their ships got in range of the Marines' firearms, so they started a firefight until the ships reached the outside of Marineford's crescent, where they started disembarking and attacking the Marines in melee as well. Cherry didn't make any moves, however. She was waiting until the right moment. As Jinbe expected, none of the admirals made a move, just a few vice admirals at most. Soon, a long stretch of ships appeared out of nowhere on the horizon and no one knew how, except Cherry, who could sense more people moving below the water towards the center of Marineford. Sploosh! 4 ships with large whale figureheads appeared in the center of Marineford, surprising everyone. At the forefront was the Moby Dick, Whitebeard's flagship, and naturally Whitebeard was aboard it. Garurara! Whitebeard laughed. You wait right there, Ace. Whitebeard reared his arms seemingly in preparation to strike something, and when his arms struck out, cracks appeared in the air itself and the sea quaked. Giant tsunamis formed on either side of Marineford and threatened to wash everything and everyone away with them. He exchanged some words with Ace, Ace blaming himself for this whole mess and Whitebeard insisting it was his own fault. And they would have if Okiji hadn't stepped in and frozen them solid, along with the water in the bay. Okiji went to attack Whitebeard, but was easily stopped by Whitebeard's counterattack. Soon after, the battle went into full swing and quickly turned into a chaotic battlefield. All the big shots who had their eyes on Whitebeard saw a figure land on the Moby Dick and casually walk towards Whitebeard. They recognized her quickly as Harpin D. Cherry, a rare example of a pirate that had a bounty higher than her own captain. Hawkeye's usual frown got a bit deeper and nobody on the Marines' side had a good feeling about this. Cherry walked towards Whitebeard at a walking pace, until the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marco the Phoenix, stepped in her path. Where do you think you're going, little lady? This isn't the place for you, Marco said calmly, though his words were laced with an implicit threat. If it wasn't for the fact that he recognized her as a member of Ace's little brother's crew, he would have attacked her immediately. Don't be so protective, Marco. She can't do anything to me, let her through. Whitebeard spoke casually. Borsellino attempted to fire his laser at Whitebeard, but Marco moved to intercept it. Whitebeard studied Cherry as she resumed her approach and didn't even flinch at the 2 powerhouses fighting only a couple dozen meters away from her. Cherry stopped at a respectable distance and looked the man up and down. She had to respect him as a warrior. He had 1 foot in the grave, Here he stood on his own 2 feet as steady as a mountain. She wondered if even death could topple this monster. "I've got an offer for you. How would you like to return to your prime for a little while?" Cherry asked. Whitebeard scoffed. "I don't need any help from a youngster." "Are you sure? Is your pride worth more than the life of your beloved son?" Cherry said. Whitebeard frowned. This little girl was getting on his nerves. He made eye contact with her for the first time and almost flinched. It wasn't her countenance but what he saw hiding behind her eyes. Whitebeard may have been blinded to Blackbeard's true nature because of his love for his found family, but he was actually quite good at reading people. Staring into the depths of those black pupils, he could swear there was a genuine devil standing before him. They weren't so different from Rox or Roger's eyes. They weren't the kind of eyes that some youngster should have. 6. He actually stopped to think over her words seriously. Then, what she was offering wasn't something that would harm his reputation at all, and he really would like to feel the strength of his youth again. The problem was whether to trust this little girl. It might be a trick to weaken him instead. Although her own captain was currently on the chopping block as well, it wouldn't have been the first time the world government planted an undercover agent amongst a pirate crew. "Stop thinking so much, you old coot," Cherry said, bringing Whitebeard out of his thoughts. "I don't want to die, so I'm not gonna stab you in the back." "Do we got a deal or not?" Cherry extended a hand out for him to shake. Whitebeard inwardly chastised himself. Since when did he start to lose his boldness? Sengoku, who had been observing the meeting between Cherry and Whitebeard, suddenly had a terrible feeling when Cherry held out her hand to Whitebeard. "Stop them, right now!" Sengoku shouted, suddenly changing into his golden Buddha form and charging the Moby Dick. Admiral Sakazuki followed right behind. Even Garp moved, his instincts telling screaming at him. Whitebeard clasped his large hand over Cherry's forearm. Immediately Whitebeard felt something rush up his arm and spread out in his body. None of Whitebeard's crew could stop the 3 powerhouses of the Marines from reaching the Moby Dick. They prepared to attack the 2 of them all at once at full power. Boom! All 3 of them were struck with a massive shockwave as the air shattered from one side of the bait to the other. Gararara! Whitebeard laughed with great gusto. His lungs no longer hurt, his bones no longer creaked, his heart pounded with a strength it hadn't had for decades. Cherry hadn't been using hyperbole when she said she'd give him the strength of his prime back. Perhaps you could even say he was stronger than his prime, as he still possessed his many years of experience making up for his declining strength. "We're fucked." Every single present Marine had the same thought, whilst the people of the world watching through the Den Mushi broadcast paled in horror. 2. Cherry was huffing and puffing behind Whitebeard. She hadn't been sure how much energy his mortal body could handle, but ultimately she didn't have a chance to find out. Whitebeard had sucked up 90% of her total vital energy and still wanted more. Naturally she didn't want to give him everything she had and stopped prematurely. Cherry slunk away, intending to climb up the Moby Dick's mast Totty Crow's Nest to recuperate a bit. Although Whitebeard had been careful, she still took a big hit from Whitebeard's attack. 2. She wasn't out of the fight just yet, though. She wouldn't let the old man have all the fun. Chapter 115, New Technique. "What the hell happened to you, Edward?" "It's like I'm fighting you from 30 years ago," Garp said, shaking off his hand which ached a bit from the counterattack he just took. "Garara, a new special technique of mine, don't worry about it." Whitebeard lied through his teeth. Although Cherry had done this for him right before their eyes, it was such an outlandish thing to do that it was easier to believe Whitebeard's little lie about it. Cherry would be under a great deal of suspicion still, but without solid proof they might just let her off for it. One after all, who could reasonably believe that some upstart rookie was capable of empowering the legendary Whitebeard to such a degree? Sengoku, Garp, and Sakazuki pulled a tactical retreat, not yet ready to go all out against an even stronger Whitebeard than anticipated. Whitebeard allowed this as going all out would not only endanger everyone here, enemy and ally alike, but may also force the Marine's hand to execute Ace on the spot rather than let him potentially escape. Better to let his allies weaken the Marine's forces first before taking more direct action. Cherry climbed on top of the crow's nest of the Moby Dick after taking a quick rest to settle her vital energy. Now is as good a time as any to try this out, Cherry thought. She placed her hands in front of her, palms facing outwards. She activated her devil fruit and focused on the air. A gentle breeze suddenly picked up and seemed to converge on the point in front her. No one seemed to take notice as the battle was far more chaotic than what she was doing. A humming sound started to reverberate and got steadily louder. After about 30 seconds, a pinpoint of light could be seen forming in the center of the gentle vortex of air. Meanwhile, Hancock had kindly received the keys to Luffy's and Ace's handcuffs from a very nice Marine. He snuck her way behind the execution platform and chucked the key within Luffy's reach. "Hurry up, Luffy. The annoying men are coming back," Hancock whispered to him. Her observation Haki warned her of a threat and turned to see a flying sword attack from Hawkeye's direction. Hawkeye watched her dodge his attack, which wasn't all that surprising as he was only putting in the bare minimum of effort so that the world government couldn't complain about a lack of participation. A strange sound was picked up in his ears and he turned to find the source, ignoring the enraged ramblings directed at him by the Kuja Empress. He found his target of interest as he looked up at the crow's nest of the Moby Dick, where he saw his supposed daughter, though he didn't have any doubts about that fact. She appeared to be struggling a great deal with her face turned beet red with bulging veins in her forehead and bloodshot eyes. As to what she was struggling with, that was likely to be the ball of intense light right in front of her, that was roughly half a meter in diameter and was too bright to properly identify. The loud humming of the ball of light as well as the brightness of the thing had started to draw the attention of many on the battlefield. 1. Cherry started looking around for something, scanning the crowd left to right. Her eyes stopped when they met with Hawkeye's. Hawkeye wasn't really sure what to do as it was sort of their first meeting and simply stared back stiffly. Cherry's face split into an evil, mischievous smile and she pulled her hands, and the orb of light along with them to point in Hawkeye's direction. 2. "Uh-oh," was all Hawkeye could say before all hell broke loose. 1 solar flare. Cherry spoke normally, but amplified her voice so that all could hear it. 2 scream. The sound of 1,000 voice screaming in perfect harmony rang out. Burning plasma with the heat of the sun was released away from Cherry in a cone of solar flames. 2 Hawkeye ran away as quickly as a father going out to get some milk. The Marines that were nearby ran away as well, but many of them didn't make it all the way out and suffered from severe burns across their bodies, instantly removing them from the fight. 8. The center point of the affected area was turned into a large crater filled with molten rock. "Does she resent me that much?" Hawkeye wondered, surprised to find that it stung at his heart to think of it. He turned to look at Cherry. She was making a silly face at him with her tongue stuck out at him, but he did not find the resentment he expected. It seems that was a practical joke, Hawkeye thought, which had him reconsidering if he really wanted to reconnect with this troublesome daughter of his. 4. Cherry seemed to laugh at the conflicted look on his face, then she glanced towards the execution platform. Hawkeye followed her gaze and saw that Luffy and Ace were no longer there. Whoops. Oh well, Hawkeye thought. He didn't really care if they escaped or not in the end, but started searching for them anyways. 3. In a city on an island in the first half of the Grand Line, an old woman had been loudly complaining the actions of one Harpendee Cherry. After the solar flare attack was released towards the world's strongest swordsman, Hawkeye, however, she suddenly changed her tune. "Light that bastard's ass on fire, Cherry. Give another one for your mother, your grandfather, and I too while you're at it." Ha 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 ha. Grandma Angela laughed with a certain madness in her voice and a half-drunk bottle of bourbon in her hand. Bork and Slenk were just grateful they weren't near any crowds while their master was openly revealing her relation with a world-infamous criminal. Not that they had any bad feeling towards Cherry, but they didn't want to paint a target on their backs. Back at Marineford, Captain Hina witnessed the attack Cherry delivered with her own eyes. She was having trouble reconciling the Cherry she was seeing now with the one she met back at her home. Was the Cherry she met before just an act? Was the Cherry she was witnessing right now some sort of sick joke or trick? Or perhaps was it her own worldview that was too black and white, too eager to assign the labels of good and evil? She shook those unnecessary thoughts out of her mind and focused on what was in front of her. That being Whitebeard's pirates, which she could deal with without any complicated questions about her sense of justice. Cherry, on the other hand, had decided to sneak away and have a look around the fortress for any goodies. They didn't have any devil fruit laying around as far as she could tell, which was disappointing, but perhaps there were some other goodies to find. She needed to recuperate some of her energy reserve anyways, and the battle wouldn't reach its climax for a little while. Cherry burrowed beneath the ice and made her way to the stone of the wall and dug into it as well. Soon she broke into an open space that appeared to be a storage room. Poking around there wasn't really anything of interest here, so she moved towards the door and started wandering the halls. There were only a few people down here, so she didn't need to be particularly careful. Tang tang tang. The familiar sound of hammer meeting metal was heard after walking around for a few minutes. In fact, it was a little too familiar. Soon, Cherry realized why. "I found you," Cherry said, her face twisting into the countenance of a demon. Chapter 116. An old acquaintance. Cherry followed the sound of clanging metal. She knew this sound. She had heard it often for many years and she couldn't possibly mistake it for anything else. This was the technique of her former teacher and master, the very same one who used her own masterpiece to kill her. Memories from long ago surfaced in her mind. Of the day her master found her half-starved and begging in the street. Of the very first dagger she had smithed under his guidance. Of how excited she was to show him that she had finally caught up to him, and the sense of betrayal that had followed soon after. He had been as closest to a father figure she had ever possessed. All ruined by a moment of greed. She reached a heavily reinforced sea-stone alloy door. The sounds were coming from right behind it. Cherry pulled out her spear and easily destroyed the lock with a sharp thrust, and then kicked the door open. The clanging of hammer on metal didn't stop as she stepped inside. Before a very exquisite forge was a young man who looked about the same age as herself, hammering away at an unfinished blade. Cherry didn't stop him. Instead she observed his every movement, making sure that she was correct. It was possible he could be an apprentice mimicking his master, but she was sure now, it was too skillful to be an apprentice, and anyone he taught would have developed their own style by the time they reached this level. He stopped hammering at the blade and stuck it back into the forge to bring the heat back up. Then he stretched his fingers and turned to look at her. "Although you rudely barged into my smithy, at least you have the sense not to interrupt me." "Who are you and what do you want?" He spoke curtly, not the least bit nervous. "You know who I am." Cherry spoke in a language that wasn't native to this world. His eyes widened almost imperceivably. "I see. You've come to kill me then?" he asked, glancing at the spear in her hand. "Not bad work given the garbage we have to work with in this world." "A bound weapon? First I'll get answers from you, then I'll send you on your way swiftly," Cherry replied, not answering his own question. "Ask away," he said, leaning against a workbench. "What first? Why did I do it?" "You might get a kick out of that one. First tell me if and who you've told about immortal techniques from our world," Cherry ordered, maintaining her vigilance. "No one, not even that creepy undead bastard." "I'd sooner die before giving away one of my advantages," he said, taking a metal file to his nails. "Good. You can die now." Cherry brandished her spear. Wait. You really don't want to know anything else?" He got flustered. Seeing her momentarily pause, he started to plead his case. "I knew this day would come eventually, the day I came to my senses about 6 years ago. I've had my answers to whatever questions you might ask all figured out, you know. At least let me do that much." Cherry was annoyed. Why couldn't the bastard just accept his death like a man instead of trying to stall for time? "Fine. No one can save you in any case," Cherry said. She was somewhat curious, and knowing would help her to let it go. "Why don't we start with why, then?" It's not like I wanted to do it, you know. I did care about you somewhat, but it was you or me," he said. "You see, I was a fraud, All my greatest works, especially the Spear of Eons, were robbed from their real creators and passed off as my own. The other masters were starting to get suspicious since I hadn't produced anything comparable in a long time. Then you came along with that sword too. You expect me to believe that you cared about me when you murdered me? Cherry growled in response. I know it sounds like a lie, but it's the truth. I have always lived while putting myself before all others, but that doesn't mean I couldn't care about someone else, he said, leaning back in a subconscious attempt to distance himself. You said you came to yourself 6 years ago. Why did you take so long when I came to myself 18 years ago? Cherry calmed herself and asked. She had her own ideas, but wanted his opinion on the matter. Fraud or not, he at least had a great deal more experience than her. 2. Ah, I see. That makes sense. You were only stabbed while I was at the epicenter of the sword's self-destruction. The injuries to my soul were much greater, so it took longer to recover. Though frankly it's surprising either of us recovered. He spoke, habitually starting to lecture her. I suspect there must have been a problem with your soul-annihilating inscription, or perhaps it's just that soul destruction has been misunderstood the whole time. After all, if the soul is sent outside the myriad realms, it accomplishes basically the same thing. Cherry thought that made sense. Perhaps she'd try to study soul-related devil fruit more closely in the future and see if she could work out what happened, but that was for a different time. 1. Well, that's all I want to know. Goodbye and good riddance. Cherry thrust her spear without holding back. Her old master didn't dodge but instead smirked at her. Soon she found out why, as a clawed skeletal hand latched onto her spear only centimeters from piercing his heart. Ha ha ha, foolish girl. Not every powerhouse is involved in the war, he sneered. Wilson Alexander held the spear firmly in his grasp. That was a close one. Cherry felt foolish. She had let her emotions cloud her judgment and forgotten about this bag of bones, and that she couldn't pick him up with life sense. 2. Now uphold your end of the deal. Kill her and send her soul to hell. Then I'll tell you all my secrets, the young blacksmith shouted. Couldn't even do it yourself, huh? Coward. Cherry mocked, but she was quite anxious now. Wilson didn't have a reason to kill her before, but he did now, and she wasn't sure she could escape him. Wilson surprised both of the reincarnated immortals. However, he placed a hand on the younger man's head, then pulled Cherry's spear to pierce his heart. 3. I was almost too late to send you off, young man. Wilson spoke in a grandfatherly tone, but his face was twisted with a sadistic perversion. What were the only words the young man could speak before the light vanished from his eyes. 1. Wilson pulled a ghostly wisp from the man's head that struggled in his grasp. He turned to look at the flabbergasted Cherry. You want to know why? He said. Cherry nodded. I already told you about my hobby. Between the two of you, his soul is so much more appealing. A soul from another world filled with so much sin and darkness, it'll be delicious to send him to hell. 4. His voice trailed off as he unhinged his jaw and slurped up the wisp. Cherry thought she heard it scream faintly as it was pulled into the dark abyss below. What about me then? Cherry asked tentatively. You can go, just take credit for his death for me, will you? That's the only reason I didn't kill him earlier. They would have annoyed me a lot about killing their talented new blacksmith, Wilson said, but he saw she was a bit confused. You've got all the time in the world to become more delicious. I can wait. He licked his lips, then stalked out of the room. 3. Cherry watched him leave, keeping her guard up in case he changed his mind. After a while she sighed as some of the tension left her body. She glanced around the room. This is some pretty high-quality metal. Guess I won't leave empty-handed, she thought, scooping it all up into a thick bag she found nearby. Time to go. Cherry scurried out, not even taking a second glance at the crumpled form of her former master. He was behind her now, no longer a plague upon her second chance. I'm definitely going to kill that old bastard when I'm strong enough, though. You're not gonna eat my soul, sicko, she thought as she worked her way back to the battle. Chapter 117. hero of the Marines. Cherry burrowed out of the ground where there weren't any nearby Marines and made her way towards the battle from behind their lines. She looked over the scene to see what changes had taken place. A horned giant with yellow skin that was big enough to make other giants look small was collapsed on the wall that was between the bay and the Marine forces. Pacifistas had shown up behind Whitebeard's allies and started to lay waste to them. One of Whitebeard's allies had stabbed him through the chest in a sudden betrayal, though with the energy Cherry had loaned him that injury wasn't all that serious. The surprising thing was that Whitebeard forgave the traitor. Whitebeard was a great model for healthy masculinity, she supposed. For Ace and Luffy, who had been freed from their restraints, were having a lot of trouble fighting their way out as they were surrounded by enemies. In particular, it seemed that Garp had decided to stop them. "Since this is the path you've chosen, you'll have to walk it over my dead body," Garp said to them. Though his words were harsh and unyielding, the tears streaking down his face betrayed his conflicted emotions. One Cherry rushed through the crowds of Marines with her traceless steps. By the time the Marines she passed by realized what happened, she was already beyond their reach. Garp swung a fist towards Luffy, who was charging him. Unexpectedly, it wasn't Luffy that he clashed with, but the spear of a young woman with sharp eyes. "Hey, you old coot. How about I do you a huge favor and keep you company for a while?" Cherry spoke with a smile. One Garp showed no annoyance or anger at her intervention. Instead there was an immeasurable relief and gratitude. Garp pushed her back with his khaki-coated fist. "I won't go easy on you, girl." "That's good, old man. How would I be able to face Luffy after killing you, huh?" Cherry teased. Ace and Luffy took a hint and used the opportunity to push through the throngs of Marines away from Garp and Cherry. Before they started in earnest, the world seemed to tilt. "Whitebeard," Garp muttered, suggesting that it was the legendary pirate's doing. "That there is a real man, Garp. You need to pull your head out of your ass and see what's really important," Cherry lectured. "This is no time for talking, fight me." Garp launched himself at her, his indomitable fist bearing down on her. Cherry held nothing back. She couldn't afford to against this man. As she poured her haki into her spear, thrusting it towards the old man with all the vibrational energy she could muster, she felt a familiar tickle of something far beneath the surface of herself. That last time she had felt it was her fight against Wilson Alexander at Water 7. Boom! The clash between fist and spear sent both of them taking several steps backwards. Nearby Marines who had been hoping to interfere were sent flying away, clearing a circle for their fight to take place in. A few more exchanges occurred, with Cherry always losing out, but not by too much. These were just probing attacks, however, to gauge each other's strength. Soon Garp got serious and Cherry was in a real tough spot. She was always on the back foot, but hadn't taken any direct attacks yet. All the while, Cherry was trying to draw upon whatever power it was that was lurking beneath. She had an idea of what it was, but didn't know what she needed to do to bring it out. "You aren't going to get anywhere with an attitude like that, girl. You won't even be able to beat an old man like me," Garp commented during one of their rare, very short respites. "For what do you mean, old man?" "I'm doing the best I can here," Cherry said, fending off another punch. "You're fighting to stall, not to win." "That's fine for anyone else. But if you want to get somewhere in the world, you'll need to be more like Luffy." Garp said nothing more and sped up his onslaught. "Why would I fight to win? I know I can't win against him, so what's the point in deluding myself?" Cherry thought. Then an idea started to form in her mind. She looked over at Luffy who, despite obviously being out of his league here, seemed to have every confidence in his ability to succeed in his goal. "Let's try it then." Cherry then entered a half-meditative state. She tried to convince herself that she could beat Garp, despite his overwhelming strength. One Cherry's eyes widened and she went on a desperate offensive. She started to take his attacks now, but she also started to break through his defenses as well. Garp sensed the change that came over her and could only grin widely. "Me and my big mouth." One Marine captain tried to take advantage of Cherry's lower defenses and aimed his bazooka at her. Cherry sensed his intent and glanced at him. Vroom! The Marine captain suddenly collapsed to the ground unconscious. baffling his comrades around him as to what happened. Garp and a few powerhouses that were paying attention knew better though. Conqueror's Haki. They thought simultaneously. So that's what it was after all. Interesting. Cherry spoke to herself. It didn't really help in this fight against Garp right now, but she had high expectations for the future. The Marines raised some sort of steel wall around the bay, but Whitebeard shattered them left and right with his devil fruit power. Things aren't looking up for your side, Garp. Sure you don't want to switch? Cherry mocked. Garp only shook his head. Cherry brandished her spear. She intended to win this fight despite the poor odds. Once more the old man and young woman clashed. Like before, Cherry was fighting in a seemingly crazed manner, allowed strikes to get past her guard. However, Garp started to take more damage now. Not to mention that his arms felt like they were on fire from all the Hoken blows they'd taken. What kind of technique is this? It even penetrates my armament Haki somewhat. Garp thought. If Qin Zhao had heard this, he would be crying tears of hatred. Whilst Garp had countless tiny fractures in his arms and many cuts and shallow stab wounds, Cherry was starting to look like a mess. Even with her body that ordinary people couldn't hope to damage, she looked like she was at death's door. The Marines around her had gone pale from fear at how this woman who ought to be dead a few times over was still fighting as hard as she was in the beginning of the fight, and against the hero Garp too. Cherry's tactics started to get wilder and wilder. At one point she even bit down on Garp's right ear and took a chunk out of it. You damned brat. Garp forgot about his original gratitude towards Cherry for giving him a way to avoid choosing between family and duty. Now he was just angry. One Whitebeard was cleaving his way through the Marines like a hot knife through butter. The three admirals and Sengoku had to personally face him to keep him from advancing, but of course Whitebeard wasn't alone, so they were on the losing side. Garp was running out of stamina. The years have not been kind to him. Cherry on the other hand wasn't even out of breath, which he found to be absurd considering her injuries. Time to end this, old man. It's my win, Cherry taunted. One, not if I can help it. Garp charged her. Cherry thrust her spear to meet his fist, but the impact didn't come this time. The spear simply vanished from her hand, and in its place there appeared a revolver. Bang. One Garp didn't manage to coat his torso with Haki in time and he felt a bullet ripped through his abdomen. That wasn't the end either, as Cherry took advantage of his surprise and exhaustion to land a drop kick into his face. One Garp fell backward and skid along the ground for a few dozen meters before coming to a stop. His strength was failing him and he barely managed to prop himself up enough to see Cherry run away. Garp plopped himself back down and waited for the medic Marines to start fussing over him. He was out of the fight now, so he could rest easy knowing Sengoku couldn't complain too much. Chapter 118. A wild Blackbeard appears. One Cherry weaved through the crowd towards her next target. The fight with Garp had left her with major injuries, but now wasn't the time for licking her wounds. Along the way she found that Captain Hina was in her path, so as she passed her she turned around to blow her a kiss before rushing out of sight again. Hina had made a strange face at that, one which simultaneously showed concern for her injuries, and like she wanted to finish her off. Some weirdo in a pink feather coat had struck Luffy hard enough to stun him, but seeing Admiral Sakazuki break off from the fight with Whitebeard and head towards them caused him to back off. Cherry was able to overhear Sakazuki say some mocking words about Whitebeard to Ace, which worked splendidly as a taunt. Ace earned a blast of lava for his reckless charge and Sakazuki turned to Luffy, who was just getting his bearings back. Sakazuki made to end Luffy's life with an arm made of lava. Ace rushed towards them and placed himself directly between his little brother and the hot-headed Admiral. Admiral Sakazuki's lava fist burned through skin and flesh. Just not the flesh he expected to burn. I thought that soft old man, Garp, had been holding back against her, but it seems I was wrong. Her body is far tougher than I could have imagined. Sakazuki analyzed, seeing that his attack didn't pierce all the way through Cherry's body. Cherry grabbed onto the arm that was halfway pierced into her chest and wrapped around it with her arms and legs. Smiling like a devil who felt no pain from her burning flesh, she suddenly contorted her body with all her strength, the haki coating her arms and legs, preventing Sakazuki from being intangible. 1. Sakazuki's face contorted in anger and pain, then a sickening snap was heard by everyone nearby. "Damned pirate!" Sakazuki shouted, using the arm that hadn't been snapped at the elbow to try and smother Cherry in boiling, molten rock. Jinbe had already snatched up Ace and Luffy and fled with them under his arms as quickly as he could. Sakazuki's attack came down upon the helpless Cherry, who still had an infuriating smile on her face. Swing! Sakazuki's good arm was sent arcing away by a flying sword attack. He wasn't harmed at all as the attack contained no haki to counteract his intangibility, but that didn't stop him from glaring at the perpetrator. "What do you think you're pulling, Hawkeye? You want to lose your Shikibukai status?" Sakazuki spoke through a tightly clenched jaw, barely containing his boiling rage. "It was an accident," Hawkeye answered shamelessly, maintaining his signature poker face. Thanks a whole bunch, Papa Tilda. I knew you loved me Tilda." Cherry spoke in a sing-song voice and winked. She had already gotten back to her feet and weaved through the nearby Marines. Boom. Sakazuki was hit hard by shockwave attack from Whitebeard before he could even think to give chase. Soon after, a swordsman called Visto and the Phoenix Devil Fruit user Mako engaged Sakazuki, preventing him from interfering at least for the time being. Jinbe, Ace, and Luffy finally made it to the other side with the bulk of the pirates. Whitebeard, seeing this, ordered them all to retreat. Something strange caught the attention of the Marines and the pirates in this moment. A massive giant wearing a prisoner's jumpsuit was hiding poorly behind the fortress, and soon a group of people made themselves known. "Zahahaha! It's been a while, hasn't it, old man?" Blackbeard shouted. The Marines started to recognize the people he'd brought with him. They were an assortment of the worst criminals from Impel Down that were judged to be bad enough to be erased from history. Blackbeard went on a rant about how it had been his plan all along to use his position as a Shikibukai to break them out for his crew. "Teach!" Whitebeard shouted his name, drawing his attention. Blackbeard saw Whitebeard winding up his arm and seemed to panic at the sight. Rightfully so, as Whitebeard swung his fist soon after and crushed the portion of the fortress they had been standing on into gravel. Whitebeard started telling him that he was no longer his son and that he would be put down for his betrayal. "Is this really important right now? It's time to run away now, old man," Cherry thought with exasperation. This was why she didn't hold her pride so high. At least the Marines don't seem to want to get in the middle of it. Guess they want the pirates to kill each other. She observed the Marines who were just watching on the sidelines. Blackbeard made a big show of his devil fruit power in front of the whole world like an idiot. It was some kind of darkness fruit, and it seemed capable of sealing devil fruit powers when he touched someone, like he did with Whitebeard just now before getting slashed. Like an idiot, Whitebeard grabbed the idiot by the head and activated his devil fruit to blast him with a point-blank shockwave, grumbling the stone below them. "There's something weird about this guy, but I can't quite put my finger on it. I guess I can get a closer look later. Unless he dies here, which seems likely," Cherry thought. Cherry was pretty much done getting involved in the action now, unless she absolutely had to. Her injuries needed some time to recover from and were reaching a point where she was at risk of dying. If old Whitebeard gets himself killed, that's not my problem. Though I'd prefer that he didn't, since he owes me a big favor now, Cherry thought, observing the fight. "Damn it, kill him!" Blackbeard shouted, pulling a pistol, whilst his new crew jumped into action to attack Whitebeard. Perhaps if it had been the Whitebeard of before, he would have fallen to these attacks, but not now. Whitebeard swung his glaive in a wide arc, fending off the melee attackers, whilst the bullets that rained down on him simply glanced off his body as he precisely protected himself with minimal haki coverage. 2. Blackbeard almost looked like he was going to cry. He had no clue what was going on. Wasn't Whitebeard practically on his deathbed? How in the hell was he fending them off so easily? Blackbeard scrambled to his feet to try and run away, when his leg was suddenly pierced by a bullet. Glancing back, he saw Cherry smiling at him with a revolver pointed in his direction. Blackbeard was no pushover, though. even if he was kind of stupid. Despite the enhanced pain shooting up his leg from the wound, he still stood up and began to flee. Whitebeard wasn't keen on him escaping, but Blackbeard's crew weren't letting him get a clear path to him. Whitebeard saw that he wouldn't be able to kill Blackbeard today, given that the Marines were still waiting to swoop in like vultures to feast on whatever remains. He clicked his tongue in annoyance and began to pull back towards his own crew for a retreat. He had accomplished his goal here. He shouldn't risk his sons and daughters for the sake of revenge. The pressure was eased from their side as the Marines split their forces between Whitebeard and Blackbeard. Fresh Marines were coming out of hidden places in the fortress to relieve the exhausted and battle-worn Marines, though, which didn't allow them too much wiggle room. Cherry approached Whitebeard's side. "It's not going to last much longer, old man. We need to get out of here before it wears off." "I know. I can feel myself getting weaker by the second." "By the way, you look like you've been to hell and back, young lady." Whitebeard spoke. Cherry didn't miss the change in the way he addressed her, and felt the heightened respect he had for her. "How would you like to become my daughter?" he offered sincerely. "I'm afraid I'll have to decline. I'm still got a rotten father that needs to be taught a lesson or two." Cherry declined politely. 5 Hawkeye, huh? "Good luck with that, Garara." Whitebeard chuckled. Chapter 119, Escape from Marineford. Admiral Borsellino fired dozens of his lasers at the retreating pirates in a last-ditch attempt to at least finish off Ace, but he didn't have much luck. It would be far too dangerous for him to isolate himself amongst Whitebeard's crew by attempting to get in close. He wasn't willing to risk his own skin with such bad odds. Admiral Sakazuki had recovered from the blow he took from Whitebeard and started launching large lava projectiles at their ships. Aokiji used what little strength he had left to encircle the ships with ice, trapping them inside. That didn't last long as Whitebeard smashed apart the frozen ocean easily. Fleet Admiral Sengoku was coming to terms with the fact that they had lost. Their fight with Whitebeard left himself and his 3 admirals wounded and tired. Garp had been taken out of the fight as well. The only powerhouse they had left that could contend with them was Vice Admiral Juri, who they had kept in reserve, but she couldn't turn the tides at this point. "Why didn't I bring Issho and Aramaki in?" Sengoku sighed in despondence. He knew why. They couldn't just abandon the whole world for this fight. Who knows what kind of havoc they'd be left to clean up if they did. This is all that little devil's fault. Sengoku glared in the direction of the retreating Cherry. He never would have believed that a single rookie could have completely turned the tide of this war, and he had no doubt that that was the truth of the matter. Harpentine Cherry had demonstrated her strength by defeating Garp, even if she came out of it looking much worse than Garp did. Her main contribution to the war, though, was whatever mysterious technique she had used to return Whitebeard to the strength of his prime. It was dangerous, extremely dangerous. There were plenty of big shots in the world who had fallen out of the public eye because their bodies suffered the ravages of time. Is it her devil fruit? She is a fusion woman if I recall correctly. Did she transfer her own youth or vitality to Whitebeard or something? Sengoku shook his head. There was no point in speculating by himself. He was no scientist, but he could ask Vegapunk about it later. Perhaps he would have some insights into the matter. Sakazuki refused to give her the chase, despite his exhaustion and injuries. It was not outside of the realm of possibilities that his recklessness would get him killed. Just as Sengoku was going to order him to come back, another change occurred on the battlefield. Red hair. Sengoku frowned. It was over. Not even the zealous Sakazuki could argue otherwise at this point, as evidenced by how the lava man had halted in his pursuit and seemed to boil with rage. Another surprise was the arrival of a yellow submarine belonging to another rookie by the name of Trafalgar Law. Back on the pirates' side, Cherry stopped running to look at Shanks. Luffy had a promise with the man to meet him again someday when he had become a great pirate. It was perhaps a bit too early for that, as Shanks seemed relieved to see that Luffy was somehow sleeping soundly in Jinbe's grasp. He had good senses. The moment the battle's result was decided, all the tension left him and he was out like a light. Shanks felt that someone was looking at him and turned to see Cherry. At first he didn't recognize her, that it was just how grisly of a state her body was in. "Hey, Tattletale, maybe you should go with that fellow and take Luffy with you. He's a doctor, I've heard, Shanks said. One, don't act all cool. I could hear your squealing from miles away on that night. A little old lady really sent you packing, huh? Cherry teased, which brought a bit of pink to his cheeks as he coughed awkwardly. Yasp, anything you want me to say to your boy? I can tell him next time I see him. Cherry called out. I appreciate it. Tell him I'm real proud and I can't wait to see what he makes of himself. He needs to put on some more muscle, though. Just cause he's a sniper like his old man doesn't mean he should skip out on the workouts. Yasp yelled back in response with some fatherly praise and advice. It was a shame he was such a deadbeat. He would have made for a decent father. Shanks basically declared the end of the war at this point. No one could object to his declaration, as they weren't in any condition to fight with another Emperor of the Sea. Certainly not one still in the prime of his life. Cherry joined up with Jinbe and Luffy, who boarded Law's submarine. Ace went with Whitebeard after telling Jinbe to give his thanks to Luffy. Not for coming to save him, but just for being his brother and for loving him. Law's submarine sank under the waves and he came to check Cherry's wounds first, since Luffy wasn't in any danger. How are you even still conscious? No, how are you even still alive? Law exclaimed. He'd never seen someone with this kind of damage who wasn't a corpse. He, don't look down on me, brat, Cherry said. I'm older than you, Law growled, trying to herd Cherry into his operating room. Some pestering me, I'll be fine. I just need a good night's sleep is all, Cherry said, knowing full well that what she was saying was absurdity of the highest order. By the common sense of this world anyways. I don't know how you're being so casual about this, but I'm not leaving you to die. I'm a doctor, Law complained, thinking Cherry was worse than the most stubborn elderly patients he's dealt with before. Stop pushing your luck, Law. I'm only here to make sure your motivations for helping Luffy are pure. Otherwise I'm going to sink us, and I'm the only one with a fishman. Cherry poked his chest, as if to accentuate her threat. Fine, be that way. Don't come crying to me when you're dead. Law turned his attention to Luffy. Jinbe didn't want to get involved with the argument and was trying to meditate. He was somewhat worried about Cherry's wounds as well, but his experience with her told him to stay out of it. Meanwhile, around the world people were taking in the truth of what they just witnessed. Whitebeard won the war, the world government had lost, and it wasn't even that close. Buggy and his group of escapees has stolen one of the Dendan Mushi used for broadcasting, so the Marines hadn't been able to hide their shameful defeat. The Revolutionary Army was ecstatic at this massive blow to the Marines' reputation, especially since it was at the hands of pirates instead of themselves. They were trying to avoid any public clashes with the world government and focus on building sympathy with the people right now, rather than playing into the image of evildoers the world government told people they were. Dragon in particular was quite proud of his son. When it came to pissing off the world government, he was a chip off the old block. Among the general populace, the reaction was very different. Fear and despair were prominent emotions among many of them. For a small subset of individuals, however, it was like a fire was growing in their hearts. The Marines are this weak. Then don't I have a shot at becoming king of the pirates? Won't the next king of the pirates basically rule the world? Was the sort of thoughts racing through their minds. For it was the beginning of a new era, a new golden age for piracy. The fervor that had started to die down from Roger's last words was reignited. Last, but not least, the familiar figure of Grandma Angela was getting wasted with her apprentices Bork and Slunk. She had a great deal to celebrate and a great deal to mourn. On one hand, her precious granddaughter was still alive and had made quite the name for herself. On the other hand, there was no way the world government would ever let Cherry go. Maybe I should join the revolutionaries. Angela slurred. Slunk and Bork went a bit pale at that idea, but their loyalties were firmly with their master, not the government, so they would follow whatever path she walked. Chapter 120, Amazon Lily. Trafalgar Law finished up with his checkup with Luffy and Jinbe, treating their wounds after determining that they would only need plenty of rest to recover. He came to find that Cherry had raided his quarters and taken some of his clothes for herself. Her own clothes were ruined, so she would need something fresh to wear, of course. but that didn't mean he would have given his own clothing to her. "Why didn't you guys stop her?" he asked, turning to look at his crew. The reason they didn't stop her became pretty apparent after spotting the swollen lumps on their heads. "We tried to stop her, Captain. We even offered her some of our clothes, but she insisted that the only clothes suitable for a woman were in your room." At those words there was some stifled snickering. "I'm not wearing one of those weird jumpsuits." "Your clothes will do just fine," Cherry said, sitting in a meditation pose. "If you wear my clothes like that, someone might assume you're my woman," Law said, in a last-ditch attempt to save his custom shirt from permanent blood stains. That would be a terrible mistake on their part, though it wouldn't be me they'd need to worry about." Cherry spoke mysteriously. For a few hours later they surfaced as they had limited air supply and didn't wish to waste it unnecessarily. Luffy had woken up and had remarkably quiet, though he didn't hold back from eating all the food they put in front of him. The experiences he's had since they landed at Saibadi Archipelago weighed heavily upon his mind. However simple-minded he may be, he couldn't deny the fact that Cherry had been right to say he and the others weren't ready to throw themselves into the new world as they are now. He felt that he needed to train himself, though not just physically. He needed to train his haki as well, but that was easier said than done without a proper teacher. Cherry was strong, but she was no expert with haki. She was only just delving into it herself, at least that's what she told him. When he asked her, perhaps the Kuja could teach him? They were quite adept at the use of haki when he fought them in their arena at Amazon Lily. Men were forbidden there, however, and they've helped him so much already that it didn't feel right to ask them for this. "What are you thinking so hard about, Luffy?" "It's not like you," Cherry asked, snatching some meat away from his plate. "I need to get stronger," Luffy said simply. He was never one for long-winded speeches. "Just ask Rayleigh then," Cherry offered. "Oh, okay." Luffy perked up immediately. It didn't even occur to him that he might be refused. A marine warship was spotted in the distance and was on an intercept course with them. They prepared for battle, but it ultimately wasn't necessary as the ship had been hijacked by Hancock. She had turned the Marines to stone after they set off to bring her back home. Ivankov and his Okama, Bon Clay included, had stowed away on the ship as well for some reason. Luffy Hancock almost whispered, seeming too shy to call his name too loudly. "Bitch." Hancock turned a hostile gaze at Cherry. 2-0? "I guess I won't tell you what Luffy's favorite food is," Cherry teased. There was an awkward silence for a few moments. "I'm sorry, please tell me," Hancock said without an ounce of shame. "For he, I like you. You're very straightforward." "Okay, come over here. I can't let this exclusive knowledge be known to just anyone." "I'm sure you'll agree," Cherry said, motioning her to come closer. Hancock nodded her head, thinking that was very true. She couldn't let the harlots of the world find out the likes and dislikes of Luffy. Cherry didn't just tell her about Luffy's favorite foods, all meat pretty much, but just about everything she could remember about him. By the end of their little talk, Hancock considered Cherry to be a very close friend and ally, especially since Cherry told her she only likes the ladies, so she couldn't be interested in Luffy. 6. Cherry thought that Hancock was adorable in her single-minded pursuit of Luffy. If she didn't know better, she'd think Hancock was a stalker type. Hancock wasn't trying to control Luffy's life at all, though, so it wasn't really a big deal. Cherry had to admire the woman's beauty as well. She wasn't called the world's most beautiful woman for nothing, though in Cherry's opinion she was only third most beautiful at best, Cherry being second and Robin being first of course. 7. The others were looking at them strangely, which was understandable as they had spent about half an hour muttering to each other about Luffy. Both of them simply ignored the looks and refocused on Luffy, who was currently eating through some of the food the Okama brought him from the marine ship. "You should come back to Amazon Lily with me, Luffy. The Marines won't find you there. I can also teach you a bit about the basics of haki, but unfortunately not much more due to some stupid antiquated laws. I'll call the Kuja pirate ship to pick us up," Hancock said, thrilled that she can offer something that Luffy likes, that being training to get stronger. Thank you, Hancock. Luffy was grateful for even a little guidance at this point. Why, you're welcome, Hancock said in a small voice as she blushed. He said my name. When the Kuja vessel arrived to pick them up, Law tried to insist that Cherry at least stayed with his ship until she actually recovered. Cherry responded by showing some of her wounds to him, which shocked him to the core. Her wounds weren't completely healed, but didn't look nearly as bad as they had only hours ago. In their current state, one could easily survive with the help of a regular doctor, compared to before where perhaps only the most skilled doctors in the world could even have a slim chance of saving the patient. Is this the work of your devil fruit or something? I can't imagine anything else would allow healing this fast. Law's mind was filled with various ideas in how this fruit could potentially be used for medical purposes. His own devil fruit allowed for unparalleled surgical skill, after all. Cherry found the Kuja pirates to be quite likable. After chatting with them, it seemed that they considered strength to be the highest quality in terms of beauty. After telling them she defeated the Hiragap in the middle of Marineford during the war with Whitebeard, their eyes sparkled with amazement, though only after confirming that it was true with Hancock. 4. Once they reached Amazon Lily, a little old lady had insisted quite heavily that Luffy not be allowed back in the settlement and instead stay on the other side of the island, citing the stupid antiquated laws that Hancock mentioned before. It didn't seem like she really wanted to do it though, just that she was a stickler for tradition. Cherry was allowed inside if she so wished, though normally outsiders regardless of gender weren't allowed inside. But since she had become quite good friends with Hancock, an exception was made. 1. Figuring Luffy could use some alone time, she decided to explore the city. Hancock's sister Sanderson offered to guide her. The snake-like woman had long, luscious green hair flowing from her wide head, and stood about 4.5 meters tall. Cherry could tell the woman had volunteered with an ulterior motive from the way she had sent sidelong glances at her for the duration of their trip. Once they had broken away from the others and were alone, Cherry spoke up. I'm afraid that I'm taken, though I am very flattered, Cherry said, giving a smile and a wink. 5. Sanderson blushed furiously and turned her head away to hide her face. Cherry raised her eyebrows, surprised that she'd actually hit the mark. It was almost a shame she already had Robin, as the snake woman was very cute despite her unusual proportions. 1. I wonder how many Kuja women are going to fall for me before I leave? Cherry pondered seriously. Chapter 121, Family Reunion. After a night of cultivating, Cherry fully recovered from her injuries during the war at Marineford. She decided to stick around Amazon Lily for a little while, learn some of that basic haki technique that Hancock promised to teach Luffy. It's definitely not because she had pretty women fangirling over her after demonstrating her strength in their arena. 1. It's also definitely not because she was reluctant to leave Luffy's side. After all, she had been instrumental in saving his brother's life, which had pretty much resolved their intertwined fates in one go. There is no reason to stick around with Luffy and the other Straw Hats anymore, Cherry muttered to herself, hating the sound of her own voice as she spoke the words. 1. And Luffy said he wants to train for a couple of years before resuming his journey with the others. He even plans to return to Marineford and make a ruckus to ensure that he would make the newspaper's front page to let them know. By the time that day comes, I'll likely have outgrown his little crew. I'm already leagues ahead of them, Cherry convinced herself. 4. She shook those thoughts out of her mind. Rayleigh would arrive at Amazon Lily soon, according to her predictions based on the strength of the connection with his Vivre card. Once he arrived, Cherry will have a chat with him and then go pick up Cabinet so they can resume their own travels. It was during their haki training with Hancock that Rayleigh swam to shore after fighting off a Sea King. Hancock and her 2 sisters didn't flip out over another man coming to their island as anticipated. Rather, they seemed to know Rayleigh and even were grateful towards him for some reason. Rayleigh, show me some advanced haki stuff. I'm leaving soon, so let me see what's possible when I'm training on my own, Cherry demanded. Rayleigh didn't seem to mind her rude and selfish attitude. I suppose you'll need all the strength you can get your hands on after the new bounty they gave you. Can't blame them after you beat Garp and whatever you did to Whitebeard. 800 million Biri. They really don't like you, do they? Ha ha ha. Rayleigh responded. He also felt it would be worthwhile for her to see what's possible with Haki, considering she awakened her Conqueror's Haki during her fight with Garp. 8. Rayleigh told Luffy he should watch as well, since he had come to teach him in the first place. He demonstrated a few ways to use Haki that Cherry never considered. What she was most interested in was the application of armament Haki that he used, in which he infused his own vital energy into his Haki. She was able to use this application immediately, as she already had full control over her vital energy, which was normally the hard part for people. Rayleigh gawked at Cherry after she reduced a treat to splinters with a light touch. What'll happen if I combine this with Houken? Cherry wondered aloud. Please don't do it here. I don't think I can take the blow to my ego. Rayleigh misunderstood her demonstration as a terrifyingly monstrous level of talent. Rayleigh didn't explain or demonstrate the way to infuse Conqueror's Haki into attacks. One should master Conqueror's Haki first in its basic use. Otherwise you'll end up wasting time with training that won't bear any results. He imagined she would work it out herself eventually anyways, the little devil that she was. Well, alright. I guess this is goodbye, Luffy, Cherry said somewhat awkwardly. Yeah, thanks for everything, Cherry. Shishishi. Luffy pulled her into a hug that almost sent Hancock into a frenzy, much to Cherry's amusement. Cherry didn't bother with a boat of any kind, as only the Kuja pirate ship could sail in the calm belt with its sea serpents. So, she just used Kamisari to run through the air at high speeds in the general direction of Cabinet. Zoro was pretty pissed off as he desperately fought with the native baboons of Kuragana Island, who had learned to fight with weapons from watching the humans who once destroyed themselves with war here. It had been almost 3 whole weeks since they arrived here. First, Cabinet had adamantly insisted on waiting for Cherry to come get her instead of flying him out of this hellhole. Then Hawkeye had shown up, of all people, and mocked his futile efforts to beat a bunch of monkeys. Eventually he was struck down again, and Cabinet came and dragged him away from the baboons. The baboons never attacked Cabinet for some reason, which only added to his frustration. Why the hell don't those damned monkeys attack you too, huh? Zoro shouted rhetorically. Because I'm cute, Cabinet hypothesized innocently. The real reason was that she had the same eyes as Hawkeye, and thus they were terrified of the swordsman's revenge if they were to attack her. Cabinet plopped Zoro down in a bed, and a pouting Perona, who was really getting sick of tending to his wounds, walked over with a newspaper in hand. Here, your doofus captain made the front page. Perona held in aloft so he could see. Zoro didn't need to read the story attached to Luffy's picture, as the message was inside the picture itself. It took him a little while to figure it out because he had a bad case of stupid brain. Alright, Luffy, I understand, he said, as Perona's arms were trembling from holding them outstretched for too long. Cabinet brought her a hot chocolate whistlet wearing a frilly pink apron. Kaya, you totally understand me, Cabby. Perona gratefully took the delicious beverage from her, then nudged Cabinet over to a chair so she could sit on her lap, just how she likes to enjoy her hot chocolate. 3. Cabinet had enjoyed her time with Perona immensely over the last few weeks. It was also a time of self-discovery for her, as she experienced new feelings that she hadn't before. Zoro just learned to ignore the public displays of affection from the 2 young women. Anytime he would comment on it, Perona would send her ghosts after him, which wasn't very fun, so he learned to keep his mouth shut pretty quick. 1. Haven't I told you not to do such things in my presence? Hawkeye said, as he was trying to read a book with a cup of tea. Cabinet looked an awful lot like his daughter, so it felt weird for him. Of course, Perona could just send her ghosts after Hawkeye, the strongest swordsman in the world, so she just had to put up with his comments. Though she was too stubborn to simply abide by his requests, especially once she learned that Cabinet was a weak point of his for some reason. 1. HMPH. Perona pouted and took a sip of her hot chocolate, but didn't move from her special seat. Hawkeye was about to admonish them again when he suddenly felt a presence fast approaching the castle. He wondered if KUMO had sent a 4th uninvited guest to his home. He might have to pay him a visit to make him cut it out. 1 smash. A figure broke through a tall stained glass window and landed gracefully amongst the broken glass. "Cherry!" Cabinet shouted with glee, throwing the unsuspecting Perona off her lap to give Cherry a hug. Cherry greeted her ship, little sister, with a big smile and returned the hug. "I'm happy to see you again too, Cabinet." Zora was somehow not shocked at all by that grand entrance. Perona was so mad she was almost fuming over her spilled hot chocolate and how her favorite time of day was cut tragically short by Cherry's arrival. 1. Hawkeye got very quiet and even instinctively tried to reduce his presence. He had wanted to meet his daughter someday, but he hadn't expected that she would literally drop in with no warning. 2. Hey, Pops. How's life been treating you? Good, I hope. Cherry gave her best attempt at casual conversation. She hadn't expected that Cabinet would be with her further either, though it made sense in hindsight if KUMO wanted to send the Straw Hats to places where they could grow stronger, since Cabinet had tagged along with Zora. Yes, I am doing well, Hawkeye replied. An awkward silence descended over the room. Sniff sniff. Can I get some of that hot chocolate? Cherry asked. One sure, Hawkeye said, taking the opportunity to slip away to the kitchen to get his bearings. Chapter 122, Hot Chocolate 5. After Hawkeye left the room, Zora clambered out the bed he was laid upon, in spite of his wounds. What the hell are you doing, you idiot? Do you know how much work it is to get you all bandaged up? Perona nagged. Zora ignored her admonishment and grabbed his swords. He slowly lurched his way back outside, where Cherry could sense a multitude of some sort of large primates lying in wait outside the castle. Just let him go, Pink Girl. He's got that determined look in his eyes. No point trying to stop him, Cherry said. Don't call me Pink Girl. You'll call me Perona-sama, and nothing else. Perona puffed out her cheeks, still annoyed at her. Sure thing, Pepperoni-sama, Cherry mocked with a smirk. Perona's face started turning red with barely contained anger, until Cabinet walked over and patted her head softly. It's okay, Perona. Cherry is just teasing you. Nami told me that the best way to deal with her teasing is to pretend it flew over your head. Cabinet comforted and advised. What? How many times have you done that? Cherry was shocked. Cabinet simply turned her head away, which was an answer in its own right. I swear, I always underestimate how devious you are. What happened to my sweet little wine barrel from before? Cherry dramatically lamented. She lived with a shameless woman for a year. Only an idiot couldn't adapt by then. Cabinet spoke with her nose held high in the air. Also, Chopper taught me sex education, while Robin taught me how to recognize innuendos. Perona started to blush madly in Cabinet's arms. Just how many times had she made certain insinuations thinking that the seemingly naive Cabinet couldn't understand her? At least a few dozen times, she was certain. She glanced up at the muscular woman's face. Cabinet gave her a knowing smile and a wink, which only served to fuel her embarrassment. Cherry watched all this with great amusement. She sent a thought message to her along with a thumbs up. Cabinet, I must say that I am very impressed. Oh, Pepperoni-sama. Have you had the chance to ride Cabinet yet? Cherry asked. Huh? What the hell are you asking? Perona asked in turn, stunned at the shamelessness of the question. Well, I'm asking since you've been here together for a few weeks. Everyone on the Straw Hat crew has had a turn to ride Cabinet at least once in the time we've traveled together, Cherry said. Perona's brain short-circuited for several seconds. Even that stupid swordsman? She asked, not wanting to hear the answer. Yup. Although Zora wasn't alone during the times that he rode her. Usopp, Luffy, and Sanji were often the two. Cherry was having a great deal of difficulty keeping a straight face at this point. Even the long nose did that, Perona muttered. She looked back at Cabinet for either a denial or a confirmation. Cabinet was in tears, glaring at Cherry with a hurt look. How could you say that? You said you wouldn't tell anyone. Cabinet's voice was cracking from her emotions. Immediately, Perona's protective instincts went into overdrive. Don't worry about it, Cabby. It doesn't change the way I feel about you. You're still the same Cabby as always to me. Perona tried to reassure her. She whipped around to unleash her fury at Cherry. Cherry was barely stifling her laughter. Perona was absolutely outraged, livid, furious until she heard Cabinet accidentally let out a giggle that she quickly tried to suppress by clamping her hands over her mouth. Huh? At this point Perona was terribly confused. Why is Cabby laughing now? Okay, that's enough. I'm sorry Perona, I may have taken that too far, Cherry managed to say between bursts of laughter. What the hell do you mean? Perona shouted, grabbing Cherry by the shirt and shaking her. Cabinet is a ship who ate a human-type zone devil fruit, Cherry explained once she calmed down. A ship? Perona looked back at Cabinet, who had also composed herself, and she gave her a nod in the affirmative. Perona was silent for several moments whilst she processed this new information. A ship? Can I date a ship? For she shook her head, emptying her mind of these questions to focus on what was really important. You tricked me. Give me back my sympathy. Perona started to pound her fists against Cabinet uselessly. You are very cute, though. I'm glad that you were willing to accept and defend me. Cabinet flashed her signature smile, which melted Perona's anger away instantly. No, I'm still mad. I'm done talking to you. Perona wouldn't forgive her that easily though, and stormed away. Cabinet followed after to try and make it up to her. Hawkeye walked in with 2 mugs of hot chocolate a moment later and set them down on the table in the room before sitting down. He motioned for Cherry to come sit as well. Cherry sat down and took a sip of the hot chocolate. This is quite good. By the way, why were you waiting outside for so long? I wasn't. Hawkeye lied. You're a very good liar, Cherry commented. They sat in silence for about a minute. For what reason did you come here? Hawkeye asked, sounding a bit more standoffish than he meant to. I came to get Cabinet. I didn't know that you were here, Cherry answered straightforwardly. Another minute passed in silence. Do you want to know about me and your mother? Hawkeye offered. He couldn't stand the silence, so he'd go with a direct confrontation. Oh, you actually remember who my mother was? That's surprising. You must have had a lot of women in your bed in your lifetime, Cherry said, actually quite surprised as she figured him for a playboy. Jacqueline was special. No woman ever tempted me away from my chosen path in the way she did, though I chose to stay true to that path in the end, Hawkeye said, feeling somewhat lighter after getting that off his chest. Oh, that's nice. I never got to meet her myself, Cherry said nonchalantly. Damn, I stepped on a landmine. Hawkeye chastised himself for not looking up beforehand whether Jacqueline was still alive. Whilst Hawkeye tried to think of a way to salvage this, Cherry was lost in thought. I hadn't planned on meeting this doofus so soon. I'm not strong enough to kick his ass yet. Hawkeye decided to just apologize, but before he could, Zora came limping inside and prostrated himself before Hawkeye like he was his martial arts instructor. I'm begging you, teach me the way of the sword. Zora spoke shamelessly. Hawkeye really hadn't expected this from Zora, who had previously shown himself to have great pride and honor. Before he could express how disappointed he was in him, he felt eyes staring at him. Cherry was watching him with rapt attention, more focused on him than at any point during their conversation. Shit, what do I do? Should I be lenient this time for her sake? We basically just met each other for the first time, but I don't want to risk burning the bridge either. Hawkeye was stuck between his pride as a swordsman and building a potential relationship with her daughter. Cherry turned her gaze at Zora. Wow, you really don't have any shame, do you, Zora? You've changed a great deal since I first met you. Hawkeye took that as the go-ahead. I am truly disappointed in you, Rora Noah. You asked to be taught by your enemy? Know your shame. I'm so proud of you, Zora. Cherry spoke enthusiastically. Fuck. How did I forget about her nickname? How do I salvage this now? I was so harsh with him. Hawkeye felt like a damned politician and he hated it immensely. Zora wasn't fazed at all by either of their comments. I wish to get stronger. Oh, I know. Hawkeye had an idea. You aren't even able to beat the baboons and you come crawling to me? I'm so smart. She can't blame me for being picky about who I take as a student. Hawkeye thought. I defeated the baboons, Zora responded instantly. Damn it. Hawkeye screamed internally. Cherry was just enjoying the show at this point. She might not be able to bash his teeth in, but she could make him squirm. Your head is the only one I have yet to take, but I am not foolish enough to believe that I can take it as I am," Zora argued. "Aha, I got you this time, Roronoa. You have given me 2 ammunition I need to reject you in front of my daughter?" Hawkeye celebrated inwardly. "I don't understand. If you still consider me your enemy, then what purpose does it serve to lower your head before me and ask for my teachings so that I can surpass you?" Zora looked up to meet his eyes. "Not bad," Hawkeye thought, and started to laugh. It seemed at least, Zora had sharper tongue than he did. Hawkeye agreed to take him as a student, finding the idea of training the man who would come for his head to be quite interesting. Chapter 123, Starting a New Journey. Cabinet and Perona came back into the room. Perona had a rather delighted look on her face. "Ah, good. Patch up his wounds, Ghost Girl. We'll begin your training once you've recovered." "Roronoa Zora," Hawkeye said in a commanding tone. "I'm not your servant. Don't order me around," Perona shouted, having had her good mood spoiled once again. Hawkeye seemed to remember something and turned to look at Cherry. "Would you like to number?" Cherry shut him down instantly, not letting him finish his sentence. She knew he was going to either ask her to stay a while or possibly even to train with him as well. "I'm sure I could learn some interesting things from him, but I don't have the heart of a sword immortal. It's not the path I wish to walk," Cherry thought, simply standing up. "Ready to go, Cabinet?" Cherry asked. "Huh?" Perona blurted as she was patching Zora up once again, despite her previous outburst. "Yeah, let's go," Cabinet shouted excitedly. She'd been stuck in this gloomy atmosphere for weeks. She was ready to go out and see the world again. Perona just watched them longingly. She had to have known deep down that Cabinet would be leaving when Cherry arrived, as she had mentioned more than once that she was only waiting for her. Still, there was some vague hope that Cabinet wouldn't leave and instead stay with her. "What are you just standing there gawking for?" Cherry asked, breaking her out of her thoughts. "What?" Perona asked. "Hurry up and patch Zora up so we can leave, unless you want to stay here with those 2 sword fanatics." Cherry quirked an eyebrow at her. I can come too?" Perona asked with a quavering voice. "Did you think I was going to leave my precious Cabinet's girlfriend behind?" "Of course you can come along." Cherry looked at her with some concern, wondering if Usopp gave her brain damage or something. Perona's adorably round eyes went into overdrive, producing tears in thick streams down her face. I'm coming," for Perona let go of any delicacy in bandaging Zora's wounds, causing her to yelp and complain from the pain she caused him. Soon she was finished tending to him and ran off to pack her things. It was rather odd that she had much of anything to pack since she had been sent here quite abruptly, but she came to meet them with a large suitcase. They left the determined Zora and the conflicted Hawkeye behind and went outside, where Cabinet transformed into a ship. Perona found the sight to be quite fascinating, as her mind hadn't quite come to terms with the fact that Cabinet was actually a ship. They boarded Cabinet and then she lifted up the ground with her enormous black wings. Cherry directed Cabinet to fly in the direction of Usopp, as she had to deliver the message from his father and give him a training regimen. He'd probably get too caught up with inventing new gadgets if she didn't. After 10 minutes or so of flying, Perona suddenly came to a realization. I won't be able to talk to Cabby while we're traveling, will I? She asked Cherry. Well, she can talk, but it's not very cute, Cherry answered. I'm always cute. Cabinet groaned, with her voice sounding like creaking wood. Why yeah, she's still cute, Perona lied. One Cabinet was quite the fast flyer, much faster than mundane ships, especially when she put her flames out. So it wasn't long until they reached Usopp's location, only a few days or so of flight. What are we doing here for? The Boyne Archipelago is infamous for being a place that no one leaves alive, you know, Perona inquired. We're here to visit Usopp, Cherry said, causing Perona to scowl. Why are we visiting the long nose? I don't want to see him again in my life, Perona complained. He, we won't be here long. I'm just going to have a short conversation with him, and inform him of Luffy's decision if he hasn't heard yet, Cherry said, directing Cabinet to land nearby to Usopp's location. The first thing Cherry did was send out her life sense. She wasn't terribly surprised to find that the island was actually a colossal carnivorous plant. She was actually interested in the plant's innards, as they seemed to be quite potent in vital energy and would make for a good base for cultivation pills. However, although they were plants, they actually seemed like they might be intelligent. She wasn't about to test out how dangerous they are with her current strength, especially since she didn't need any materials at the moment and they weren't going anywhere. She can always come back to harvest them later. Cherry entered a clearing with a jumpy piranha and a curious Cabinet following behind her. Good heavens! Cherry was truly disappointed at the sight before her eyes. Somehow Usopp had managed to put on a few £100 in only a month, although he seemed to have wizened up and was currently exercising with a man in a strange suit of armor. "Cherry!" Usopp shouted when he saw her, though he didn't look happy, but rather frightened from the look on her face. A look that he only saw when he tried to slack off. In training, only much more intense than he'd ever seen it before. "Oh, you're right to be afraid, Usopp. Here I was coming to deliver a message from your father about how proud he was of your progress, and I find you looking like this?" Cherry was outraged. One piranha however was thoroughly enjoying the panicked and guilty expression on Usopp's face. Cherry had actually forced her to exercise during the journey here, so she knew how intense Cherry was. She also knew that no excuses would be accepted from her, as she had tried to argue that her current figure was perfect and she didn't want to change it. Cherry had responded by giving her exercises designed to increase muscle density instead of mass, and they were several times more difficult than the training from before, much to her dismay. 2. I can explain. You see, I was force-fed by gnomes in my sleep. They're very hard to catch and very sneaky, so there's nothing I could do about it. Usopp lied desperately. Even if I believe that nonsensical story, which I don't, it won't save you from your fate," Cherry said eerily. After properly punishing Usopp and walking him through his now much more intense training regimen, they were ready to head out once again. Cherry had found the strange armored man, Heracles, to be quite mysterious. She had asked where he was from, not recognizing his accent, but he had dodged the question. He also never took off his helmet whilst they were there. 4. Momoro Island. Sanji was standing still on a beach, whilst his pursuers had stopped behind him with some confusion. "What's wrong, Sanji-kun? Did you sprain something, or perhaps did you change your mind about wearing the dress?" asked an Okama in a yellow summer dress with some concern. Sanji looked at them head-on, contemplation filling his face. "Is this how I treat beautiful women?" he asked them. "Oh my, Sanji-kun figured it out." An Okama in a blue tank top said, "Ha ha ha, you said my bet was a long shot. Give me my 10,000 biri." Another said, taking his prize from a grumbling Okama in a purple cocktail dress who had bet he would never learn the lesson. The Okama weren't actually the bunch of sexual predators Sanji had previously thought them to be. In fact, they could have caught him easily with their skills and numbers. They were trying to show him what it's like to be on the other side, to be constantly chased, catcalled, and ogled. "It's good you understand now, but there's still the bet with Ivan Sama. So start running, unless you want to play dress up with us," the Okama in the yellow dress said, waving a frilly dress that was barely long enough to cover his butt. Immediately, Sanji snapped out of his contemplation and booked it even faster than before. Just because he realized his faults didn't mean he would cast aside his manhood. Chapter 124, Meeting Up with Robin. Cherry's next stop was naturally to go and pick up Robin. She didn't plan to meet with any of the other Straw Hats right now, though perhaps she would pay them a visit in the near future. Who knows what sort of interesting hijinks they're all getting up to. 3. Well, maybe not Brooke, since she didn't have the time to make a Vivre card of him. A walking, talking, musical skeleton shouldn't be too hard to find though. Cherry spent the days cultivating and experimenting with Haki, particularly the advanced applications of armament Haki that Rayleigh had demonstrated for her. Originally, Cherry had thought of armament Haki as purely a support skill, something to apply to her attacks to increase their power and enable her to harm devil fruit users who would normally be immune to certain kinds of damage. It also added to her already hard-to-damage body's defenses. Now, she realized she had underestimated Haki, and by a great deal. I really need to stop making assumptions. Cherry admonished herself. She could only sigh and accept the fact that this world was bonkers and she'd never get used to it. I could tell that Rayleigh was holding back on me though. Maybe it's just hard to demonstrate the more advanced forms of observation Haki, but there's definitely got to be more you can do with Conqueror's Haki than knock weak-willed people out, right? Cherry wondered. Oh, that's right. Back when I first met Shinjiao, he hit me with some sort of mental attack. That was almost certainly Conqueror's Haki now that I think about it. Old coot that he is, he ought to know a little more about its applications, shouldn't he? Cherry smiled as she started looking forward to meeting the old man and his silly grandkids again. 1. Whilst Cherry had plenty to do and Cabinet, on account of being a ship, was perfectly content to do nothing but sail all day, Perona was dreadfully bored. At least Hawkeye's castle had plenty of books to read and was large enough to pass the time wandering its halls. She had tried to chat with Cabinet, but it wasn't as engaging with a face to look at whilst she did, and talking to Cherry was a recipe for frustration. She had at least found some amusement in trying to guess which parts of Cabinet's ship form corresponded to her human form's anatomy, as well as testing to see if she was still ticklish in her ship form. She had actually started to look forward to her training sessions with Cherry out of sheer boredom. Eventually, Cabinet flew into the calm belt, and it wasn't long after that Perona spotted a ship on the horizon. At first she had assumed it to be Marines. After all, they were supposedly the only ones who could freely sail across the calm belt, with the exception of the Kuja pirates and a rare few other groups. As they got closer, though, it became apparent that it was not a marine ship, but she did not know who it could be. The crew of the ship sailing across the calm belt did not miss the sight of Cabinet either, as she was flying at a relatively low altitude, well below most clouds, but still a ways up above the water. Naturally, they were concerned about this ship that seemed to be on an intercept course with their own ship. They were revolutionaries, after all, so they were almost always alert for possible dangers to themselves and their comrades. However, the woman they were escorting back to their headquarters had a different view about the approaching vessel and assured them there was no need to get all worked up over it. The woman was Nico Robin. She was relaxed on a couch they had kindly brought above deck for her to rest on, as she hadn't been comfortable going below deck. When the flying ship was almost on top of them, it transformed into a familiar winged woman. On her shoulder sat another woman with piercing eyes, and carried in her arms princess style was a woman with pink hair and clothing. They landed on the deck and Robin practically skipped over and nearly tackled Cherry as she hopped off Cabinet's shoulder. "Took you long enough," Robin said after several moments of embracing Cherry, feigning anger with her tone. What? I was busy. I couldn't let Luffy's brother go and kick the bucket, could I?" Cherry defended herself. Excuse me." One of the men on the ship spoke up. His demeanor seemed to be nervous, excited, and a little bit afraid. Of course he was addressing Cherry, having recognized her for her previous accomplishments at Marineford. Seeing that he had their attention, he started to speak. "I am Bunny Joe, Revolutionary of the Eastern Army. I was escorting Nico Robin here to our base at Baltico. Perhaps Miss Harpin would like to accompany us as well." "There's no pressure to join us or anything, of course." Bunny Joe was a rather ordinary-looking fellow with bushy light brown hair at shoulder length. Cherry supposed that was a plus for someone in his line of work, as it meant he could more easily blend into a civilian population. "Yeah, sure. Why not?" Cherry said casually. Cherry was interested in meeting the infamous dragon and she wanted to give Cabinet a break from flying anyways. Although Cabinet didn't mind flying for long periods, she was still more of an extrovert and wanted to interact with people. Bunny Joe was a bit shocked by Cherry's casual decision to waltz into the Revolutionary Army's headquarters with them. He had at least expected her to think it over. In fact, he had been worried that the already apprehensive Robin would be easily persuaded to leave, especially given how close she seemed to be with Cherry. Bunny Joe hastily gave orders to his crew to get back underway, as if worried they would change their mind. He noted that Robin seemed to have relaxed considerably after Cherry's arrival, for which he wasn't sure if he should be grateful or worried. After all, Robin didn't even want to go below deck because of her survival instincts from being on the run. If she had no concerns over her safety now, it was because she had complete faith in her and Cherry's group's ability to demolish them if necessary. Robin sat down on her couch and patted her thighs. Cherry naturally took the opportunity for a lap pillow, whilst Robin started to feed bits of fruit to her with an adoring look on her face. The crew had become somewhat downcast at the sight of this, realizing their lovely guest was very much taken. Though it was better than seeing a man in Cherry's current position by a million times, for sure. Hey, Bunny Man. How long is it going to take to get to your headquarters? Cherry asked and accepted a peeling tangerine slice from Robin. At least a week, 2 at most. Depends on the weather, really. You know how the Grand Line is, he replied. I'm impressed that you have paddle boats and enough sea stone to hide them from sea kings. I had been under the impression you were mostly a ragtag group gathered around a few competent people, but it seems you're more equipped than expected, Cherry said. Controlling information about our capabilities is good strategy. We are fighting a war after all, he commented. Well, you need more than just a way to cross the calm belt to win against the world government. I'll decide if you're worth a damn after I see your headquarters. Cherry spoke rudely. Bunny Joe wasn't offended at all. It was no simple task to fight a superpower that rules most of the world. Many have tried and all so far have failed. Truthfully, there was no guarantee they would succeed either, though he'd like to think they have the best odds of any who came before. Those were just comforting thoughts, however. Chapter 125, Baltico. So how has your month been, darling Tilda? Cherry asked Robin. Dreadful. I was sent flying a quarter way around the world, enslaved by fools to build a bridge that has been under construction for 700 years. Found out my captain and girlfriend were fighting in a war that was way over their heads. Then last, and certainly worst, said girlfriend turned up out of the blue with 2 other women in tow. Robin ranted. Hey, that last one isn't a problem. Cabinet and Perona are their own thing, you know, Cherry complained. Perona fidgeted nervously at that, casting glances at Cabinet to see how she reacted, to which Cabinet responded by putting an arm around Perona's shoulders. I see, so you're not denying you placed yourself in danger in the war. Robin sprung her trap. I mean, Cherry got a bit flustered and couldn't think of any excuses that wouldn't just be lies. She could claim to have needed to do it to save Ace, but the way she had gotten involved was a lot more dangerous than she had to. Robin covered Cherry's mouth with her hand. You'll just have to accept your punishment, then I'll forgive you, okay? Okay? What do I need to do? Cherry asked. You don't need to do much of anything, but it'll have to wait until we have some privacy. Robin smirked devilishly. Cherry started getting her hopes up, but then she started to feel paranoid. It could be what she was thinking, in which case she was more than happy to suffer the consequences, or it could be a trap and actually turn out to be a real punishment. There was no telling with Robin. It was impossible to get a read on her. Meanwhile Robin was satisfied with the quickly shifting emotions on Cherry's face. It wasn't easy to get inside Cherry's head, so she felt quite accomplished at the moment. A bit longer than a week later, the ship finally reached Baltico, which came as a relief to the poor revolutionaries who were constantly subjected to the constant public displays of affection for the entirety of the trip. Wow, this place is a dump. Couldn't you have picked somewhere warmer at least? Rah, Perona complained, snuggling up to Cabinet. Bunny Joe couldn't argue with that assessment. Baltico wasn't chosen as the location for their headquarters for being hospitable or beautiful. Bunny Joe led the way forwards through the snowdrifts until they reached a large ruined fortress that seemed abandoned as a glance. The huge steel door lay before them. Bunny Joe knocked and tapped on the door in a particularly complex manner, perhaps too complex as no one would guess this sort of long and convoluted password in 1,000 years. Would you stop that incessant knocking? I'm coming, Damn it! A grumpy voice called out from the other side as they heard a series of sounds that were likely locks being unlocked. Bunny Joe didn't cease his knocking and tapping until the door was yanked open by a tall and muscular old man. I should have known it was you, you rabbit bastard. Just get inside already. The old man snarled at him, to which Bunny Joe only gave a smile and walked past him. The others started to walk past the man as well, but Cherry approached the steel door and examined it. It's just a door, young lady. The real defenses are deeper inside, the old man commented with a polite smile. Cherry looked at him and smirked mischievously. That's very clever. Cherry started knocking and tapping on the door. The old man's polite smile wavered and fell completely as his eyes trembled. He could believe what he was witnessing, and neither could Bunny Joe, who was having a similar reaction. How did you do that? Bunny Joe questioned. As I said, it was a very clever ruse. Unfortunately for you, I am very perceptive and your acting wasn't quite the match for me, Cherry said, grinning from ear to ear. Bunny Joe had hidden the true knocking password within the seemingly random knocks and taps. Cherry had picked up the subtle change in his rhythm when he used the real password, which he was better practiced and more precise with. Wahaha! I guess we'll have to change the password again, Joe. The old man laughed. Bunny Joe sighed in defeat. It was always a pain in the ass to memorize a new password. He led them further inside. It wasn't really a lie that the real defenses were inside, though, as there was an arsenal of hidden traps and turreted weapons deeper within. Bunny Joe dismissed his men and led Cherry and company to a door and knocked. Normally this time. This is Bunny Joe. I've completed the mission to liberate Tequila Wolf as well as the long-standing mission to invite Nico Robin to meet with us, he reported through the door. 3-0, send her in then, you can go and rest, a voice answered, sounding like a young man. There are some other guests who have accompanied her as well, including Harp and Cherry, Bunny Joe stated. The door swung open so hard it nearly shattered as it slammed into the wall. The young man responsible was well dressed, wearing a top hat with goggle wrapped around it. His hair was short, wavy and blonde, and his left eye bore a burn scar over it. He quickly searched the faces of those present and stopped on Cherry. He rushed forward and grabbed Cherry's hands into his own and knelt to the ground. Robin frowned when he did so, as it looked like a marriage proposal. Thank you. You have no idea what it means to me that you helped to save Ace. He expressed his gratitude adamantly, though his eyes conveyed even more gratitude than his actions did. Sir. Bunny Joe stood there awkwardly, holding his nose to stop it from bleeding from its run-in with the door. Oh, it seems I've forgotten myself. Apologies. He stood up and let go of Cherry's hands, much to the relief of Robin. I'm the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo. Luffy and Ace are my brothers, so I'm very grateful for your assistance in the war at Marineford. I would have wanted to have been there myself, but until I saw the news article with Ace's picture that stated how he was almost executed, I had completely forgotten my past with them. To be honest, it's still pretty fuzzy, Sabo explained. Cherry studied him and found no signs of deception. No big deal. I didn't do it for you, so you don't need to thank me. No, I must. Come inside my office so we can chat. Bunny Joe, please ask someone to bring us some refreshments, Sabo said and walked back inside his office. Cherry met eyes with Robin and shrugged, then followed him inside. So when do I get to meet the big guy? I guess that must be weird to suddenly find out your brother's dad is your boss. Cherry made small talk. Ha ha ha, you have no idea. Sabo sat down on a couch instead of behind his desk, a good sign of his humility. As for Dragon-san, he's out at the moment, but will return soon. Not to worry, though. As Chief of Staff, I am the second in command, so most everything can be handled by myself, Sabo said, smiling innocently. Excellent. That will make this so much easier. Cherry twisted her face into a sadistic smile which sent chills down Sabo's spine. A moment of silence passed between them as sweat beaded on Sabo's forehead. Phew, you really had me going for a second there, Sabo said, calming himself down. I guess you aren't second in command for nothing, Cherry said, returning her face to a soft smile. She was a bit disappointed that he wasn't fooled, though. She was curious how strong he was. Sabo hadn't actually figured out she was kidding. However, he just discerned from the different reactions from the other three women that she likely wasn't serious. Robin had been completely calm. Cabinet had tilted her head in confusion with a silly smile, whilst Perona had been terrified to the point of paralysis. Even then, Cherry was a bit mysterious. The likelihood that she was a government agent was nearly non-existent, but still not zero. Please don't joke with me like that, though. It's bad for my heart, you know, Sabo said with a nervous chuckle. Chapter 126. Koala 1. Refreshments were brought for them by a soldier who couldn't help but glance at the ruined door on the way in. Hot coffee with optional sugar and cream, along with an assortment of sweets and cakes. Let's get the formalities out of the way, shall we? I assume that Bunny Joe has told you that our cause has wanted to meet with you for some time, but unfortunately we lacked personnel with the capability of finding you, Nico Robin, Sabo said, taking a sip of his coffee. He scrunched up his face, then put so much sugar and cream in his cup that it likely could no longer be called coffee at all. Yes, perhaps it would have been nice if you had found me sooner. I'm quite pleased with how things have turned out, though, Robin said, placing a hand on Cherry's thigh. Haha, I can tell. No doubt you're also quite glad to have met my little brother, too. He has a way on growing on you, doesn't he? Sabo spoke. Robin answered with a nod. One Dragon-san had wanted to try and recruit you to our cause, but I suspect that you won't be interested, and further that Dragon-san won't try to poach you from his own son. Sabo said. Would you like assistance in meeting back up with your crew? No, the Straw Hats will be taking a period to train ourselves. Captain's orders, Robin explained, which caused Sabo's face to droop a bit in disappointment. Don't look so down, Sabo. If you want to see him that bad, I can tell you where he is. I can even give a piece of his Vivre card, Cherry offered. No, that's okay. I shouldn't distract him from his training. I can always meet him later, Sabo stated, clearly not content with his own decision. Slap how? Sabo rubbed his face where Cherry had given a fierce slap. Don't be a dolt. For what reason do you think Cluffy is training? Cause he likes it? Sure. So he can achieve his dream? Of course. However, those reasons fall far behind his biggest reason. For the sake of those he cares about, Cherry ranted. The truth is you're just shy after not having met him for a while, right? Sabo looked away with embarrassment. It's been a whole decade since he's met with Luffy or Ace. It may not have been his fault since he was an amnesiac, but it was still terribly awkward. You're right. I'm afraid of how they'll react to seeing me after so long. They probably thought I was dead for the last 10 years, Sabo admitted. I've known those boys for less than a year combined, and even I know how they'll react. You're supposed to be their brother, you ought to know even better than me, Cherry said, waving away his concerns. Her words resounded in his mind, slowly erasing his insecurities. You're right. I'm going right away. Ace should easy enough to find on my own. I would appreciate your assistance, Miss Harpin. I'll introduce you to someone who can take care of you in my absence until Dragon get back. Sabo stood up and beckoned them to follow him. Along the way to whomever he was shoving his responsibilities on, Cherry cut away a portion of Luffy's Vivre card from her booklet and gave it to him, as well as telling him the name of the island that really told her he would be taking Luffy to train. Koala, I'm shirking my responsibilities and disappearing for a few weeks. Take care of our guests for me. Thanks. Sabo shouted into a room, then took off sprinting down the hallway. Thanks again, Cherry. Sabo waved goodbye without looking back. What the hell do you mean, Sabo? Come back here, you fool. A woman, presumably Koala, stepped out of the room in a hurry, but saw that Sabo was already out of sight. She sighed in defeat and turned to look at Cherry and company with despondent ease. Her expression brightened a bit when she saw who the guests she was meant to take care of were, though. Nico Robin, Harpin D. Cherry, Cabinet, and Perona from Gecko Moria's crew. Koala recited their names, only needing a moment to recall Perona. I'd be concerned about you if Moria had still been a Shikibukai. Please behave yourself and we'll give you the benefit of the doubt since you came with them. Perona looked a bit depressed at the mention of Moria. He had supposedly been killed in action during the war, but Cherry knew that he had still been alive at the end of the battle. 6. I guess it won't be too much of a bother to take care of you guys. Don't tell that to Sabo though, he's going to be punished when he comes back. Koala said with a smile. I guess I'll show you around. Introduce you to some people. Koala led them around the fortress, showing them where certain facilities were such as the cafeteria and the bathrooms. Koala knocked on an open door into an office. Hey, Betty. Do you have time to meet some guests? Sure, I guess, Betty said. Koala led them inside. Robin entered before Cherry, and instantly Cherry felt a pair of hands grow out of her shoulders and firmly clamp over her eyes. What's this about? Cherry asked curiously. Robin remained silent. She couldn't tell Cherry that Betty was scantily clad beauty. She was even tall and cool like herself, which was Cherry's type obviously. What if Cherry was tempted by her? I think she doesn't want you to see the sexy lady. Cabinet blurted her hypothesis, which was right on the money. Cherry smiled, which caused Robin to turn pink in the cheeks. I'll play along for now. Let's see how long you can keep it up. Betty quirked an eyebrow at their antics, but she didn't put a stop to it. She held a fair amount of respect for both Cherry and Robin for their capabilities. Nice to meet you, Betty stated shortly. Betty is the only commander present at the moment. The others are working elsewhere, Koala explained. After a quick chat, Koala moved on to introduce them to Hack, who was the resident fisherman karate teacher. Koala served as his assistant. Since they were there already, they decided to go ahead and take some lessons from them. It was apparent to Cherry that they fell quite far behind Jinbe in this particular martial art, though. Still, Hack had a few of his own unique insights. Robin seemed interesting in learning fisherman karate, even if she wouldn't be able to use its underwater capabilities. Koala led them to sleeping quarters they could call their own while they were here and parted ways to take care of other business. Robin flopped onto the bed, a bit tired from their workout with Koala and Hack. Cherry admired her for a few moments and smiled. You want to get stronger? Robin studied her, looking for ways those words might be twisted round. Yes, I don't want to fall behind. I can help you with that in more ways than one, Cherry stated, turning a bit serious. Martial arts and muscle training are all well and good, but there is another way that'll be faster and more efficient. And what's that? Robin asked. Cherry was a bit mysterious in many ways and she never tried to pry, but now she felt like she would be able to see more of who she really was. Cultivation, Cherry stated. The secret to my power, a power that will one day make me immortal. Robin didn't expect that, but seeing that Cherry was serious she remained silent. If you like, I can share this secret with you. Then maybe the many years that lie ahead of me will not be so lonely, Cherry offered. Robin gazed into her eyes and for the first time she recognized something that, in hindsight, had always been there, a kind of profound loneliness that she often saw in her own reflection staring back at her over the years she was on the run. But would she really want to live forever? After a few minutes or silence, Robin opened her mouth to speak. Chapter 127, Decisions. I don't know, forever isn't something I can really comprehend. It's hard to even imagine living as long as the giants do, Robin said, feeling a bit guilty at being unable to give a more conclusive answer. There was no disappointment to be seen from Cherry, though. Rather, a radiant smile spread across her face. That's a very good answer, Robin. Cherry walked over and gave her a quick hug. I don't think I follow what you mean, Robin asked, perplexed, but glad she hadn't hurt her lover's feelings. If you had simply accepted without question, I may have refused to teach you at all. Immortality isn't something to be taken lightly. You can't truly understand the concept of forever until you've lived so long that time loses meaning to you. Even then, nobody will ever truly live forever. Eventually, something always comes along that'll give you a swift kick towards the grave, Cherry explained, quite proud of Robin passing her little test. Cherry felt different to Robin now. She had a more mature air about her, like Cherry was the older and more experienced of the two of them. That's when a thought occurred to her. How old are you? It was such an odd question to ask, considering she had met her as a young girl all those years ago. In this life, I am 23, Cherry answered simply, but the insinuation in her words was anything but simple. And in total? Robin asked, not sure if she wanted to know the answer. 617. Cherry smirked at the look of shock on Robin's face. For an immortal, I was quite young when I died. Young enough that I was still counting the years. Can you tell me about the history of the world over that time? Robin asked excitedly after recovering from her shock. Always the archaeologist, she was. Not the history of this world, darling. Cherry chuckled as Robin digested yet another bombshell. Robin laid down and stared at the ceiling quietly. Cherry laid down next to her and joined in observing the rather boring stonework. You don't have to decide right this instant, you know. Immortality doesn't come easily. It'll take years to reach that point. Cherry broke the silence. Oh, that makes sense. Robin sunk further into the mattress as the tension left her. Clearly she wasn't ready to make such a huge decision about her life, which was only natural. What's it like, living so long? Does it ever get boring? Robin asked. There were lots of things to occupy myself back then. Treasure hunting, craftsmanship, pursuing the arts, killing people, Cherry explained before being interrupted by a pinch to her side. Robin didn't like that last one being considered merely a pastime. What? You think you've met evildoers? You should see what multi-thousand-year-old psychopaths do for fun. Slaying those types was a necessity. Even Luffy wouldn't be able to find any good left in someone so steeped in malice. Cherry went on to list some of the nefarious deeds she had heard of or even witnessed personally. Robin didn't think such people deserved any mercy after Cherry listed their crimes. And don't even get me started with demonic cultivators. They can't even be called human anymore and, in fact, they don't call themselves human either. Let's just say that destroying whole worlds in their pursuit of power isn't even the worst thing they've done. Cherry finished. Wait, how many worlds are there? Robin asked. There were too many to count. We just called them the myriad realms collectively, Cherry answered. Robin was dumbfounded by that. Too many to count? That was simply mind-boggling. Never mind that. Robin decided to change the subject. Tell me about cultivation. Well, there's a few different branches, but you only need to worry about body cultivation. And so Cherry described the general theory involved and how to get started. You've got a few options for methods that I can give you. There's the method I use, which is a divine level method, called the ethereal star method. This required a ton of rare resources and is very slow if you're not a freak like me, which you aren't. Then there is an immortal level method, called the mythic beauty method. Also not easy, but much less difficult than the first one. Also not nearly as resource-intensive. A good well-rounded method with a focus on improving one's beauty. Finally there is a transcendent level method, called the heaven-splitting method. Remarkably easy to cultivate this one considering its level, very suitable for wielders of edged weapons. I gave this one to my grandma. There are a few more, but they aren't really worth considering as they don't compare to these three. Cherry spoke. What do the levels mean? Robin asked. They're an indication of how high one can consistently reach using them if one meets the demands of the method. For example, a divine level method can bring you to the divine realms of cultivation, provided you have the resources, talent, and work ethic. However, this doesn't mean you can't reach a higher realm, just that the difficulty will exponentially increase. Cherry explained. Divine is the highest, followed by immortal, then transcendent, etc. I suppose I know which one you'd want me to choose. Robin glanced at her coyly. I wasn't a body cultivator before this life, so I didn't collect the methods. You can already say you're lucky to have such high-level choices. Cherry pouted. Of course, she did still want Robin to choose the mythic beauty method, just for more reasons than making her even more sexy than she already is. Alright, show me what I need to do, Robin said, sitting up. Cherry walked her through sensing her own vital energy, how to move it around, then finally instructed her in how to begin cultivating the first realm via the mythic beauty method. Robin had it handled by herself. Cherry decided to take a nap. A cemetery on an unknown island somewhere in the Grand Line. Admiral Sakazuki stood before a fresh grave that read Sakazuki Hiroki. It's been a few days since of the war with Whitebeard. Normally his rage would have subsided by now, but it still boiled over, threatening to manifest his lava and melt everything around him. His son, Hiroki, had been a drooling fool for most of his life, until one day he was suddenly aware of himself. He had apparently absorbed information of the world around him as he was able to quickly grasp language and knew how many things were already. 1. Soon after he developed an interest in blacksmithing and showed prodigal talent in the field. 2. But now that was all over. He was murdered by some rogue during the war. Thin streaks of lava poured down Admiral Sakazuki's face. Something broke inside him when he found out what happened. This would be the last time he would ever shed tears. His enemies would have to shed them in his stead. 3. Admiral Sakazuki walked away from the cemetery, never to return. There was too much work to do. Too many pirates to kill. He didn't need to know who was responsible, and it wouldn't make a difference if he did. They were all complicit. They would all burn for what they did to his boy. Chapter 128, Monkey D. Dragon. Cherry awoke from her nap a few hours later. Robin was no longer in the room, but she did leave a note alongside a small gift. "I'll be back soon. Be good and wait for me if you wake up before I come back." Cherry read the note left by Robin. Cherry studied the gift that Robin left for her. 4 very nice bracelets that looked and felt suspiciously similar to handcuffs, currently attaching each of her limbs to the bedposts. 2. They weren't sea stone cuffs, though, so it would be a piece of cake to simply wrench her limbs free. Of course she had no intention of doing so and waited patiently. It wasn't long until Robin returned to the room and quietly shut the door behind her, locking it in the process. "You followed instructions properly, so your punishment won't be as bad," Robin said with a mischievous smile. "I'm not sure if that's a good thing or not." Cherry smirked. "Oh, it is, as you'll soon find out. You're not allowed to break the handcuffs, or we'll have to start all over again," Robin said. Suddenly several of Robin's hands sprouted from the bed around the waiting Cherry. Then they started to tickle her. They experimented in various ways to see where Cherry was the most ticklish to slowly heighten the torture. 2. Robin pulled out an assortment of tools to test as well, such as feathers and paint brushes. Unfortunately for Cherry, who had been quite confident when she realized what Robin was up to, failed to consider something important. She hadn't been ticklish in her last life, but she didn't actually know how sensitive she was in this life. Turns out, the answer is very sensitive. While it was in some way a lot of fun, Cherry hated every second of it. 1. After an unknown amount of time, Robin decided that Cherry had paid for her crimes in full and released her from her bindings. 1. Cherry suddenly grabbed Robin by the collar and pulled her into a deep and passionate kiss. By the time they went to sleep, it was almost dawn the next day. 3. Waking up in the middle of the afternoon, they got dressed and tidied up their hair, then made their way to the cafeteria for such food. There weren't too many people there at that time of day, so they mostly had the room to themselves. They found Cabinet and Perona eating a late lunch there. Perona looked a bit grumpy and tired for some reason. 2. Upon noticing Cherry and Robin, Perona scowled in their direction, but at the same time had a faint blush on her cheeks. "You know, we're in the room next to yours and the walls aren't soundproof. I'd appreciate it if you didn't make such a racket all night," Perona said. 2. Robin blushed a bit at her words, but didn't seem ashamed at all. Cherry, on the other hand, was neither ashamed nor embarrassed. "Since you couldn't sleep, you should have just amused yourself with Cabinet." "You're sharing a room with her, aren't you?" Cherry said. Shut up," Perona said. Cabinet gave Perona some head pats to appease her, which worked like a charm. "The UR-Dragon returned to base about an hour ago, so you can meet him now if you want." Koala entered the cafeteria and informed them. "Certainly," Robin replied. She was interested in meeting Luffy's father and the man who was fighting the world government. Cherry grabbed some sandwiches for them to eat along the way and they headed over to meet the infamous Monkey D. Dragon. Supreme Commander of the Revolutionary Army and world's worst criminal. Cherry wondered why more people didn't see the fact that a rebel leader being considered the world's worst criminal showed what the world government's priorities were. The pirate emperors were certainly more monstrous in the general public's eye, and they'd be correct to see them that way if you were looking at Big Mom or Kaido as examples. 2. In comparison, Dragon and his revolutionaries haven't harmed civilians in any story that Cherry has heard about them. The world government called him an evil conqueror, sure, but they've never outright fabricated any attacks on non-military targets. Pirates attack the innocent all the time. Soon they arrived in front of another office. Koala knocked on the door and a voice beckoned them to enter without asking who was there. There he was. Monkey D. Dragon in the flesh. Cherry could understand how this man was able to create such a large movement against the world government. Just standing there, he gave off a certain air of both strength and integrity, which was impressive, since he looked even more like a gangster than Cabinet did. One nice tattoo. It really says something about your commitment to your cause, since there's no way you'll be able to get another job with that thing on your face, Cherry commented. 3. Dragon studied them with a stern look on his face. Koala didn't know whether she should be nervous or not, as she'd never seen anyone speak to him like that before. Well, maybe Ivankov has, but never in front of subordinates. You can go back to your duties, Koala. Dragon spoke. Koala felt some relief as there wasn't any irritation that she could hear in his voice. Dragon smiled once she was gone. I've wanted to meet the two of you for some time. Miss Nico Robin for longer of course. Just Robin is fine. It's nice to meet Luffy's father. Robin replied warmly. I'm just here to see if you're legit or just another tyrant, Cherry stated bluntly. Robin brought a hand to cover her face, both in exasperation and to cover the fact that she almost laughed. And what do you think now that you've met me? You should have a first impression at least, Dragon asked, a small curious smile on his lips. You're cool, I guess. Cherry spoke truthfully. She was a decent judge of character, and the man before her gave off big softy vibes, despite his appearance. I'm glad that I'm cool then, Dragon replied. I'll get straight to the point. I have always disagreed with the system of the world government, believing it to be tyrannical. At first I sought to change it from the inside, just as many fine Marines do. I find war to be distasteful, as it always harms the innocent. The turning point that drove me to begin this movement was the destruction of Ohara. Robin looked contemplative at that. Her feelings were complicated at the idea that the deaths of the archaeologists would spark a war, as they too would recognize the harm that would come to innocent people as a result. At the same time, she felt that the world government that destroyed her home would go on to hurt many more people, and have done so since then. Would a war at that point be the lesser of two evils? I wouldn't presume to call this revenge for Ohara. I'm certain that the archaeologists shared my distaste for war and perhaps even exceeded it, as they know from history how damaging war is, Dragon said. I'm not going to ask you to join me. I think the path you're on will be more helpful to the world than my revolution could ever be. I can agree with that assessment. Whatever the true history of the world is, I will uncover it and reveal it for all to see, Robin said. Dragon nodded. Which brings us to the next matter. There is a poneglyph beneath this fortress, if you would like to read it. Robin became excited now. It had been some time since she had the chance to read a poneglyph, as they weren't exactly common. Cherry was also looking forward to it, as she had been learning to read them from Robin for a while now. This would be the first one she got to read. Well, except for the one in alabaster, as she remembered the writings on his perfectly. So after she learned to read the glyphs, she was able to understand what was written on it. Let's go right now, Robin and Cherry exclaimed simultaneously. Chapter 129, Haki Training. Dragon brought the two of them down below the fortress via a secret passageway that only himself and the other executives were aware of. This island, like many others, used to be a place with a thriving civilization. That is until a world noble came to visit and decided to take the kingdom's beloved princess as a slave. The king as well as the people were outraged by his reprehensible actions, so they killed the world noble and rebelled against the world government. Since the kingdom did not produce anything of great importance for the world government, it was deemed easier to annihilate it via Buster Call than to capitulate them. Dragon said. How very short-sighted of them. Cherry commented. Indeed, but they are not at fault for trying to resist tyranny. Even if the result was expectedly hopeless. Dragon said. His voice was tinged with regret, as if he felt in some way responsible for not being there for them, even though the state of the ruins would suggest this happened at least 100 years ago. The walls of the secret passageway felt more like a tomb than a castle until they reached a large wide open room. At the center of the room stood, Dragon illuminated the familiar dark cubic shape of a poneglyph with his torch. I've always wondered what words those ancient peoples wanted to convey to the future. Professor Clover once told me that most of them contain histories either lost to time, or more likely erased by the world government. We both knew that I suspected there was more to them, but I neither asked nor did he volunteer that information. I could at least infer that they likely told the truth of the Void Century in some way, and perhaps contained information on the ancient weapons. Dragon paused and looked into Robin's eyes. He smiled at her. I can see in your eyes that you would never tell me if they did write of the ancient weapons on them. That is good. I do not want the temptation. I should think I would never choose to seek them out, but I am only human. Robin could hear the truth to his words and gained some more respect for the man. She glanced to her side at Cherry and wished she could say the same about her lover. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm not going to revive the ancient weapons. I promised not to. Remember? Cherry said with the least trustworthy face in the world. I suspected it might be the case since earlier. But are you able to read the poneglyphs as well? Dragon asked. Yes, but she only agreed to teach me because I already memorized the blueprints for Pluton. So even if we did find information about the ancient weapons on one of these bad boys, Cherry slapped the poneglyph, then it wouldn't matter in my case. I see, for some reason that is deeply concerning to me for reasons I cannot comprehend. Dragon said, a chill going down his spine. No. That's the normal reaction to Cherry. It would be more concerning if you didn't feel concerned. Robin replied, enough chit-chat, we've got a big rock to read. Cherry exclaimed, pushing Dragon around the side to light up the writing. When they finished reading the poneglyph after a few minutes at about the same time. Robin was more experienced in reading them, but Cherry had better mental processing speed which roughly evened out the times. My broken bar. Cherry hummed thoughtfully. Can you share what it says? If it isn't about ancient weapons of course. Dragon asked curiously. Before Robin could say anything, Cherry spoke up first. It's a very naughty love letter written by the mason who carved the stone. Cherry spoke with an amused smile. Dragon turned to look at Robin seeking a serious answer. No, she said it like it was a joke, but that about sums it up. Excluding the naughty part as it's actually quite eloquent. The individuals involved can be inferred to be of significant status from the context, but that's all. Robin explained. Dragon was a bit dissatisfied with the result. He'd hoped it would be some interesting bit of history, but he supposed that was just his bad luck. Neither Robin nor Cherry elected to mention that the poneglyph also contained instructions on how to find another poneglyph. Unfortunately, it pointed to an island that Robin was already quite familiar with, Ohara. Dragon was a shrewd and perceptive man, but he couldn't see through such well-practiced liars as them. Not that they were hiding anything of importance from him in any case. They returned through the secret passageway to Dragon's office. Say, can you teach me more about Haki's advanced uses? Cherry asked. My broken bar. Dragon hummed in thought. Although Cherry was friendly with his son and with Robin, his instincts told him that teaching her would turn her into a real monster. I can agree to that, on the condition that you take up some work for my cause. Preferably without letting anyone know you're doing it on our behalf. Normally I only train those who are loyal to the cause, so I'm already making a concession here. Dragon offered. I won't do assassinations. Cherry countered. Deal. Dragon said with a cunning smile. He wasn't planning on using his son's friend as a contract killer anyways. 1 TSK. Cherry clicked her tongue, realizing she could have gotten more out of him since he accepted so quickly. Dragon had some work to do, so Cherry instructed Robin in some martial arts, the basics of traceless steps, and answered some questions about cultivation that she had. After the sun went down, Dragon came to find her to begin their Haki training. "Tell me what your current level is so I know where to begin," Dragon said. Cherry told him that she had standard proficiency in observation Haki, fairly good armament Haki with a natural talent for the internal destruction advanced technique, and finally basic conqueror's Haki. "Let's start with observation Haki, then." "Put these on." Dragon handed her a blindfold. Cherry naturally knew what they were for. "Kinky." Dragon didn't reply to her provocation. He would have thought it was a way to deal with being nervous, but after interacting with her, he knew she was just like that. "Sensing incoming attacks is pretty easy when you're fighting a beast or a particular dull-witted human," Dragon said. "Whack." Cherry felt a hand slap her upside the head. Her observation Haki didn't pick it up at all. Of course she could use life sense to get around that particular problem, but that would defeat the purpose of the training, wouldn't it? People are cunning and can hide their intentions. The purpose of the blindfold ban, a punch to her stomach, is to teach you to sense the true intentions of your opponent, behind their deceptions. Dragon said. "You're gonna teach me how to do that as well, aren't you?" Cherry asked, unfazed by the two attacks. "You've already been doing it naturally from what I saw during Marineford. I can teach you how to do it consciously too, though," Dragon answered. Pow! A mean right hook to the jaw. Cherry had sensed something that time, but it was a trick. The punch came from the wrong side. Dragon beat on Cherry for a few hours before calling it quits for the night. "We'll start again just before dawn, don't be late," Dragon said, walking away. Dragon was secretly very impressed with Cherry's natural resilience. Hitting her felt like he was attacking one of Vegapunk's robots, only she was clearly made of flesh and bone. Perhaps she fused steel into her body with her devil fruit. She was heavier than expected of a woman of her size, but not to the point that she could be made of metal. Cherry also had some thoughts about Dragon. He really was the softie that her first impression told her he was. Even though he was quite the stern teacher, it was clear that he wanted to help her improve and was quite attentive to her. He increased the strength of his blows to the point that they hurt, but without doing any real damage, and often asked if she was doing okay. 1. I'm looking forward to working with him. Maybe I should teach him a few things too? Cherry thought, heading back to her and Robin's room. 3 Chapter 130. First Mission 1. The next month passed by quickly with most of their time occupied by training. Robin made good progress with her cultivation, which was a given with Cherry providing cultivation pills and advice. Likely she would be ready to break through in a couple more months at most. She also made steady progress with her martial arts. Cherry meanwhile grew by leaps and bounds in her Haki training. She was able to properly sense Dragon's attacks now, no matter how sneaky he was being, so he brought in one of his specialist fighters. The man was a deadly sniper with a particular talent in hiding from observation Haki. In fact, he was so good that even Dragon couldn't detect his attacks until after he fired the bullet. It was unfortunate that he wasn't nearly as talented with armament Haki, so he could never be a real threat to the big shots of the world. Cherry made sure to pester the man to teach her his secrets of stealth. He was somewhat unwilling, but acquiesced since Dragon himself had been teaching her. There's something I want you to do for me, Miss Harpin, Dragon said at the end of their training session. Already? You're trying to get work out of me soon? Cherry raised an eyebrow at him with a smirk. You're learning much more quickly than anticipated. If I don't get some work out of you now, you'll run off without upholding your end of the deal, Dragon correctly pointed out. Tell me then. Do you want me to gather information, or maybe seed ideas of rebellion in a population, or perhaps empty out a kingdom's treasury for your war effort? Cherry asked. Recently a man called Wapol, former king of the Drum Kingdom, has made some waves with his new Wapometal. The world nobles recently acknowledged his achievement and gave him another kingdom to rule. The man is as much a cruel tyrant as the world nobles are, so the people of that kingdom are now suffering under him as his former kingdom had. I want you to do whatever you can to sabotage his regime, his company, and if possible kidnap him. Dragon laid out the mission. Wapol. Huh? I'm surprised he managed to make a name for himself somehow. Why do you need me to do it though? That's like using a sea king to sink a rowboat, Cherry asked. On top of the fact that the world government has a close eye on him, he's just not high enough of a priority for our cause to deal with right now. We're stretched thin as it is, and dealing with him won't bring us many gains. It's also a chance to see how you work. I know you're strong and getting stronger by the day, but I'd like to see if you can do subtlety as well, Dragon said. Well, alright. Cabinet was getting antsy anyways, she could use some fresh air, Cherry said, waving goodbye as she went to prepare for the journey. Cherry received a Viva card for a member of the Revolutionary Army that wasn't on the island for them to return. They limited access to Viva cards or eternal log poses directly to the island to make sure they couldn't be used to find their base. Both Robin and Perona were coming along as well, of course. They were also looking forward to the field trip, as they were getting sick of the cold temperatures of the winter island. Why can't we just kill the loser? Perona asked, not understanding the logic behind it. No particular reason, I suppose. Luffy doesn't like to kill people, but at this point I would say I just learned to enjoy not getting blood on my hands, Cherry said, to which Robin also nodded. She had killed her fair share of people in the past when necessary, but never liked doing so. Besides, I can think of a few ways to take him out of the picture without killing him. In fact, one such idea involves you, Pepperoni-sama, Cherry said. Stop calling me that. Cabby, she's bullying me again, Perona complained, but she couldn't help but wonder what Cherry had in mind. One cabinet transformed into her ship form and took off into the air after they finished loading supplies on board. Their destination was the new Black Drum Kingdom in South Blue. Since they were heading to South Blue anyways, Cherry decided to make a stop at Karate Island. She planned to learn and steel martial arts, as it was renowned around the world for its martial artists. After crossing over the calm belt, navigation became much simpler as they could rely on normal compasses again. Once they got their bearings, it was a simple matter to find a route to head straight to Karate Island and later to the Black Drum Kingdom. The port city of Boxington was a busy place full of many kinds of people, not the least of which were the martial artists who came in many shapes and sizes and disciplines. Seeing that 3 out of 4 of them were quite infamous at this point, they elected to disguise themselves so as to avoid recognition. Perona didn't really need to, as she didn't have a bounty or any known association with the Straw Hats, but she wasn't going to miss a chance to play dress up. 1. Cabinet was able to pass as a man when wearing a chest binding due to her muscular body and height. Robin was also able to do so using the trick she learned to bloom her hair from her face, forming a beard. In addition to a chest binding. You don't even need to bind your chest, Cherry. You're flat as a board already, Perona mocked. Whatever you say, doll eyes. Cherry shot back. Perona started to tear up and sought refuge with Cabinet, who gladly proceeded to soothe her with head pats. Perona wore a rather fanciful black dress and a half mask. She stuck out like a sore thumb in this place, but it drew attention away from the other 3, so that was fine. Cherry was dressed like a ninja with the outfit previously made for her in Impel Down by Inazuma. They decided to split up, Cabinet with Perona and Cherry with Robin, to gather information. Although Cabinet and Perona were likely just going to treat it as a date, they hadn't really had the opportunity to go on a proper date after all. Cherry and Robin quickly located an information broker by asking around the shadier parts of town and made their way over. The broker was an old woman with a missing eye she didn't bother to cover up, likely to intimidate any weaklings who might otherwise get some funny ideas. So what do you want to know? You gotta show that you've got the money up front before I give you anything, the old woman said. Tell me everything you can about the strongest martial arts schools here, Cherry said with a lowered voice, dropping down a few dozen 10,000 berry bills. The old woman smiled and happily started to give up everything she knew about the schools for about the next hours or so. She knew more than I expected her to. I guess these so-called martial arts schools aren't very protective of their secrets, Cherry said. Well, they certainly weren't going to be as paranoid as those sects you told me about, Robin said. I guess you're right. They'd probably get in trouble if they killed any petty thieves, especially with the heavy marine presence here," Cherry concluded. Cherry and Robin went on a date to pass the time until nightfall. Time to steal some secret manuals. Cherry spoke to herself, preparing to zoom around the island and rob every martial arts school in a single night. Chapter 131, Martial Art Thief. Cherry spent the night sneaking from school to school, looting their secret stashes for whatever techniques she could find. Most of the martial artists didn't have much in the way of security, or rather they didn't have any security that could keep Cherry out, or even catch a glimpse of her for that matter. "Well, this is a real disappointment. I guess I shouldn't have expected the boxes to be the bookish sort." Her broken bar, Cherry said, tossing the so-called martial arts manual back into a drawer. "Maybe I'm going about this the wrong way. It would have been easier to just challenge all the dojos and absorb their techniques that way. I suppose getting some practice sneaking about doesn't hurt though," Cherry muttered under her breath. There was still one school to go to though, so she'd finish what she started at least. The last target was actually a front for some kind of assassin organization. They'd try to recruit whatever talents they found, either by tempting them or through more nefarious means. From the outside, the dojo looked average in just about every metric one could judge it through appearances. This included the security measures, as one could only see a few guards patrolling around the property. Of course, the true security was actually the highest of any of the schools, as there were many well-hidden individuals tucked away in places the average person wouldn't look. They glowed just as brightly as anyone else in Cherry's life sense. Cherry didn't know how to get into the secret compound without risking giving herself away, so she chose to reveal herself in a controlled manner. Cherry snuck behind one of the obvious guards and over the wall, making sure that the hidden guards could see her just fine in the moonlight. As expected, the hidden guards made no moves to stop her, as they were there for the hidden compound, not for the full dojo. They signaled one another and one of them moved to another location and descended underground. Presumably he was going to report the intruder. Seeing this, Cherry made a show of searching for the martial arts manuals and stealing them. Then she left the dojo the way she came in, all the while making sure she was only seen by those she wished to see her. Now that they thought she had left with what she came for, she could start with the true infiltration. This time she kept to the blind spots of every guard, hidden or not, and found her way to the trapdoor beneath the rug. Lifting the trapdoor ever so gently as to not make any sound, she swiftly descended into the darkness. Cherry found herself in what appeared to be a secret storage for alcohol. Clever to hide a secret entrance inside an already secret room, Cherry used her superior senses to examine the room and quickly found that one of the barrels was empty. Taking the lid off and crawling inside, she found that the other end of the barrel could also be opened and found herself inside a stairwell. Cherry looked at the steps of the stairwell in the pitch-black darkness. She could see perfectly well, even in these conditions, so it was quite immediately apparent that the steps were coated in dust, but there were no footprints from the guard who entered earlier. Seeing that the stairwell was somewhat narrow, she held herself up off the ground by spreading her arms and legs against the walls. She moved in this fashion down the stairwell until she reached the bottom, which was closed off by a reinforced door. The lock on the door looked quite sturdy. It was also untouched, and after poking around the door, Cherry found a false panel which revealed the real lock. Cherry used her devil fruit to bust it open. They'd know something was up when they found it like this, but Cherry would likely be long gone by then. Slipping into the door and quietly closing it behind her, Cherry moves into the secret training facility. No one was sleeping down here. All the trainers and trainees were wide awake and honing their skill sets, so Cherry had to be extra careful now. Would it kill them to label the doors? How's a thief meant to find their way around the place if you don't clearly mark the doors and have the occasional map of the facility to find your way? Cherry thought silently. Cherry found the individual that went down to report her previous intrusion exiting a room with another person within. Thinking this is likely to be a leader of some sort, Cherry decided not to wait it out and decided to simply barge into the room. Sneakily, Cherry waited until the individual inside diverted their attention and slipped inside the room without a sound. fusing the door shut along the way. The leader of the assassin training facility looked up thinking he sensed something, but seeing nothing he returned his eyes to his paperwork. He did not lower his guard however. He had been an assassin for too long to completely dismiss a funny feeling that turned up nothing. Cherry was standing behind the man, having dropped to the floor out of the man's line of sight in front of his desk. Then she skirted around the desk when his attention had focused on the door and slipped behind him. Cherry read through the paperwork he was working through. It appeared to be a request for additional recruits as a job went really bad and had gotten a lot of their operatives killed. There were no details on the jobs itself, though. Cherry turned around and poked through some other files that were left out. There were some filing cabinets as well, but she would have a hard time opening them without attracting attention. Not that she needed to bother with all this nonsense, as the man in here with her was dreadfully weak compared to her. It would be a simple matter to simply knock him out and do as she wished without interference. But where would the fun be in that? Unfortunately, she didn't find anything interesting in these documents either. This wasn't the main base of this particular group of assassins, only a place to train recruits. Likewise, the information here only seemed to pertain to that training. Sigh, how dreadfully dull. A broken bar. Cherry spoke aloud. The man spun around, meaning to attack immediately with deadly precision. Unfortunately for him, he was outmatched and Cherry knew what he would do before she spoke up. His throat was grabbed the instant he had turned far enough to face her. He felt his vocal cords get shredded before he could scream or call for help. A rain of blows landed on his body, pulverizing the joints of his bones and thus rendering him almost completely unable to move. As a last-ditch effort to resist in some way, he tried to push himself to fall backwards, in the hopes that he could make some noise that somebody might hear, but Cherry simply caught him and settled him back down into his chair. Even after all that, the man still had the nerve to glare at her, not an ounce of fear in his eyes. Where do you keep your martial arts manuals and anything else in regards to technique, such as poison recipes? Cherry asked with a soft voice. I can't talk, you stupid bitch. The man spoke coldly in his mind. Perhaps not, but you can point with your eyes, Cherry said. The man wasn't impressed that she seemed to know what he was thinking. It was a pretty predictable thought, after all. He did not cooperate and simply waited for death and prepared to be tortured. I'm not going to torture you. It's distasteful and rarely produces good results, especially with your sort. I just thought I'd give you the chance to save me some time. If you cooperate, then I promise not to cripple every single one of your men here. If not, then I have no qualms in doing just that, Cherry threatened. The man didn't think she was lying. She said it far too casually, and after how she took him out in seconds, he believed she was capable enough to follow through. He carefully weighed the pros and cons of cooperating, but the choice was clear. She would likely find what she wanted anyways, so it's better to save his men if he could. The man directed her to a hidden safe and blinked to give her the code. Cherry dialed the safe and opened the door. Poof! Cherry received a face full of poisonous gas. She turned to look at the man who was glaring at her with a gloating hate. Cherry only smiled under her mask and shook her head. Poison of this caliber was useless against her even if she didn't deliberately deal with it with vital energy. She took out the documents and started to read over them, as the man slowly lost his good mood and grumbled to himself in silence. Chapter 132, Black Drum Kingdom. It was good that I didn't give up and came here, Cherry thought as she finished looking through the contents of the safe. Overall, this trip had been fruitful even though none of the martial arts had been particularly profound. What they did give her was a solid grasp on how the residents of this world utilize their vital energy through their martial art forms. With so many samples to pass through, she had greatly shortened the time it would take to accomplish one of her goals. That is, creating a new martial art that suited her. Combined with the few forms she knew from her previous life, she would be able to make something mightier than the sum of its parts. Well, she needed something to occupy her time. She couldn't just spend every second of her life cultivating, could she? Otherwise, what would be the point of living forever? 6. Cherry tossed the documents to the floor without a care, then poked the assassin trainer on the forehead, causing him to pass out. I promise not to cripple all his men, but it can't be helped if they attack me, can it? Cherry thought shamelessly, already breaking her word. Cherry unfused the door and slammed it open, garnering the attention of everyone within earshot. Assassins came to find out what happened, only to discover an intruder. Naturally, they attacked said intruder and were swiftly made to regret their hasty actions. Really, they ought to know better. They're all coming at me from the front even after I made it clear I'm not afraid of them. Not just that, they can clearly see from their previously crippled comrades on the ground that they're no match. How foolish. Cherry chastised them in her mind. Once outside, Cherry vanished into the night. The following morning there was quite the commotion, as every single martial arts school found they had been burgled. Moreover, the thief left notes at each crime scene daring the strongest martial artists from each school to face him at a particular location at noon. Martial artists weren't the most cunning or cautious of people, so while many of them suspected some sort of trap or trick they still showed up, along with the Marines. Of course, a large crowd of martial artists and many Marines were waiting at the agreed-upon spot by the time noon came. "Where the hell is that coward? I'll rearrange his face with my fists," the master of the boxing dojo announced, to many shouts of agreement. "I'm here," a voice sounded out, startling them all. The voice came from a somewhat short young man who was dressed like a ninja. To add insult to injury, he was standing right in the middle of the crowd. The master of the strongest dojo on the island, the karate school, was standing right next to the supposed thief. He wasted no time in attacking the young man with the intent to subdue him and handing him over to the Marines. Bam bam bam. The karate master was hit by several sharp, vicious blows that certainly wouldn't be taught by any upstanding martial arts school. This was proof enough for the other masters to attack immediately. Unfortunately, the karate master was already quite injured, and though still willing to fight, he was not able to push through the other masters in his current state. What occurred afterwards would become a local legend of Karate Island. The day that a thief faced every so-called martial arts master on the island head-on and won the fight without a scratch to show for it, and all at once at that. 2. The Marines naturally didn't stand any chance at defeating Cherry either, as they were all standard Marines stationed in South Blue, not the Grand Line. Moreover, their presence on the island was mostly a formality, as the martial arts schools handled things well enough on their own usually. Having seen the various martial arts up close and personal, Cherry pretty much understood all their martial arts perfectly. So now it was time to leave. There was no one left standing to pursue her, so she wasn't in any rush. The other three were already waiting for her to leave for their next destination when she arrived at their meeting point. Cabinet lifted off, leaving Karate Island far behind them soon after. Cherry spent the journey assembling her new martial art. She still needed to borrow more styles in regards to weapon martial arts, but she had enough for a solid base in unarmed combat and the application of vital energy. Soon, they saw the Black Drum Kingdom in the distance. The doom and gloom of the place could be felt even miles away. Even though it fits my aesthetic, even I can't like this place here, Broken Bar Perona commented. That's because the incompetence of its ruler ruins the flavor, Cherry said. Ah, you're right. That's what it is, Perona agreed. We'll gather information first and foremost, Robin suggested, garnering nods from the others. What do I do? Cabinet asked, not wanting to be left out of the fun. Just help people and talk to them. Just don't start any trouble, Cherry said. Cabinet nodded with some eagerness. Robin went to find an information broker. Perona sent out her ghosts to poke around risk-free. Cabinet went to find people in need of assistance, and Cherry made her way to Wapol's castle. The guards of the castle were just as lazy and incompetent as their king, so it was child's play to infiltrate it, at least by Cherry's standards. Tui. You call this slop food worthy of my majesty? Consider yourself fired. The familiar voice of Wapol was heard shouting from inside what appeared to be an overly extravagant dining room. His guards dragged away a kicking and screaming chef. From his reaction it seems that being fired by Wapol was a bit more severe than just losing one's job. Cherry followed the guards that dragged the man away, and sure enough, she found them stuffing the poor man into a cannon aimed away from the castle into a lake. The average person of this world might be sturdy, but not fired out of a cannon and survive sturdy. One Cherry swooped down and jostled the brains of the guards with a couple of light palm strikes, rendering them unconscious. She then pulled the chef out of the cannon, then removed his bindings and his gag. "Thank you, thank you, thank you," he thanked desperately whilst crying his eyes out. "Don't worry about it," Cherry replied. Cherry started to take off one of the guards' uniforms and told the chef to quickly undress as well. Fortunately, the man seemed to get what she was up to and quickly complied. Then he put on the guard's uniform whilst Cherry put his chef's outfit onto the guard and stuffed him into the cannon. "Why don't you answer a few questions for me?" Cherry said, lighting the fuse on the cannon so that no one would know anything was wrong, at least not right away. She wasn't exactly worried about the guard's well-being, as he had been about to fire an innocent man out of the very same cannon, but she figured he'd most likely survive. "Whatever you want. Ask me anything at all." The chef nodded furiously. "Tell me everything you know about Wapol's government, and if possible his company as well," Cherry said. The chef started a long rant, only pausing to flinch when the cannon fired. It seemed like he had a lot to get off his chest, which was good for Cherry, though she did have to get him back on track a few times. "I see. You seem to know quite a lot. This will be helpful to me. Let's get you out of here then. As far as anyone knows you were fired out of the cannon," Cherry said, picking the man up and holding him under one arm as she leapt out the window and dashed through the air, hugging closely to the wall to avoid being spotted. Chapter 133, Setting the stage. Cherry dropped the now former chef off near the city and instructed him that it would be wise to lay low until it was safe. "How will I know when it is safe?" the man asked, trying to cling on to the one who saved him from a gruesome fate. "You'll know. It'll be fairly obvious." Cherry spoke cryptically and left him there. Cherry returned to the castle and poked around to fill in some holes in her information, before rendezvousing with the other three at the agreed-upon time. Compiling all the information they had gathered gave a pretty clear picture of the kingdom's current state. "Well, kidnapping Wapol will be pretty easy. He's constantly breaking his itinerary, making it nearly impossible to properly guard him even within the castle," Cherry said. "It's a miracle he hasn't already been kidnapped, really." Robin concurred. "It would be prudent to acquire this brother of his as well, Musharu. He's just as cruel, and though this particular line of royalty has only just started with Wapol, his brother may technically be able to take the throne should Wapol go missing," Cherry said. They discussed some ideas on how to undermine the authority of the royal regime before splitting up once again. This time, Perona came along with Cherry to the castle, where Cherry prepared a sealed-off hiding place for her to safely project a spectral version of herself from. "All right, follow me and give me one of your ghosts when I tell you to," Cherry instructed. HMPH. Perona harumphed, but complied nonetheless. Night has fallen on the Black Drum Kingdom, making it that much simpler to navigate the castle unseen. King Wapol was always early to bed and late to wake, so he was found within his bedchambers. Naturally his wife and queen, Cinderella, was on the other side of the castle in her own bedchambers and thus not present. Cherry sneaked into Wapol's bedchambers, where he loudly snored and casually chewed on any furniture within reach in his sleep. Cherry motioned for Perona to produce a ghost, which Cherry then grabbed with a haki-coated hand. She brought it over to the sleeping form of Wapol and jammed the ghost into his body, promptly activating her devil fruit power in an attempt to fuse the ghost inside him. Wapol awoke, but he did not notice Cherry or the apparition of Perona, as he was immediately filled with an enormous sense of dread. All his undeserved confidence and bravado drained away, and for the first time in his life he felt worthless. Yeah, broken bar, Wapol stuttered. "I'm slightly less than perfect." Wapol began to weep as the realization of his own inadequacy. Meanwhile Cherry and Perona were dumbfounded. "Just how arrogant is he?" Perona muttered. It was strange enough to meet someone who was too negative to be affected by her ghosts like Usopp, but for someone to have such an enormously overinflated opinion of themselves that they only feel slightly less than perfect. One at the very least, the depression aspect seemed to be working normally, which was a relief. Well, it worked out in any case. Cherry shrugged and placed her hands on Wapol's back and began sealing his devil fruit powers. She had worked on the technique a bit since she used it on Serene, so she had cut down the time it takes to about half an hour. Now that Wapol was dealt with, they moved to go meet with his brother Musharu, leaving Wapol in his bedchambers for the time being. He wasn't going anywhere in that pseudo-permanent depressed state. Mushashashashu. Menacing laughter was heard from the bedchambers of Musharu. It was good that he was awake, though they didn't know why he was cackling like a madman alone in his room. Cherry simply waltzed in and made herself known to him. Who goes there? Musharu spun around to see an individual whose appearance would suggest a potential assassin. Why hello, Cherry said in her disguised voice. It is an honor to meet the most illustrious brother of the king, Musharu. Musharu was on his guard, but seeing he was not yet attacked decided to see what this was about. You didn't answer my question. Name yourself or perish, Musharu demanded loudly. I am a friend of course. One who doesn't wish to see your eminence waste away while your less than ideal brother sits on the throne. I would like to provide an opportunity for you to rise in your station, if you're interested. Cherry offered. Deal. Musharu answered instantly. In his mind it was a win-win situation. Either this mysterious figure succeeded in what they insinuated and he became king, or they failed and he denied all involvement. The best part is that he didn't have to lift a finger for it. I see that I was correct in my view of you, King Musharu. All you need to do is take over when the morning comes. I trust you'll know what to do, Cherry said, feeding his ego. Musharu was pleased to hear it. He was the one who ought to have been king from the start, not his younger brother. It was his right as the eldest to be heir to the throne. Just look at how his brother completely lost control over the Drum Kingdom. If not for his dumb luck with his devil fruit, he would still be eating trash out of a gutter somewhere. Off you go then. As far as anyone knows I have no connection to you. Musharu shooed the figure away. Musharu started to giggle to himself once again as he imagined taking his brother's beautiful wife for himself as well. Now that the stage was set, Cherry would let the fool ruin himself. As for what Robin and Cabinet were up to at this time, they were spreading rumors to the people. Rumors that the king's brother Musharu was planning a coup d'etat. Rumors that Musharu would be 100 times crueler than Wapol ever was. They implanted the idea that Musharu's regime would be illegitimate in the world government's eyes, and as such the world government would not intervene if the people rose up against Musharu's regime. This was actually true, as the kingdom had only recently been granted to Wapol directly by the world nobles. Stealing the crown from him, especially so soon after it was given to Wapol, was essentially a slap in the face to the world nobles. Robin had a certain way with words that enabled her to manipulate the emotions of her listeners, a talent she picked up over her many years on the run. Cabinet simply went to the people she had been helping as they trusted her somewhat. While not necessarily convinced by the words of a stranger, it was enough to keep her words in mind. The fears of the people of Black Drum Kingdom were confirmed the following morning. The king's brother Musharu announced that his brother had become too ill to rule properly and as such Musharu would be taking over his duties as the monarch. Those who witnessed the announcement noted the disgusted look on the face of Wapol's wife as she stood to Musharu's side. This in and of itself suggested some sort of foul play behind the scenes, as she had not previously been known to be on bad terms with Musharu. A new proclamation was sent down by Musharu, that he was to be provided with a citizen every day. This stirred the imaginations of the people, and with the rumors of Musharu's cruelty making the rounds they had a stark vision of their futures. Thus, the flames of rebellion quickly grew from within the populace. Over the next few days, as the people who were brought to the castle were not heard from again, the rage of the people grew that much fiercer. Emboldened by the rumors that there would be no world government crackdown, soon there would be revolution. Chapter 134, Rebellion of Black Drum. Giles was a middle-aged man with a horseshoe of straight brown hair and a little separate tuft of hair just above his forehead. His eyes were dark brown, almost black, and he sported a wispy mustache that frankly made him look like a bit of a creep. His nose was crooked, clearly having been broken more than once in the past, and he was quite thin, with the exception of a prominent gut. Giles had been a spy for the Revolutionary Army for some years now. He was good at his job, even though he wasn't the best, and was loyal and passionate enough to get some important assignments from time to time. His current assignment was the Black Drum Kingdom, recently given to the former king of the Drum Kingdom, Wapol, by the world nobles. A few weeks ago he was notified that an elite team would be coming to the Black Drum Kingdom to depose King Wapol, though it wasn't mentioned who exactly was coming. This was rather exciting for Giles. He was a big fan of the upper echelons of the Revolutionary Army, especially of his own commander of the Southern Army, Lindbergh. He had seen him in person only a few times, but he was quite enthralled with the chaotic cat Mink. Naturally, he had high hopes of being able to meet Lindbergh in person, perhaps even getting to shake his hand. How amazing would that be? Sadly, it didn't seem that Lindbergh would be coming. Rather, he wasn't entirely sure if anyone at all was coming. The expected time of arrival came and went, but no one had come to meet with him. He started to worry that perhaps something had gone terribly wrong or that something urgent had come up, forcing them to change their plans. Now he knew better. He had made a note at the time when Musharu took over as regent, but thought it was an ordinary coup. Then when the rumors started to circulate and a heavy unease came over the populace, again he thought it was pretty normal fare for a tyrannical country. He realized that something was up when the rumors turned to hushed whispers of rebellion. It had only been a couple of days and already there was talk of resistance. A few days after that, Giles knew that the team had already arrived and had simply decided not to speak or meet with him. The people had risen up in a violent upheaval and there had to be someone that instigated it. The upheaval quickly turned into a siege. The people of the city had somehow armed themselves to the teeth and even had cannons that they used to rain down cannonballs upon the castle ceaselessly. Giles didn't know whether to be excited or terrified by this turn of events. Was it the commander of the East Army? Below Betty, her devil fruit could certainly give people the push they needed to fight for themselves, but she would have been on the front lines keeping up morale in that case. 1. Are you enjoying the show? A sudden question broke Giles out of his thoughts. He turned to see piercing red eyes that seemed to see into his soul. Those eyes belonged to a woman he was familiar with. In fact, almost no one in the world wouldn't recognize her at this point. Harpentine Cherry? What are you doing here? Giles asked confusedly. I came to tell you that I'll be handing over Wapol and Musharu to you for transport soon. I could do it faster, but I don't want them on my ship, Cherry said nonchalantly. It was then that Giles put all the pieces together. You're my contact? Giles asked to confirm. Yep. Now get going now. You need to prepare a ship. I'll make it clear if it wasn't already too. The Revolutionary Army had nothing to do with this. The people simply rose up against a usurper on their own initiative. Get it? Cherry said. Right. Giles understood. Being associated with the revolution at the current point in time was a double-edged sword. On one hand they'd be free of tyrannical royalty, but on the other they would be a target for the world government. By doing things in secret like this, the world government wouldn't consider them to be rebels against the world order. Though they would be suspicious, they wouldn't make any moves against them. Giles went to make his preparations and Cherry went back to the castle to get her prizes. The castle was starting to look like a sponge now with all the holes in it. Cherry had sabotaged all the cannons and guns in the castle to prevent the guards and soldiers from fighting back. Boom 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 in the distance. Many explosions rang out. Wapol's company headquarters and factories were being destroyed one by one. Just collateral damage for overzealous people, of course. Not premeditated sabotage by a third party, not at all. Cherry found Musharu cowering in some corner of the castle far from the besieged side. Why you? This is your fault. If you hadn't Musharu sputtered, before receiving a swift kick to the groin, then a follow-up roundhouse kick to the head. The people that Musharu had brought into the castle were alive, if not a bit worse for wear, in the dungeons of the castle. Musharu enjoyed tormenting them, but fortunately he did not intend to kill or maim them. Otherwise Cherry would have had to step in and complicate her plans. The rebels would find them there easy enough. Cherry picked up Musharu after sealing his devil fruit and made her way to Wapol, who was still a depressed husk of his former self. I'm so worthless that I couldn't even beat Straw Hat with 1% of my true power. If only I had used 2%, I'd still be king of the Drum Kingdom. A broken bar, Wapol muttered to himself, not paying any mind to Cherry who dragged him away by the collar. 2. Lastly, Cherry went to find Cinderella. She didn't really want to bring her as well, as she was pretty useless, but knowing that there was a good chance that the rebels would kill her in cold blood, she supposed that she would do this one small kindness for her. "Eek, don't kill me." Cinderella groveled on the ground. Seeing that Cherry had both the unconscious body of Musharu and the mumbling Wapol in tow, she became even more terrified, thinking the figure before her was going to bring her to her execution grounds. "Your Majesty," Cherry called out with a certain passionate zeal, "I've come to help you flee from the wretched rebels." "Why you lying? Why is Musharu unconscious if you're here to help?" Cinderella snapped. "He was struck by a cannonball, my queen." "Let us go with haste. The rebels have already breached the gates, and they are no doubt seeking blood," Cherry exclaimed with false sincerity. Cinderella thought for only a moment before deciding to take the chance. She didn't have much of a choice in any case. She was no good in a fight if this person meant her harm. Cherry led her to a secret passageway that she had installed herself beforehand and led her through a long tunnel underneath the city towards the docks. They exited the tunnel into an alley and no one was around to witness their exit. "Hail, fellow loyalists. I bring the king, queen, and regent for safe passage away from the kingdom. Dare not to bring them back until after the Marines have dealt with these ungrateful worms," Cherry announced to Giles and his men. The men were slightly caught off guard, but did not show it as they quickly took the situation in stride. "But of course, friend, those scum shan't lay a finger on a single hair of the rightful royal family of Black Drum," Giles announced with a certain sleaziness apparent in his voice. Surprisingly, this was what put Cinderella at ease. It would seem she found a kindred spirit from his distasteful words. Set off immediately. "My lady, it was a great honor to have escorted your eminence to safety in these trying times," Cherry said, waving goodbye to the unknowing prisoners. Chapter 135, Return to Baltigo Sabadi Archipelago. Serene and Going Merry had been left alone with the Thousand Sunny. Rayleigh had come to explain to them that all the others were sent flying in different directions by Bartholomew Kuma to distant corners of the world. 2. This news had been pretty devastating for Mary, as she was filled with worry for her beloved crew. Serene also felt somewhat depressed over these events, as she had actually started to like them a little bit. Okay, maybe more than a little bit, a broken bar, maybe a whole lot. Frankly, she was pretty sure that Cherry would have let her go after her powers had been returned, but her status as Cherry's prisoner allowed her to stay with them freely without needing to set her pride aside. But now all that was out the window. If she was still here when they got back, then they'd know she had chosen to stay with them. Otherwise she would have taken the chance to escape. Then the Rosy Life Riders showed up and said that they'd help to protect the Thousand Sunny until the crew came back. That gave her the ingenious idea to use some perceived debt to them as an excuse. It was perfect. With Serene's devil fruit and the assistance of the Rosy Life Riders, cleaning up the trash who came for the ship was not even the slightest bit difficult. Mary had taken to fighting the thieves in hopes of getting stronger herself, as she did not want to simply stand on the sidelines whilst her beloved crew fought hard battles. So Mary would fight until she could no longer do so. Then Serene swoops in and makes them hallucinate for the Rosy Life Riders to clean them up. After a bit more than a week of fighting off hoodlums, the war against Whitebeard was aired live over Den Mushy broadcast. Imagine her surprise to see Luffy and Cherry in the mix. Moreover, they were both quite eye-catching in their own ways. Luffy being very strong for a rookie pirate, especially for his age, and Cherry being an absolute nightmare that struck fear into the audience. Serene was just glad she was on that monster's side now. A few days later, Bartholomew Kuma showed up. This was terrifying for the Rosy Life Riders, but surprisingly they held strong. Fortunately for those fools, Kuma seemed out of sorts and wasn't hostile to them. Instead, he actually started to help protect the Thousand Sunny from the bounty hunters and pirates. This did make Mary's training a bit complicated, but they soon discovered they could simply intercept the thieves before coming within a certain range of Kuma. Kuma would only attack if they entered that range for some reason. One day, a woman who called Shaki came to check up on them, apparently acquainted with Rayleigh in some way. "I just came to see how you were holding up. Can't have been easy for you to be separated from your friends like that." Shaki sympathized with them. Bah-ah, broken bar Mary let out a mournful bleat. "HMPH. I'm just paying my debt to them, then I'm a free woman." Serene spoke without a hint of sincerity. "Too right. Well, since you're here, would you like me to teach you some things? I used to be quite the fighter back in the day, you know," Shaki offered. Serene sized her up and was impressed with what she saw. Shaki might look relaxed to the untrained eye, but a martial artist can tell that she has no openings to exploit. I suppose it would help me repay my debt if I was stronger a broken bar if you'll have me." Serene spoke hopefully, almost expecting Shaki to rescind her offer. "All right, I'll come by to spar with you and give you some pointers from time to time. I've got a bar to tend to, so I can't be here every day." "I'm afraid," Shaki said. Serene was a bit disappointed at that, but eagerly accepted the offer. She only really knew her massage arts, taught to her by her mother. She knew those wouldn't be enough if she wanted to face stronger opponents. Life continued in that fashion for both Serene and Mary as they steadily grew stronger from the many battles they fought. A broken bar Black Drum Kingdom, until quite recently, Cherry and company stuck around for a few days to keep the populace from getting any funny ideas about escalating their little rebellion towards the world government with some well-placed gossip. After that was settled, it was time to return to Baltigo. The return trip was uneventful and they reached the outpost from which they would receive the means to return to Baltigo. Cherry did their little knocking routine that granted her entry into the fortress and they reported back to Dragon directly. "You did better than I expected you would," Dragon commented. "What, did you think I'd just walk up to the castle and drag him out kicking and screaming?" Cherry asked incredulously. Yes, Dragon said without hesitation. "But I am glad to be wrong." Naturally, after a moment of silent glaring at one another, they started to chuckle. "In all seriousness, I am quite impressed that you could so easily inspire the people to rise up, as well as manipulating the political situation beforehand to minimize the consequences of said rebellion." Dragon praised. "Your creepy spy dude should arrive sometime soon with Wapol, Musha, and Kinderella," Cherry said. "What did you want that dweeb for anyways?" "One, after his invention of Wapometal, we realized the potential in Wapol's devil fruit. The man himself is too foolish to use it properly, but we will make excellent use of it," Dragon explained. "One, by the way, it isn't very nice to call Giles creepy." "The look is intentional, but it still hurts his feelings," Dragon admonished. "I'll keep that in mind." "Now let's get to training already. I've got Nancy without my daily routine of haki training," Cherry insisted, practically dragging a helpless Dragon out the room. Sure enough, after a couple more weeks Giles and his crew arrived at Baltigo with their prisoners. Musharu was gagged and squirming inside his bindings, and Wapol was still depressed. Kinderella was clearly annoyed that she'd been tricked and thus captured without a chance to run away, but otherwise cooperative. She also wasn't very happy that she was the one who had to force-feed Wapol on account of him not eating or drinking of his own volition. Cherry decided to come meet them herself to see how the three prisoners were faring after the journey. Hopefully they were pleasantly infuriated and she could get some amusement out of poking fun at their expense. "Well, hello again, my queen. I hope you enjoyed the trip to your new home," Cherry exclaimed. Kinderella recognized Cherry, but didn't remember ever having met her herself. "I understand the confusion. I was in disguise at the time I brought you out of the castle after all," Cherry enlightened her. "What? How dare you trick me?" Kinderella was about to go on a tirade cursing her, but swiftly remembered what a terror this woman had been during the war at Marineford and shut her mouth. "It's good that you have more sense than your husband and brother-in-law. Perhaps your stay will be a little more comfortable as a result," Cherry said. Kinderella straightened her posture and immediately wore a pleasant smile on her face. If she could increase her quality of life, she was going to snatch up the opportunity by any means necessary. "I will be on my best behavior, Miss Harpin. Perhaps I can be of service in some way to you?" Kinderella offered. "How about a foot massage?" Cherry asked. She did so miss Serene's foot massages ever since she stopped forcing her to do so. "Why yes, Miss Harpin. Whatever you like." I will do it for you," Cinderella managed to say, masking her dissatisfaction quite well. "Excellent. Come along then, you won't be staying in some dingy prison cell if you serve me well," Cherry said, her words being a great source of relief from the anxiety of the trip. Cinderella almost forgot that Cherry was the one who put her in this mess to begin with. Chapter 136, Below Betty 1. Cherry led the procession of revolutionaries carrying the idiot Drum Brothers and Cinderella back to the fortress. Once inside, Cherry remembered that she should probably unfuse Perona's negative holo from Wapol. "One man, I almost feel bad for leaving him like this for weeks. Almost," Cherry thought to herself. 2. She placed a hand on Wapol's back and activated her devil fruit to release the negative holo from his body. The ghost-like form slipped out and had a melancholic look on its face, a stark difference from the usual goofy smile they wore. Only now did Cherry feel some guilt for what she did to Wapol, though the pity was directed towards the negative holo that had the misfortune to be stuck inside Wapol for so long. 2. Wapol took a deep breath in and looked around, a face filled with wonder and awe. "This place, it's so broken but beautiful," Wapol exclaimed with a big smile. The room they were in was a prison cell, and even as far as prison cells go it was pretty dismal. "I feel so alive, so wonderful. Life is so amazing," Wapol was shouting at the top of his lungs in pure unadulterated joy. "Wow, I was worried he would have gone insane after living in the deepest depression for so long, but it seems it only increased his outlook on life after he escaped it. I wonder how long it'll last?" Cherry pondered. Wapol spun around to take in the rest of his surroundings. "You?" Wapol pointed at Cherry. "Did your broken bar save me, even after our previous encounters?" "Sure, let's go with that," Cherry said, deciding to see where this was going. "You have my utmost gratitude. I thought I would be trapped in that dreary state of mind forever, but you had it in your heart to rescue me in spite of our rocky past." Wapol was crying genuine tears of gratitude. "Well, it was the right thing to do. After your brother usurped your throne, your citizens were so upset I just had to do something." Cherry lied. "What? That ungrateful wretch. This is the thanks I get from rescuing him from his exile." Wapol was enraged. "Don't you worry though. All your subordinates may have sided with him, but we'll get you back on your throne eventually. We might need your help with the war effort, if you're willing to use your devil fruit to help us?" Cherry asked with a sparkle in her eye. "Really? Naturally, I'll assist in any way I can. It's the least I can do with you helping me get my throne back." Wapol agreed enthusiastically. "Great, you stay here. I'll see you again soon," Cherry said. "Yes, I will stay here. This is a splendid room, if I do say so myself, and I've got quite the eye for luxury, mind you," Wapol said, seemingly oblivious to the dinginess of the prison cell, with only an old mattress as furniture. It seems that his perception has been altered significantly. Perhaps everything seems to be much better in his eyes after coming out of a month-long, deep depression. "I wonder if it's permanent?" Cherry pondered as she left the cell, the guards shutting the door behind her and locking it. Cherry decided to go get something to eat at the cafeteria. When she was almost there, Robin came running up behind her with crossed arms. Arms bloomed from Cherry's shoulders and firmly planted over her eyes. After a quick life sense, Cherry realized that Below Betty was in the cafeteria at the moment. Cherry had taught Robin how to use life sense, and she had been practicing with it by preventing Cherry from catching a glimpse of the apparently very sexy Betty. They had set the rule that Cherry wasn't allowed to use life sense inside the fortress so she wouldn't be able to find Betty in that manner. "That was a close one, darling," Cherry said, wrapping an arm around Robin's waist. "You'll have to feed me since I can't see." Robin agreed with the stipulation. Truthfully, she wasn't that jealous and she trusted Cherry not to cheat. She was mostly doing this because they both found it amusing, like an inside joke. Entering the cafeteria, Betty glanced over at them. "Why do you always have those hands over your eyes when I'm around? Do you have a problem with the way I dress?" Betty asked sternly. She knew they didn't do this for anyone else in the fortress, not even Morley. "You've gone and done it now, Robin. She's angry at us," Cherry said, whilst Robin blushed with some embarrassment. "Sorry, Betty." Robin apologized, releasing the hands from Cherry's eyes. Cherry looked upon Betty for the first time since she arrived here. "Are you sure you were jealous and not that you wanted to keep this glorious sight to yourself?" Cherry asked, raising an eyebrow at Robin, who then punched her in the shoulder. They got some food and sat down across from Betty to have a chat with her and make a proper introduction. "I see, so it just turned into some sort of game from then on," Betty said. "I would have preferred if you included me in any games that involve me." "Hear that, Robin? Maybe we should think of a new game?" Cherry suggested jokingly. "I can certainly think of a game we can play. It's not very original, but it never gets old." Betty spoke, giving them a playful look over her sunglasses. Robin blushed lightly and glanced at Cherry. Cherry was looking right back at her with a smirk, but gave no opinion on the matter. "Maybe we can all meet up after you're finished with your work tonight," Robin said softly after a moment of hesitation. "That's all right with me." "Should we meet at your quarters, or mine?" Betty asked, with a wide smile. After ironing out the details, Betty returned to her duties with a saunter. "Wow, I'm very surprised, to say the least," Cherry said, poking Robin in the side. Shut up," Robin muttered. Cherry and Robin went to go train for the rest of the day, then later met Betty at her living quarters where they got to know each other a lot better. 2. Turns out Betty's devil fruit was useful for more than just improving the morale of an army. 2. After leaving Betty's quarters late the next morning, they were intercepted by Sabo, who had returned from his impromptu vacation. "I just want to say thanks again. It was the right choice to go now rather than later." "By the way, Dragon-san wants to speak with you, Cherry," Sabo said, seeming to have a huge weight off his shoulders since the last time they met. "All right." "Was he mad that you took almost 2 months off?" Cherry asked. "Maybe a broken bar," Sabo said, looking a bit sheepish. Cherry made her way to Dragon's office, where she found him grumbling to himself about Sabo's absence. "Hey Chief, you wanted to see me?" Cherry announced herself. "I did." "How did you disable the devil fruit abilities of Wapol?" "Even after taking off the sea stone cuffs he couldn't use his powers," Dragon asked. "Trade secret," Cherry said, which wasn't the response that Dragon wanted, but he accepted it regardless. "Very well, keep your secrets." "Can you undo whatever you did to him, though?" "I'd like to make use of his powers in developing new alloys and weapon manufacturing." "Thanks to your deception, he's being rather cooperative right now," Dragon asked. "One sure thing," Cherry agreed. Cherry went down to the prison cells and unlocked the seal on Wapol's devil fruit. Although, this seal was different from what she used on Serene, as the seal was still in place and could be activated again with a touch. After another long day of training, Robin and Cherry were lying next to each other on their bed in their quarters. "So, you like them big, huh?" Cherry asked out of the blue. Robin hit her with a pillow. "No I don't." "Are you sure? I've got this martial art I picked up from CP9 though. I could make mine bigger temporarily, if you like," Cherry asked with a smirk. 4. Maybe a broken bar, Robin said, before promptly turning towards the wall and going to sleep. Chapter 137, Second mission. Time passed by quickly whilst the women grew ever stronger in their training. Cinderella had surprisingly adjusted well to her new position as Cherry's personal assistant, and her skills in serving others grew by leaps and bounds every day. She didn't enjoy it in the slightest, though she always did as she was ordered. Robin reached the point of her first breakthrough into the second realm of body cultivation. Cherry assisted her through the process for a smoother transition. Normally cultivators didn't trust each other to do such a thing, not even close family, as it put one's life and future cultivation entirely at the mercy of the other. However, Robin didn't know any better, so Cherry just went ahead and did it for her. She didn't plan to bring the paranoia of the cultivators from her previous life into this world. Speaking of breakthroughs, Cherry's next breakthrough was close as well. There was a problem in this regard. However, during her last breakthrough, Her blood-bound sword had become a conduit for a tribulation. The problem lies in the fact that her sword was currently serving another purpose, and that would be ruined if the sword suddenly decided to come rushing towards her during her breakthrough. That's why she decided to bring up her idea for what her next mission for Dragon would entail. Dragon was in a meeting with Sabo and the commanders of each sea's army. Ivankov was a commander too, but he was busy with his kingdom apparently. Once the meeting ended, Cherry waltzed in before anyone left and approached Dragon. "Yo, it's been a little while since my last mission as payment for your tutelage. I had a suggestion as to what my next one would be," Cherry said. Sabo and the commanders paused in interest as to what she might suggest. "I'll consider it." "What is your idea?" Dragon asked, mildly curious. "I'll rescue Bartholomew Kuma and restore his mind." Cherry spoke. This caused the eyes of everyone in the room to widen. They all knew of Kuma's fate by now. The only reason they hadn't deemed to rescue him yet is because they believed him to be as good as dead. "Can you truly restore his mind?" Dragon asked, with a trace of hope appearing in his eyes. If it were anyone else, he would not trust such words so easily. Except perhaps if it was Vegapunk who said them, as he too was known to operate outside the norm. Sabo and the other commanders were subconsciously leaning closer, desperate to hear Cherry confirm her words. "I said I would do it. So I will." When he sent me flying back on Sabadi Archipelago, I made some preparations to fix whatever brain scrambling that Vegapunk was planning to do to him. I suppose there are no guarantees when that guy is involved, but I'm pretty confident," Cherry said honestly. "Even a small chance would be good enough. I'm looking forward to seeing him again after so long," Sabo said, his hope tempered with realistic expectations. The others agreed with his sentiments. "Very well, please go retrieve Kuma and restore his mind if you are able to do so. We'll keep this information between ourselves so as to not get anyone else's hopes up," Dragon ordered. The meeting was properly adjourned this time as everyone went their separate ways. Cherry went to meet with Robin, Cabinet, and Perona to inform them that they would be going out once again. Robin in particular was happy to be doing this particular task, as although her experiences with Kuma weren't positive, she had heard many good things about the man from the revolutionaries that she had been getting along with, such as Goala and Sabo. Perona on the other hand was somewhat annoyed as the mission would eat into her quality time with Cabinet whilst they were traveling. "Cabby and I aren't even getting anything out of this. It isn't fair," Perona complained with a pout and puffed up cheeks. "What's good for me is good for Cabinet. As for you, you get to hang out with us even though you were an enemy not so long ago," Cherry rebutted. "HMPH." Perona harumphed. Cabinet transformed and off they went. A broken Barsarine came back to the Thousand Sunny after a training session with Saki. She was dreadfully tired and pretty sore as Shaki was quite the draconian trainer. Apparently the woman was originally from the Kuja tribe, which explains a lot. 7 Serene walked past the form of Bartholomew Kuma that didn't respond to her presence at all. She still didn't have any clue what he was doing protecting the Thousand Sunny like this, and he simply refused to speak when spoken to. Kuma had accumulated some wear and tear from his frequent battles, but was overall faring quite well, thanks to the efforts of Serene, Mary, and the Rosy Life Riders no doubt. She found Mary sprawled out on the grassy deck and decided to slump her tired body down next to her. "Boah," Mary bleated. "Yeah, my training went well. I'm improving every day that I train with Shaki by a lot," Serene responded. She couldn't really understand the sheep at all, but she felt like she was pretty good at guessing what she meant. "Boah," bleated Mary. "I'm too tired to give you pets," a broken bar Serene denied. "Boah," Mary repeated louder than before. "Ugh, fine." Serene rolled to the side and started scratching Mary's tummy, much to the golden sheep's pleasure. They heard Kuma start to move and lifted up their heads to see what was happening. Kuma didn't move any further, so he hadn't detected any hostiles within range. What they saw was a few familiar figures approaching the ship. This was Cherry, Robin, and Cabinet along with an additional pink-haired woman, Perona. As they got closer, Kuma suddenly spoke up, the first time he had said anything since arriving here. "Mission complete." Kuma spoke monotonously, before starting to walk away. "Oh no you don't," Cherry shouted, motioning for the others to assist her. Wait. He was helping to protect the ship," Serene shouted, thinking they were going to attack Kuma. They didn't heed her words however and jumped on him. Robin bloomed many arms across his body to hold him still as Cherry and Cabinet physically tackled him to the ground. Attack registered. Initiating self-defense. Kuma chanted in his emotionless voice. Though he strained against them, he was clearly not winning this particular battle of strength. In addition, he could not get a good angle with his palms or his mouth to attack with his devil fruit or lasers. His struggles began to slowly reduce in intensity as Cherry punched his body in numerous places, causing the sounds of destroyed metal to ring out. My goodness, Kuma. Couldn't you just behave yourself when people are trying to help you? Cherry said. Once Kuma could no longer move his body to give further resistance. Cherry placed her hands on Kuma's back and stayed that way for about half an hour before standing up once more. Hey Serene, Mary, how have you been holding up? Not too bad I hope, Cherry asked. Boa, Mary happily bleated. I'm fine, Serene curtly replied. Thank you for protecting the ship while the others are gone. Robin gave them a glowing smile. I wasn't doing it for you. I just owe you all a debt. That's all. Serene explained. Yeah right. You just fell in love with the Straw Hats. Not that I can blame you. Cherry mocked her feeble excuse. Well, now that you're back, I don't need to protect the Sunny any longer. I'm out of here, Serene said, disembarking the ship. Mary gave a sad look as she was leaving, clearly unwilling to see her go. Well, if you need another excuse, how about I pay you to keep protecting the Sunny? 200 million birri for 2 years sounds fair to me, Cherry said, rubbing her chin in thought. Serene stopped in her tracks and seemed to tremble. Fine. I accept, but you had better pay up or else, do you hear me? Serene shouted, turning around to reveal the tears flowing from her eyes. Sure thing, Cherry said with a gentle smile. This girl has come a long way since Alabasta. All right. Gang. We'll stay the night and return with Kuma tomorrow, Cherry announced. Chapter 138, Complications. For Cherry and the other ladies boarded the Sunny whilst Cabinet lugged Bartholomew Kuma over her shoulder and brought him along. I really hope he hasn't sent out a distress beacon or something to inform the world government of our presence here. Broken Bar Robin commented whilst looking at Kuma, which made the others, with the exception of Cherry, quite nervous at the thought. I've disabled his cybernetic bits temporarily, so that won't be an issue. Besides, unless an admiral shows up, I should be able to handle whatever may come our way. Cherry brushed off the concerns. They went into the dining room and settled down whilst Cherry went to the kitchen to grab some food and drinks. Speaking of that, since when were you strong enough to beat the hero of the Marines, Monkey D. Gup? He might be old now, but from what I've heard he certainly hasn't weakened that much, Serene asked. One Perona was shocked at hearing that fact. She hadn't seen the broadcast of the war at Marineford, and the newspapers naturally wouldn't mention such a thing even if it would spread word of mouth. The old man is too soft. He went easy on me just because I'm friends with his grandson, Cherry said, whilst routing around in the pantry for snacks. One that was going easy on you? You looked like someone put you into a blender when you came out of that fight, Serene exclaimed, shivering when she imagined how much it must have hurt. Well, he couldn't be too casual about it, could he? He had the Admirals and Fleet Admiral Sengoku breathing down his neck at the time. Maybe he'd get away with not fighting Luffy seriously, him being his beloved grandson and all, but he'd get into a bit of trouble if he showed weakness against me, Cherry said, bringing an armful of sodas from Frankie's stash and some snack foods that would go bad if they weren't eaten soon. I see, Serene said, popping open a soda. What's been going on with you, then? Cherry asked. Fighting punks mostly. Shaki has been teaching me some more direct martial arts. Turns out she used to be an empress of the Kuja. Can you believe that? Serene said. Then her expression became somewhat depressed. Buta Broken Bar, what's wrong? Robin asked gently. Miss Hema Broken Bar, Serene muttered inaudibly. What was that? Cherry raised her voice, bringing a hand to her ear in mock deafness. I miss Brooke, Damn it. I only got to spend a little time with him until we were separated. I want to see his fluffy afro and his bleached white bones," Serene shouted. It seemed like she'd been holding that in for a while now. She had been spending an awful lot of time with Brooke ever since he joined the crew. It hadn't really seemed like a romantic interest so much as a slight obsession, but who could really say? Maybe we should check up on Brooke. Knowing him, he has probably become a sideshow attraction in a traveling circus or something," Robin commented. No one could disagree with that assessment. After finishing their snacks, Cherry decided to go assess the damage in KUMO's head. It wouldn't be a quick fix no matter what, since brains were pretty complicated organs, but it didn't hurt to get an idea of what she was dealing with ahead of time. It was for this purpose that Cherry left her sword with KUMO. She had ordered the sword to essentially memorize the electrical patterns in his brain so she could use it as a reference. Fixing the meat was the easy part. Restoring everything else not so much. Cherry approached KUMO, who was sitting quite still on the deck of the ship, though certainly not by choice. He'd be squirming up a storm right now if he still had muscles instead of replacing them with machine parts. Cherry focused and touched KUMO's forehead and sent her senses into his brain to understand what happened to him. She was surprised to find that his brain was mostly intact, with the exception of a few cybernetic implants that shouldn't have had this sort of impact on his mental state. Cherry furrowed her brow in thought, then she decided to look into his mindscape. What she saw, or rather what she didn't see, was quite shocking to put it lightly. This is incredible in a terrifying sort of way. To think that Vegapunk could directly remove memories from the mindscape without damaging the brain at all. I have to keep cultivation out of that man's hands no matter what. Who knows what heights his genius would bring him to? Cherry thought to herself. 2. KUMO's mindscape wasn't completely barren as she searched around. There was a scattering of fragmented memories as well as the memories that KUMO has created since whatever Vegapunk did to him. It was also the first chance Cherry got to see what the genius scientist looked like, a strange old man with an empty head and a ridiculously long tongue. 3. Cherry exited KUMO's mindscape, or what's left of it anyways, and heaved a great sigh. This wasn't what she had been planning for. Not at all. If she wanted to restore KUMO now, she'd either need to find his extracted memories, if they even still existed, or try to reform the memories from KUMO's soul. However, KUMO wasn't a cultivator whose souls were naturally made more robust through years of cultivation, and Cherry did not possess the capabilities at her current level to directly imprint his soul's memory onto his mindscape. Even if she did, she certainly couldn't do so without enormous risk on his part unless she had an even higher cultivation. Simply put, meddling with souls was dangerous and she wasn't going to do it. I'll have to find that Vegapunk fellow and hope he has the means and the desire to store his memory so broken bar. Cherry thought aloud. So you aren't able to do anything for him? Robin asked curiously, with some pity towards the large man. No. This isn't as simple as I thought. Vegapunk isn't a man to be underestimated, it seems. The question is, should I go right now, or should I make a breakthrough first? I'll need to find a devil fruit or two if I want to do that, though. Cherry said. Devil fruit? Robin asked. She knew that Cherry had cabinet and her sword as devil fruit objects, but not how they related to her cultivation. Cherry took a minute or two to briefly explain to Robin about how she used devil fruit to push her cultivation realm to perfection with the energy burst from its transformation process. Can I get one of those blood-bound weapons too? Robin asked. Although she didn't normally use weapons, she thought she might be able to produce a blood-bound weapon from her bloomed limbs, which would greatly increase her arsenal. Sure. Figure out what you want and I'll walk you through the ritual after I make or obtain it for you, Cherry said, receiving a peck on the cheek from Robin. On the Tropic of Vegapunk, don't you want to meet him yourself? I'm sure there are plenty of things you'd like to talk about with him, considering the way you are with Chopper. Robin observed. Yes, I would like to. However, I'm not so sure I'd be well received. Him being a world government scientist and all. That's assuming I can breach whatever defenses lie between me and him too, Cherry said. Robin raised an eyebrow at her. Okay. I'm pretty confident on breaking into just about anywhere, but that won't do me any good if he gets mad about me breaking his stuff. Or if the world government catches wind of it. Cherry sighed. I will just think about it overnight. There's no real rush here. KUMO isn't going to die or anything. At least not as far as I can tell, a broken bar, Cherry said, tilting her head whilst gazing at KUMO. Chapter 139, KUMO's Memories. Cherry stayed with Bartholomew KUMO until she was ready to sleep for the night. She spent this time rooting through what few memories he possessed in his current state in hopes of gleaning some useful information. There was definitely something to be learned, as he had been protecting the Thousand Sunny for some reason, even though he was little more than a mindless robot at this point. Under most circumstances, prying into the memories of someone without permission was considered extremely rude at the very least. However, considering that KUMO could barely be considered a person right now, and the fact that the vast majority of the real KUMO's memories weren't present in his mindscape at the moment, she didn't bother caring about that and just went ahead with it. It was pretty easy to sift through his memories given the low quantity of them. Normally it would be a huge pain in the ass because each person's mindscape was generally an unique and complicated maze of sorts. You might be in the middle of viewing a memory only to be cut off and have to go searching for the rest of it, among other complications. Naturally that problem only increased with the subject's age, which was especially true for cultivators with their typically vast lifetimes. It became pretty pointless to even try it for older people without having the person's help in doing so. Cherry found a memory of interest during the few hours she spent looking. The strange old punk, Vegapunk, was standing in front of her, or rather standing in front of KUMO. My friend, I hope doing all this will be worth it to you. Vegapunk spoke vaguely. KUMO did not speak to him, only stared down at him as if waiting for something. No thoughts went through his mind either. Execute your orders, Vegapunk said solemnly after studying his face, like he was hoping to find some semblance of the man he once was that was no longer there. KUMO looked up, leveling his field of view before turning around to exit the room. Cherry caught a glimpse of something strange in the memory. It was a large mass or some unknown substance in the shape of a giant paw print, floating in midair inside the room. She glanced at KUMO's hands, which even now twitched in futile resistance, doubtlessly attempting to make use of the devil fruit power they contained. In particular she focused on the paw prints on his palms, which were identical in shape to the strange energy in the memory. What is that? Cherry wondered, when a thought struck her. Didn't KUMO extract Luffy's pain for Zoro to absorb back on Thriller Bark? Is that energy pain, or perhaps something else? For it was a lead she could follow up on, if she decided to go find Vegapunk. Cherry decided to quit for the night and go to bed. She wasn't tired, but the work was mind-numbingly boring. Did you find anything of interest? Robin asked, waiting for her to come to bed under the covers. Yeah, but I mostly only have new questions than answers. Just more reasons to have a long chat with Vegapunk one day, Cherry said, flopping onto the bed lazily. Robin said nothing more and only wrapped her arms around one of Cherry's before closing her eyes to sleep. Cherry followed her example. A broken bar, a tall, cloaked figure gazed emotionlessly at a handful of wanted posters. One among them were the wanted posters of Porgas D. Ace, Monkey D. Luffy, and Harpin D. Cherry. All three were figures who could cause great turmoil in the world, and all three possessed the name of D. The figure set aside all the posters with the exception of one, Harpin D. Cherry's poster. The son of Monkey D. Dragon and the son of Gold D. Roger had both been anticipated to become annoyances for some time, but Harpin D. Cherry had seemingly come out of nowhere. The cloaked figure turned their gaze to a corpse inside a glass case. The corpse was of a young man who had died some months prior during the war at Marineford. The cause of death was a piercing wound through the chest. The weapon that caused it was likely to be a spear according to the autopsy. The strangest thing, however, was that the body had hardly even begun to decay even after so long and with no special attempts made to preserve it. At that, the cloaked figure believed that to be some connection between the murdered young man and Harpin D. Cherry. The latter had disappeared during the battle and returned to it from behind the Marine forces, so it was likely she was responsible for the former's death. The question was why? The cloaked figure wondered if the body's lack of decay was related to the reason for his death. Harp and D. Cherry possessed some strange abilities the figure couldn't account for. Did the young man also have something similar? However, there were no connections between the two according to several investigations into their backgrounds. The cloaked figure didn't like not knowing things. Information was power in its own right. Still, it wouldn't do to simply have Harp and D. Cherry killed. The cloaked figure must know what the secret was before she died, else the secret may be lost forever, and that was an unacceptable outcome. The cloaked figure didn't know that their hesitation out of curiosity would eventually remove the option to simply kill Cherry, as such an action would become quite impossible. 8. A broken bar. Cherry woke up to the light of dawn poking through the window of the room. Robin wasn't in the bed with her, and a quick scan with life sense showed she was in the ship's kitchen. Cherry reluctantly pulled herself out of bed. She still hasn't made a decision about KUMO, and getting up brought her that much closer to needing to make that decision. Cherry trudged her way into the dining room where the other ladies were waiting for Robin to finish making their breakfast. Only Mary had decided to try and assist her, and she couldn't really help with much, being a sheep and all. Cherry rolled her eyes at the lazy gluttons before joining Robin in the kitchen. She didn't really want to help either, but at least she'd get some brownie points with Robin if she did so. "Good morning." "It isn't like you to sleep in," Robin commented, whilst flipping a pancake. "Good morning." Cherry yawned, walking over to tend to some bacon frying in a pan. Robin cast a glance at her. "You'd almost think you were normal the way you're acting today." "I'm perfectly normal. What are you talking about?" "It's everybody else who is weird," Cherry retorted. Though she said it jokingly, she was secretly serious. There was no way she'd ever accept the people of this world as normal. "Am I weird too then?" Robin asked with a raised eyebrow. "As weird as they come," Cherry replied without hesitation, earning a playful smack on the bottom from a bloomed hand. Breakfast was served to the lazy piggies waiting in the dining room. Mary's breakfast was a bit interesting, as whilst it was mostly greens, she insisted on having some meat included. A habit she picked up from Luffy, no doubt. "So what are you going to do with KUMO?" Serene asked. Cherry was thoughtful over the question, letting it hang in the air for several moments before opening her mouth. "I think I'm going to leave him here for now. I need more information, and the moving him will only cut off possible routes I can take. Bringing him to the revolutionaries will only compromise him in the eyes of the world government, and I don't know if I want to do that just yet," Cherry said. Cherry told Robin, Cabinet, and Perona to head over to Shaki's rip-off bar. She knew that KUMO would try to leave if she left him as is, so she decided to muddy up his recent memory. Hopefully that would make him think whatever mission he completed here was no longer complete and return to guarding the Thousand Sunny. Fortunately she wouldn't need to be too careful in going about it, as he didn't have any important memories at present that she could mess up as collateral damage. Cherry put on a mask so that he wouldn't recognize her. Hopefully, after finishing up in his mindscape, she released KUMO after unlocking his devil fruit seal, but not removing it altogether, as it may still come in handy later. KUMO returned to his place in front of the Thousand Sunny where they found him before. He showed no indications of leaving, so Cherry figured it was safe to leave him now. Chapter 140, Ice and Fire. Cherry made her way to Shaki's rip-off bar after settling the business with KUMO and retrieving her blood-bound sword. Her original plan wasn't going to work, so there was no need to leave it with him any longer. She ignored the sign on the door of the bar that said closed and walked inside. Once inside, she saw Shaki smoking a cigarette behind the bar, and Robin sat on a stool in front of her. Cabinet and Perona were sharing some sort of oversized fruity beverage which may or may not be alcoholic. From their occasional giggling, they seemed to be enjoying themselves. "Well, would you look at what the cat dragged in? It's been a while." "Really isn't here right now and won't be any time soon, just so you know," Shaki greeted her. "I suppose it has been a while. I heard from Serene that you used to be the Kuja's Empress." "How do you lose a sweet gig like that?" Cherry asked. "I found something else to occupy my time that was more fulfilling," Shaki responded. Cherry raised an eyebrow and made a show of looking around the dingy bar. "No, it wasn't to start up my bar." "And don't look around like that. It might not be a nice bar, but it's my bar," Shaki said, pretending to be offended by her actions. "Has anything interesting happened since we left the archipelago?" Cherry changed the subject. "All the Super Rookies already left for the New World shortly after you all were sent flying. After that there have been a few others with potential floating through. The marine presence on the archipelago has tripled, which has served to filter out those that wouldn't have survived the New World anyways," Shaki said. "What about the pacifistas and the sumo guy with the big axe? They been around at all?" Cherry asked. "They came by once to see KUMO, but they left shortly after." "Don't know why," Shaki said. "You want a drink while you're here?" "No," Robin interjected adamantly. All right, you don't have to shout. My prices aren't that bad, you know," Shaki said. "Just a juice then, I suppose," Cherry said, giving Robin a glance that she returned with a glare. "Are you planning to go to the New World without the rest of your crew?" Shaki asked curiously, pouring some cranberry juice into a clean glass. "Not right this moment at least. We'll possibly go sometime soon, though." Cherry spoke softly, clearly not very eager. "I see. You don't want to have all those new experiences without your friends, huh?" Shaki said, sliding the glass of cranberry juice towards her with a gentle smile. Cherry snatched away the glass and chugged the whole glass in seconds. "As if making sure those fools don't get themselves killed is a full-time job," Cherry said with an embarrassed frown. "Really? From what I've seen, you tend to get them into trouble, not out of it," Robin retorted with a smirk. "Exactly. I have to let them have some harsh experiences to toughen them up so they won't kick the bucket too soon," Cherry said. Neither Shaki or Robin was buying her act, especially with the shade of pink growing on her cheeks. Robin couldn't help but laugh, knowing how old she was to still get embarrassed over something so small like friendships. She didn't know that Cherry never really had any friends in her previous life. Cultivators in general weren't the most social creatures, especially given the prevalence of betrayal over benefits, but Cherry in particular had been quite reclusive. They spent some time talking and joking about things with little importance while Cabernet and Perona had their little date. Cherry inwardly wondered if she got attached to people too easily, or if maybe this world might have some strange effect on the psychology of its inhabitants. If it did, would she really care? If she was honest with herself, wasn't she happy goofing off and going on adventures with these mortal fools? Perhaps the real reason that cultivators didn't form many friendships was that they didn't want to watch them die. Cherry cast out those pointless thoughts that only served to drag her down and focused her attention to the moment. A broken bar on a certain island in the New World. A tremendous battle was taking place between two of the strongest men in the world. Their actions so far have reduced the once lush jungles to nothing more than a flaming hellscape and a frozen wasteland. As for what they were fighting over, Sengoku had decided to step down from his position as Fleet Admiral and had recommended Admiral Kizun as his replacement. Admiral Sakazuki had strongly disagreed with this, believing Admiral Kizun to be far too soft for the position. The five elders weren't exactly sure who was best themselves, as they were both quite promising. Seeing the impasse, they were both unwilling to simply wait and accept whatever decision was made. The result was the battle that had gone on for the last 10 days straight. "Give it up, Aokiji, you can't beat me. I am superior to you in strength, strategy, and sense of justice." Admiral Sakazuki spoke with barely concealed exhaustion and wrath. "I don't think I will, and I don't think that I can. This has become too personal for you, Ake Ainu. You'll bring great harm to the world as Fleet Admiral, and I can't allow that," Admiral Kizun stated, breathing heavily. Admiral Kizun truly believed that Admiral Sakazuki has always been too extreme in his pursuit of justice, but after his son was killed during the war he's become even more twisted. Now Admiral Kizun doubted that the man before him really cared about justice at all anymore. He even believed that Sakazuki would destroy the world in his pursuit of revenge if he could. Fortunately he very much could not do that, as many would stand in his way if he were to attempt such madness. Admiral Sakazuki scowled with hatred. Admiral Aokiji had always been a thorn in his side, but now he saw him as an enemy. Someone who would stand between him and achieve his vision of justice. He had to be eliminated for the greater good. for the two threw themselves at each other like rabid dogs. They both knew the end of their battle was near and so cast aside all pretenses of a civilized duel. Both had awakened their Logia Devil Fruit abilities and their battle had mostly been evenly matched throughout. However, Sakazuki's rage seemed to fuel the heat of his lava, bringing it to a new level of destructive might and pushing back Kizun's ice at a visible rate. Kizun looked at his longtime colleague and realized something. The man he'd known for most of his military career didn't exist anymore. He was gone, replaced by a monster. A monster that Admiral Kizun could not allow to become Fleet Admiral, even if he himself had to die making sure that didn't happen. An endless calm came over Kizun's mind as he came to peace with his decision. In turn his ice responded to his calm resolve and its temperature plummeted to levels he had never achieved before. Suddenly it was Sakazuki's lava that was being pushed back now. He frustratedly rained down ever more desperate attacks, but it wasn't enough to overcome Kizun. Then there was an opening, and Sakazuki didn't miss it. He lunged and grabbed a hold of Kizun's left leg and right shoulder. Ha 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 ha. It's over, I've got you, Sakazuki screamed in his madness. Kizun's face did not even flinch at the searing pain of the lava on his flesh, instead reaching out his right hand and piercing through Sakazuki's chest. Sakazuki tried to melt the arm piercing his chest to no avail. His lava was quickly overcome by Kizun's frigid ice that enveloped his entire body. Despite all of Sakazuki's rage, he could not escape his icy prison as a result of his fading strength from his wounds and exhaustion. Kizun stumbled backwards. His left leg was ruined and would likely be amputated. His right hand and shoulder were in terrible shape as well, but he could still move them, so perhaps there was hope to keep them. As for Sakazuki, he didn't know whether he would live or die. The man was tenacious to say the least. Regardless of whether he lived or died, Kizun was the victor and as such he would become Fleet Admiral. Kizun stumbled away to signal the Marines waiting offshore for the result. Chapter 141. Returning with bad news. Cherry and the others left the Sapadi archipelago to return to Baltico and inform the revolutionaries of her discoveries about Bartholomew Kuma. When they arrived, they walked past below Betty, who understood that something must have gone wrong seeing that Kuma was not with them. Cherry directly entered Dragon's office where she found both him and Sabo overlooking a map of North Blue. "You're back. Did everything go well? Did you bring back Kuma?" Sabo asked quickly, setting aside whatever discussion he had been having with Dragon in favor of news about his friend. Dragon was wearing his usual poker face, not seeming anxious or excited in the least. "There were some complications. Kuma's situation is more complex than I previously expected it to be," Cherry said, instantly pouring a bucket of cold reality onto Sabo's mood. Dragon on the other hand did not seem disappointed or surprised to hear it at all. Sabo would have attributed this to Dragon's cool exterior, but Cherry thought perhaps there was more to it than met the eye. "I had anticipated Kuma to have a damaged or modified brain that I would possess some means to repair. However, instead I found that his memories were directly extracted by some means unknown to me," Cherry said, looking directly into Dragon's eyes as she spoke, looking for any tells or reaction to her words. "Furthermore, I have suspicions that this may not have been done against Kuma's will." It was incredibly small, but Cherry managed to catch the slightest tremble in Dragon's eyes before quickly steadying themselves. "Why would he want such a thing?" Sabo became angry at the insinuation. "Calm yourself, Sabo," Dragon said in a gentle tone. "There could be any number of reasons he might have done so, such as to protect us and the people he cares about, to name just one." Sabo calmed down. It did sound like the kind and gentle Kuma he knew to sacrifice himself for others. He wondered what situation could be desperate enough to drive him into such a corner though. He squeezed his fists tightly, feeling powerless to help his friend. "I wish to speak to you about my training regimen." "Suddenly it doesn't seem like I'm doing enough," Cherry said. "We've already finished up here." "Sabo, go get some rest." Despite being spoken in a soft and comforting voice, Dragon's words left no room for refusal. Sabo nodded and walked out of the office, downcast. Once he was sufficiently far away, Cherry shut the door and turned to Dragon with an interrogative look. "Spill the beans, what do you know?" Cherry demanded. For a split second Dragon felt like he was facing the wrath of Luffy's mother from long ago, but quickly shook it off. 5. I don't know what you mean. Dragon tried to play dumb. Yes, you do. You know something about KUMO and you're keeping it a secret. Normally I wouldn't poke my head into your business, but you let me go and waste my time out there despite knowing it was pointless. Cherry said, jabbing a pointed finger into his chest. Dragon was a bit taken aback by her behavior as he wasn't accustomed to having accusations thrown into his face like this. Not to say he was offended by it, since the accusation was in fact true. Rather than try to refute her claims with a bald-faced lie, he elected to just remain silent until she gave up. She was too perceptive from what he's seen of her to be misled easily, and she wasn't his subordinate, so he couldn't just order her to go away. After several minutes of silent staring, even Dragon was starting to feel the uncomfortable pressure building in the air. His plan was backfiring on him spectacularly, as it seemed Cherry possessed the nerve to sit through the awkward silence as long as it took to get her way. He heaved an inward sigh of relief when she finally broke the silence after 20 minutes. Fine. If you won't talk, then I'll kidnap Vegapunk and make him fix KUMO by force, Cherry said, causing Dragon to almost have a heart attack at the bold declaration. Cherry was already marching out of the office when he regained his senses and stopped her. Wait! Dragon Whisper shouted at her, causing her to turn around with a look that said no more nonsense or we're done here. KUMO is on a secret mission, by his own choice of course. I even tried to dissuade him. I don't know all the details as I trusted his judgment, and contacting me would only put himself and his mission at risk, Dragon explained. What mission would that be and how does it relate to his current state? Cherry asked curiously, satisfied that she won their little showdown, even if she cheated a little bit. To infiltrate Mary Joy's home of the Celestial Dragons and the Five Elders, the seat of power of the world government. As for how his current state relates to that, only KUMO would know the details, but I'm sure that it's a last-ditch effort on his part to complete his mission. I must say it's certainly ingenious. No one would expect a mindless automaton to be a spy. Dragon spoke and let out a long sigh. What exactly are you hoping to learn? It can't be evidence since he wouldn't know to take anything. So you must hope that he'll witness something with his own eyes? Cherry asked. Dragon studied her silently for a moment, wondering whether to say anything more. In the end he didn't see any harm in it. Cherry was trustworthy and strong enough to handle herself. I don't know what he'll learn inside there, to be honest. There was just always something that seemed off. Something I could never explain or pinpoint about the world government that didn't make sense to me. I hoped that KUMO would be able to find out what that something was, and that knowing would enable my cause to stand a chance at overcoming the odds. I am almost certain that without knowing what that something is, this revolution is doomed to fail, Dragon admitted. It was an odd sight to see the always confident leader of the Revolutionary Army show such doubts about his cause. Cherry didn't think it was a bad thing though. There were no perfect people in the world. They all had faults of one kind or another. If you could find any flaws in a person, then that only meant they were good at hiding them, and that was often a cause for concern. I'm not going to date you just because you're being vulnerable with me, you know, Cherry said. Dragon gave her an angry look, but it soon turned into a smile. You're right, this mood does not befit a man in my position, Dragon said, putting his expression of endless confidence back on. Now, about your training, I do believe I've been going far too easy on you. Cherry was only mildly concerned about the sinister smile on his face, figuring that he probably wouldn't try to kill her or anything, though she started to have doubts about that as he dragged her away to the training grounds. Cherry was relieved that she wouldn't have to deal with KUMO, at least not right away. KUMO got himself into this mess himself so he could bear the consequences of his own choices, whatever they may be. She wasn't going to put herself in harm's way for that lovable teddy bear of a man. No sir. Okay, maybe I'll help him after he's done his mission, but no sooner. Cherry thought to herself, feeling that she has become far too sentimental over people she barely knows. Must be this stupid planet's fault. It's doing something to my head, I'm sure of it. Our Broken Bar Chapter 142, New Devil Fruit. Lead Dragon casually tripled the intensity of Cherry's Haki training. He even brought in some of his snipers to use Cherry as target practice, naturally, all whilst Cherry had her physical senses deprived from her. Cherry took the opportunity to get serious about training other aspects as well, such as her fusion devil fruit. Not wanting to be the only one to suffer, she also forced Cabinet and Perona to train their devil fruits. Robin at least had the sense to focus on her training without any nagging on Cherry's part. Cherry had also asked the revolutionaries to keep an ear out for any underworld auctions selling devil fruit, as she would need one soon to push the fifth realm of her cultivation to perfection. She could reach the stage of perfection without one, but it would take much more time, though admittedly less time than if she didn't have the cultivation pills she made. Speaking of her cultivation pills, her supply of them wasn't endless. So she had set up a greenhouse to grow the various plants she used to make them, as well as occasionally going out to hunt sea kings for their potent organs brimming with vital energy. Underwater sea king fishing was a good way to practice puppeting her body in battle to counter the weakness of her devil fruit as well. She didn't want to have to seal her own devil fruit away when the time came to visit Fishman Island, which was deep beneath the ocean. 2. Cherry's pride wasn't worth all that much to her, but she wouldn't allow someone to take advantage of such a weakness to defeat her. They'd have to beat her fair and square, at least. It wasn't until a month after returning to Baltigo that Cherry was informed of a devil fruit being sold off at a black market auction. So when and where is it going to be? Cherry asked Sabo, who was the one to inform her. It'll be held in the country of Kano in West Blue in a few weeks. It's likely being hosted by the Chinjiao family, so it won't be easy to get in. Moreover, we haven't gotten any details on what the devil fruit actually is. We suspect they don't know either. Not all devil fruit are known after all, Sabo explained. One I can get in, super easy, Cherry boasted, knowing she only needed to ask Old Man Chinjiao for an invitation. A mystery devil fruit, huh? Guess it doesn't really matter for my purposes. What are your purposes if it doesn't matter what kind it is? Sabo asked, raising an eyebrow. That's a trade secret. Cherry smirked at him. Well, how are you planning on getting in since you're so confident? Would it be possible for you to bring in a representative from the Revolutionary Army as well? Sometimes these underworld auctions sell armaments in bulk or other things that would be of use to us. Sabo asked in a very serious straight-to-business manner. I could probably do that, but it counts as one of my missions in exchange for the training from Dragon, Cherry said, refusing to do any favors for the revolutionaries for free. That's great. Sabo smiled. Who are you planning to send with me? Goala, perhaps? Cherry asked. I'll go myself, Sabo announced. Cherry gave him a doubtful look. Why are you looking at me like that? I used to be a noble, you know. I've been to auctions before. Sabo defended himself against Cherry's silent accusation. Why not just send Goala? She's got a good head on her shoulders, Cherry said. Sabo pressed his lips into a thin line and looked away. You already asked her to go instead of you and she refused, didn't she? Cherry spoke flatly. No, a broken bar, Sabo weakly denied, clearly lying. Fine, whatever. Let's go. Cherry rolled her eyes. A broken bar on a ship that strangely looked like it was made of desserts. The figurehead was a cute red-haired boy with sharp eyes and a scarf covering his mouth, and the sail had the name category written across it. A muscular, shirtless man who looked quite similar to the figurehead of the ship was stoically facing forward with a ramrod straight posture. Next to him was a thin woman with pale grayish skin and a long, pointy, red nose and long purple hair. Why did Mama have to send us for this? It's a waste of your talents, Anna-chan, the woman complained. I asked her to send us, Brule. I have a feeling that someone interesting will show up at this auction. Besides, only someone of our level in the family can bid on the devil fruit without an upper limit. The man spoke calmly. That's funny, Anna-chan. Who could possibly be interesting in your eyes? Brule laughed at the notion that anyone could enter the eyes of her beloved Kategori. Anna-chan. Kategori didn't answer. He too found the notion to be unlikely, but his feelings about these sorts of things were rarely wrong. A broken bar on a marine warship. The sumo wrestler that carried a massive axe, Sentomaru, was annoyedly tapping his foot on the deck of the warship. too, he was pretty pissed off that Vegapunk sent him all this way to attend an underworld auction. It was unbecoming of a man such as himself to lower himself to the level of those criminals. However, it was Vegapunk's orders, so he just had to suck it up. Unfortunately, he wouldn't be able to just take the fruit, at least not until the auction was over. Too many high-profile individuals were expected to gather at this particular auction. Damned devil fruit nerd. I'm supposed to be your bodyguard, not a damned errand boy. Sentomaru complained to himself. Whatever, I'll just get the devil fruit by whatever means I am able to and go back. Easy enough. Hopefully I don't get outbid by some big shot that I can't just confiscate from lateral. Broken bar, Sentomaru muttered to himself. To a broken bar in the air high above West Blue. Cabinet was carrying Cherry, Robin, Perona, and Sabo in her ship form. It's been a long time since I was here. Feels just like it was yesterday though, Cherry said, looking down at the island nation Kano on the horizon. You've been there before? Sabo asked curiously. Yeah, when I fixed Qin Zhao's head in exchange for learning Hokan, Cherry revealed casually. No wonder you were so confident in getting inside. Sabo sighed. Yep. I can't wait to see him and his boys again. See how they're doing strength-wise. I reckon I can beat them now, haha. Cherry spoke lightheartedly. My experiences in Kano weren't so fun. I think I backstabbed at least 3 people here. Robin commented on her previous misadventures. They'd have to be pretty stupid to turn their back on you. Ouch, Perona said before yelping in pain. One of Robin's arms had bloomed and gave her a small poke in the back with a rather scary-looking dagger. Perona glared at Robin, who returned a friendly smile. The dagger that Robin used just now was her very own blood-bound weapon. What was particularly scary about this dagger is that she should summon it from any of her bloomed limbs. After a lot of practice, she was even able to bloom a few duplicates of the dagger like her own body parts. One doing so consumed her vital energy, though, so she couldn't create the dagger duplicates infinitely. Kano was soon directly below them, so Cabinet rapidly started to descend. Chapter 143, Interview. Sabo had gone his own way to meet with his revolution contacts in the city, while Cherry would go make the arrangements for the auction. Cherry didn't need to hide her appearance to avoid attention in the kingdom of Kano, even though many people recognized her in the streets as she and the others walked by. This was because there was no marine presence here. All law enforcement, or what little law enforcement one could find in such a lawless place, was performed by the Happo Navy. They, being pirates themselves, weren't exactly chomping at the bit to capture criminals. So long as one didn't cause too much trouble, no arrests would be made here. Kano was even more bustling with visitors these days, which included a number of high-profile individuals with underworld connections who were here to observe or participate in the grand auction that the Qin Zhao family was holding. One such individual was a certain journalist who happened to own the world's only worldwide newspaper, Morgan's. He appeared to be a hybrid of a man and an albatross. He wore top-quality clothing, though his fashion sense could be said to be lacking. Morgan's was observing the comings and goings of the crowd, always searching for a story that needed telling even when he wasn't likely to find one. One never knew when something exciting would occur, and there was no harm in keeping an eye and an ear open. It was for this reason that he happened to spot a small group of beauties easily pushing their way through the throngs of people. It was a welcome sight on any occasion to spot beautiful women, but he soon realized this was no ordinary group, because at the forefront of their group was one harpentine Cherry, perhaps the most mysterious of the super-rookies in recent times, and who seemed to simply disappear after her participation in the war at Marineford. Morgan's wasn't a man to miss a chance to talk to such a figure, so he quickly and rudely pushed his way through the crowd towards his quarry. Cherry didn't miss the Birdman attempting to catch up to her, of course, as he was a devil fruit user, which stood out even in the densest of crowds. Miss Harpin, if you have the time, I would love to do an interview for the World Economic Journal. Morgan's shouted over the rabble. He wasn't normally so polite, but it was a good way to make someone amenable before discussing business. One Cherry didn't know what to think of the man shouting about an interview. Robin saw the confusion on her face and decided to fill her in. That's big news, Morgan's. the owner of said World Economic Journal. He's also one of the emperors of the underworld, Robin explained, having had many dealings with the underworld in the past. Really? He doesn't seem all that strong to me, a broken bar, Cherry commented. Well, he can probably hold his own somewhat, but he wouldn't compare to the powerhouses amongst the pirates and marines. His position is mostly of economic and political influence, Robin said. I can kind of understand why the weak rule over the masses, but how are the leaders of the underworld weak? That just doesn't make any sense at all. Cherry found the idea of a weak man ruling over a bunch of criminals and thugs laughable. Cherry hadn't made up her mind whether to give the Birdman his interview or not by the time he arrived next to them. Shall we go somewhere with some peace and quiet? Of course your friends are free to come along as well, Morgan spoke. Cherry wondered how the man was so confident and without fear standing next to someone who could wring his neck in a split second. Her first thought was that he was a fool, but he surely couldn't be weak and stupid if he was an emperor of the underworld. Looking over the man, sizing him up, she realized he wasn't ignorant of the difference in strength between them. He may not have any fear, but there was caution. Perhaps that's the reason behind his polite attitude. Hidden a little deeper behind his eyes, though, there was a certain madness to him. A madness that drove him to seek excitement even if it got him into a lot of trouble from time to time. Now intrigued, she wondered what sort of questions he wanted to ask of her. Morgan's was a perceptive man himself. He saw the initial disdain for him when she first laid eyes on him slowly receded and interest began to take its place. He knew that all he needed was a little push to get what he wanted. Naturally, you don't have to answer any questions you don't feel comfortable with. Many people are excited to learn more about the mysterious and gallant figure that appeared during the war and disappeared just as quickly. Morgan's flattered. All right, but I don't have all day, so don't waste my time. Cherry agreed, much to Morgan's delight. Morgan's led them to a secluded, but very upscale restaurant with very few patrons inside. Order whatever you like. It's all on me, Morgan's offered generously. He felt a chill go down his spine as Cabinet's eyes started to sparkle with excitement. He realized why when the waiter came to take their order. As the Lunarian woman ordered 10 of everything, he could afford it of course. It wasn't even a drop in the ocean compared to his wealth, but it still hurt his miserly heart to part with his hard-earned berry. 2. Then it was Cherry's turn, who ordered the same thing to his tremendous horror. Even Nico Robin ordered far more than expected, though her meal was much more conservative compared to the previous two ladies. Morgan's glanced at the last woman, Perona. She suddenly turned into an angel in his eyes when she only ordered regular portions. Morgan's managed to compose himself after reminding himself repeatedly that he would earn much more from the interview than he would lose from this particularly expensive meal. Let's begin with an easy question then, shall we? Morgan's prompted, trying hard to prevent his eyebrow from twitching at the sight of Cherry and Cabinet scarfing down luxury-made dishes like starving animals. What was your motivation for participating in the recent war between the Marines and Whitebeard? Morgan asked, prepared to take down notes as needed. Ace is Luffy's sworn brother, and Luffy is my captain. I don't need any reason beyond that. Cherry spoke without even looking at him. An expected answer. But I think there's more to it that she isn't telling me. A broken bar. Morgan's thought silently. Is it true that you're the daughter of Hawkeye? There is a striking resemblance between the two of you, Morgan asked, leaning forward slightly. Yeah. He's my deadbeat father. Ran off to pursue his dreams and didn't send a single berry in child support. Can you believe it? Cherry said with a snicker. Morgan's was happy with that answer. It left plenty to the imagination while pointing in the direction of some juicy drama. He could work with that. What was it exactly that you did to Whitebeard? It was quite clear that something happened to him when you shook hands with him that made him return to the strength of his prime. Morgan's asked one of the questions he'd been dying to know the answer to. I didn't do anything to Whitebeard, though. I respect the man and asked to shake his hand. That's all. Is he not always that strong? He is called the strongest man in the world for a reason, isn't he? Cherry lied while shoveling spoonfuls of caviar and various sauces into her mouth. Morgan's naturally knew she was lying, but he had anticipated that she would. So he moved on to other questions about her life before and during her time with the Straw Hat crew. Questions about what she has been doing during the war and where the other Straw Hats went off to. Some of the questions were answered truthfully, some falsely, some dodged or even outright ignored. Morgan's got plenty of information to write a lengthy article that was sure to sate the appetite of his readers, and he was already cooking up some ideas for juicy gossip. 3. This has been most enlightening and your company has been most appreciated, Miss Harpin. Morgans thanked her before going off to find his next scoop. He's certainly a character. I wonder if the other emperors of the underworld are as quirky as him? Cherry wondered aloud. Chapter 144, Reunion with Qin Zhao. The area around the Hapo Navy's headquarters and shipyard was almost deserted when compared to the bustling city behind them. It soon became apparent as to why that was as Cherry and the other three ladies approached the compound, when one of the Hapo Navy crewmen guarding the entrance called out to them, "Stop right there. We aren't allowing outsiders into the shipyard at this time," he shouted with a hint of arrogance in his tone. Cherry stopped and looked at the poor fool with some pity. "Take my advice and read the newspaper, especially when something big happens in the world. Otherwise you're bound to get yourself into trouble." Cherry pressed onwards, paying no more attention to the man who apparently lives under a rock. When he started making a loud ruckus, another crewman came over and saw who the guard was shouting at and quickly rushed over to clamp a hand over his mouth. "You idiot, that's Harpin D. Cherry with a bounty of 800 million birri. Not to mention that Don Qin Zhao is good friends with her." The more his fellow crewman whispered to him, the more he paled. He gulped at the thought that he may have been turned into meat paste by a big shot because of his big mouth. He vowed then and there to subscribe to the World Economy newspaper, even if it was a bit too expensive. 6. Cherry walked over to the flagship that Qin Zhao stayed in. She already knew he was there by using her life sense. She didn't bother to knock as she barged inside, where she found Qin Zhao playing shogai with his grandson Sai. "If you can't even beat me in a simple game, how are you supposed to be the next leader of the Hapo Navy, you idiot?" Qin Zhao complained loudly, flipping over the board. "How am I supposed to win if you keep flipping the board before it's over?" Sai shot back. "I had you cornered, you foolish grandson. There was no way for you to recover from that." Qin Zhao shouted. "It isn't over until it's over, old man." "I could have turned it around," Sai shouted. Cherry hadn't expected that her deliberately rude entrance would go completely ignored by the pair. "Ahem," she loudly announced herself by clearing her throat. "Can't you see that we're busy?" they shouted at her in unison. A moment of silence passed between them. "Oh, Cherry, ho ho ho. It's great to see you again." Qin Zhao greeted her with a genuine smile, as if he hadn't been in a shouting match with Sai only a moment before. "I saw the way you thrashed that damnable Garp. He got what he deserved. A shame he didn't die though. I wouldn't have beaten him in a real fight, you know." Cherry smiled wryly. "Bah, that doesn't matter. If he went easy on you, that's his own fault for being too soft on his enemies." Qin Zhao naturally wouldn't allow Garp to save any face. "Who are these ladies you brought with you, Cherry?" "Is one of them your girlfriend?" Sai asked, blushing furiously in the presence of four beauties. "All three are my girlfriends." Cherry shattered his dreams with an evil smirk. "Harem," Sai audibly muttered in shock and despair. "As if I'd be your girlfriend, you evil woman." "Furthermore, Cabinet is mine," Perona shouted, gripping tightly onto Cabinet's muscular arm. Sai felt a bit relieved at that. He was a tad disappointed they were all taken, but at least Cherry wasn't living in some sort of fantasy land full of beauties who satisfied her every whim. 5. "I'm glad you found yourself a girlfriend, Cherry. To be honest with you, I was worried you only tried to turn my grandson gently on account of them looking like the back end of a donkey." "Ho ho," Qin Zhao laughed. "Old man, a broken bar," I muttered in embarrassment. "So why did you come to visit me?" "It can't be that you just missed this old man, could it?" Qin Zhao asked with a big smile. "I wanted to participate in the auction you're holding, as well as get an invitation for an acquaintance of mine," Cherry answered. "I can do that for you, You can participate from our private box and I'll arrange for a last-minute invitation for your acquaintance. We always keep a few seats open just in case for that reason." Chen Zhao accepted her request easily. This was nothing at all compared to helping him regain access to his family's treasure from the jewel ice sheet. "Thanks." "How's Sei's training going? Is he strong enough to kick your ass yet, old man?" Cherry asked. "No. He keeps slacking off," Chen Zhao said. "Hey, I'm doing my best." "How does training for 8 hours a day count as slacking off?" Sei complained, feeling wronged. "If you're awake and not training, then you're slacking off," Chen Zhao answered stubbornly. "How about you have a sparring match with Cherry here? She's grown a bit since the time she was learning Houken from us." Sei paled a bit at the idea. He wasn't ignorant of Cherry's strength, but in the end he agreed since it would help him to improve. Several minutes later, Sei and Cherry were facing each other in the training grounds inside the compound. Robin, Cabinet, Perona, Chen Zhao, Bu, Sei's brother, and a number of pirates from the main crew in the Hapo Navy were watching in the stands. Cherry wielded her spear as it was most similar to Sei's weapon of choice, which irked him a bit as he thought she was taking him lightly. 1. Let's set some ground rules. Only Houken, basic armament haki, and observation haki. No devil fruits or secret weapons. Does that sound good to you? Cherry offered. Sei nodded his head sharply, feeling much more confident in his chances if she wasn't going to use that solar flare attack or shoot him. Not that he thought she was likely to use them in a sparring match. 5 Begin, Chen Zhao shouted. The two fighters launched at each other, thrusting their weapons to test each other's strength before setting off into the real fight. Clash! A low boom was heard when the blades of the polearms collided. A shockwave pushed away the dust on the ground for several meters around them. After they separated, Sei felt that his palm was numb from the strike. He was the one who lost in that exchange. "I'm not the same woman you could fight circles around those years ago. You're going to have to do better than that, Sei." Cherry grinned. Sei answered with another charge. "The true fight begins now." Sei waved his polearm in a wide arm as a feint and kicked out when Cherry blocked it. Cherry raised her own leg and met his kick with her own. After several more similar clashes, Sei realized that she was toying with him. She always matched his own moves exactly and never deviated or added anything more. He was starting to get a bit sore from the vibrational energy of Houken, so he spoke up. "This will take forever if you're just going to copy me," Sei said. All right, I'll stop fooling around and show you something new," Cherry answered. This time it was Cherry who took the initiative to approach him. Her spear thrust forward, but the way she did so was very strange to say the least. It almost seemed to sway from side to side, but the hand she gripped it with was steady as a mountain. Naturally he wouldn't allow the strike to hit him, so he met it with his polearm. He felt the familiar vibration race down his weapon, but there was something more to it. He could feel his polearm jerking from side to side in his grip, almost as if it was trying to wriggle out of his hand. It wasn't enough that he couldn't hold it steady with his strength, but it required him to expend that much more energy to keep it that way and would interfere with his ability to wield it somewhat. A few seconds later, the polearm stopped its movements and was back in his control. Cherry hadn't made any moves in the meantime, allowing him to study the sensation. It was a sparring match meant to help him grow, after all. That was odd. "I've never seen Houken used that way before," Sei said with genuine admiration in his voice. Chen Zhao was also intrigued in the stands, though he could only barely tell what was happening from a distance. "It's a technique that trades the piercing power of Houken for a wave-like motion, perfect for disrupting your opponent's rhythm," Cherry explained. "Now let's continue and see how long you can last." Chapter 145, Sparring Match with Sei. The sparring match between Cherry and Sei continued. Sei was having a difficult time adapting to the rapidly oscillating motion imposed onto his weapon by Cherry's strike. It was made even more erratic as each strike applied the motion in different directions, making it nearly impossible to predict the direction the weapon would be pulled in next. This in turn made Sei start to get rather frustrated, especially when Cherry started to snicker at his misfortune. Unfortunately for him, this frustration only made him lose focus and create an opening for Cherry to whack him upside the head with the back end of her spear. Even more unfortunately, The same oscillating force was applied to that strike as well, causing him to feel his head pulled to and fro from shoulder to shoulder. Flexing his thick neck muscles to hold his head still only seemed to make it worse, as an intense dizziness befell him immediately after doing so. This was because his brain did not stop moving just because his head did. Thankfully, he was able to quickly counter the oscillating force with an application of his Hoken with more ease than he was able to do so for his poem. He ha ha he. Cherry's mocking laughter was easily heard for all who were watching, and many of them were finding it difficult to stifle their own laughter. Who could blame them, seeing the typically stalwart and serious grandson of their leader stumble about like a child who had spun themselves in too many circles? Sei wanted to throw himself into a rage, but he didn't. He knew that he needed to calm down if he was to have any hope of salvaging this match, or at least his bruised reputation. Chen Zhao watched Sei proudly when he saw him take a deep breath and adjust his stance. He knew that he himself has always been a hothead ready to explode at the slightest provocation, so he was glad to see his grandson, who was slated to replace him as the leader of the Hapo Navy, was better than him in this aspect already. Cherry also stopped giggling at the man, seeing him calm down already. She was slightly disappointed, as she had hoped to toy with him a while longer, but mostly just happy to see him grow. Then her expression hardened and she rushed him with far greater speed than she had used in this match previously. Now she intended to put a wholly different kind of pressure onto his shoulders, one of an opponent he could not hope to defeat. Boom! The attack was as straightforward as it could possibly be, but when Sei clashed against it with his polearm, he was sent flying backward and bounced several times before stopping. Cherry had limited herself up until now by only using Hoken in the conventional fashion. However, now she was using it with the full body and vital energy control that she possessed as a cultivator. Sei quickly got to his feet and coughed up some blood, as is the stereotypical reaction to taking a powerful attack head-on. Did she break the rules of the match? Sei asked himself silently. Thinking back to the clash, he could find no traces of other martial arts or advanced haki usage. He examined his polearm that now bore several cracks in the handle and a deep chip in the blade. Turning his attention to Cherry's spear, no such damage was apparent. Of course, even if their places had been reversed, Cherry's spear would not have been damaged. In its current state, the spear was at the level of the highest quality Mito at the great grade. Such a weapon was not so easily sundered. Meanwhile, Chen Zhao was utterly flabbergasted. Why did such a prodigy appear outside of my family? Why didn't that foolish son of mine have any beautiful daughters to rope in such a genius? Chen Zhao cursed inwardly, while his son could only roll in his grave at the injustice of the accusation. 2. I wonder how much more you can take, Sei. You can always give up now if you're scared. Cherry gave him a mocking smile that didn't reach her eyes. Sei wouldn't back down though. He wouldn't die, whatever the outcome was, so how could he possibly tuck his tail between his legs and run away? The ending of the fight was not a pretty sight for those in the audience. It could not even be called a fight any longer. It was just a one-sided beatdown on their young vice leader. Each time Sei was blown away by one of Cherry's strikes, the only thought the Hapo Navy men could think was that they would have died had they taken it. However, Sei kept standing back up despite the clear disadvantage he had in his biling injuries. Their respect for Sei reached new heights, seeing his gallant figure that refused to give up or stay down. Many of them even cried manly tears over it. Eventually, Sei couldn't take any more, though. He stood up one last time, but promptly fell on his face unconscious. Cherry walked over to him and crouched down next to him. She poked him with a single finger in a fashion reminiscent of a child poking a dead animal out of curiosity. For in reality she was giving him a little dose of vital energy to ensure that he wouldn't be too banged up by the time he awoke. Qin Zhao, Bu, and the other three ladies approached at a leisurely pace. Bu looked rather anxious at the sight of his beaten brother, but Qin Zhao had assured him that Sei was tough enough that he would be fine. Bu picked up Sei's unconscious form and hefted him over his shoulder to move him somewhere more comfortable than the dirt in the training grounds. Qin Zhao chatted with Cherry for a little while before excusing himself to take care of some Hapo Navy business, telling her that she could enter the auction at her leisure in a few days and that he would have the invitation for her friend ready by tomorrow. He had tried to use various methods to rope her in, such as inviting her to take a leadership position in the Hapo Navy for an exorbitant sum, or even adopting her into his family. Cherry had naturally politely refused his generous offers. A broken bar. Seeing as they had some time to kill before the auction would begin, Cherry and Robin split up with Cabernet and Perona, deciding to go on some proper dates as they rarely had the opportunity to do so. This city that was full of pirates and other unsavory types was perhaps not the best location in the world, but it did have its fair share of upscale restaurants, stores, and a wide selection of entertainment to choose from. Cherry and Robin first went to see a romantic play that proclaimed itself to be a true story set in a historical time period. Robin had a lot of fun pointing out all the historical inaccuracies, the biggest of which was that the male lead's character, who was based on an actual prince of the Bollywood kingdom, is credibly believed to have had far more interest in his butler than in the female lead's character, a princess of the Kano kingdom and his fiancé. The theater director ended up throwing them out about halfway through when they couldn't contain their laughter even after being warned. After that they went to a traveling circus set up in the outskirts of the city to capitalize on the busy nature as of late. Cherry dominated in the various games, despite them being very rigged, winning a multitude of stuffed toys and other prizes that she presented to Robin. They were just a bunch of cheap junk, but it was the thought that counted. The rides were pretty dull compared to the thrilling adventures they experienced previously, but the main show was amusing at least. Cherry was reminded of Buggy as she watched the clowns clowning around with their big, goofy noses. To cap off the evening, they went to find some dinner. It was a small shop and nothing fancy, far from it in fact, but the food was better than anything Cherry had eaten from the upscale restaurant Morgan's had brought them to earlier in the day. Robin had recommended it as she had eaten the years ago and had never forgotten it. Rightly so, as Cherry couldn't eat enough of it. Robin was a bit exasperated at her gluttony, but at least the owner was happy. They booked the penthouse suite of one of the hotels in the city and watched the stars from the balcony quietly, keeping the chill of the night away by holding each other in their arms. Chapter 146, Encounter in the Hotel. Tap tap tap. A soft knocking at the door of the penthouse suite drew the attention of both ladies and rather annoyingly dampened the good mood they had been building up. Cherry unwillingly extracted herself from Robin's arms and marched herself over to the door and flung it open, surprising the already quite flustered hotelier who was about to knock again. "What do you want?" Cherry interrogated curtly with a scowl. The well-dressed man with a waxed handlebar moustache almost let out a girlish squeal from the hostility that Cherry was radiating in his direction, but managed to compose himself thanks to his years of practice dealing with high-profile individuals. "Why yes, Madame. Would it be possible to ask you to downgrade to one of our standard luxury suites? Your stay with us will be complimentary and you would be doing us a huge favor." The man spoke with haste. Cherry glanced at the several maids waiting nervously behind the man with cleaning supplies and fresh linens. She then directed her attention to her life sense, quickly picking up two devil fruit users on the ground floor, one of whom had a rather powerful life force. It was easy to understand what was going on and Cherry felt that she could forgive the man for his interruption since he was polite about the matter. She was still annoyed, however, and decided to redirect her frustration to the individuals who apparently thought they could bully her around. "Very well, we'll move rooms," Cherry said, which caused the man to heave a giant sigh of relief before piecing together his mask of professionalism once more. "I am most appreciative and do hope that you enjoy your stay in our hotel. Feel free to help yourself to room service and the minibar free of charge as well." The man gave her a bow before directing the small army of maids to clean the room and replace the linens on the beds. Robin and Cherry were led by the hotelier to their new room which was already prepared for them. With one last string of thank yous and bows of gratitude he left them alone. "Do you think one of the four emperors showed up?" Robin asked with mild amusement, wondering who could possibly make the hotel ask Cherry to leave her room. "PFFT, number." "It might be one of their subordinates, though. I'll go check them out. If they're some of Whitebeard's or Shank's people, I'll kick their asses," Cherry said, dropping off the balcony of their new room. She circled around to the main lobby where the two devil fruit users were still waiting. She could already hear the shrill voice of a woman loudly complaining about how long it was taking. How long could it possibly take to vacate one room? Are you trying to make us angry? Huh? The woman spoke with a tone that grated on one's nerves. Cherry peeked through the glass doors of the front entrance at the two people while using her full effort to hide her presence and removed any hostility she felt towards them in her heart. She saw the woman, who looked to be about 3.5 meters tall, rail thin, with grayish skin, purple hair, and a long red nose. The man standing next to her was a bit over 5 meters tall with short red hair and a furry scarf around his neck and lower face. He was clearly the more powerful of the two. The man turned his head to look behind himself in Cherry's direction. "This guy's observation haki is monstrous," a broken bar Cherry admired silently. The one thing she hated about haki was that it was hard to get a good gauge of how good another person was at it. Seeing she was found out anyways, she didn't bother to hide anymore and confidently strolled into the main lobby through the front entrance. The hotelier from before had only just now arrived to tell them that the penthouse was ready for them when he saw Cherry walking towards them. He briefly imagined his hotel exploding in a massive explosion and tried to think of ways to avoid that terrible future, before realizing it was useless to resist and accepted his fate. "Finally, it's about time, isn't it, Hana-chan?" the woman said, before noticing he was looking back toward the entrance. "I don't believe that we're acquainted. I am Harp indeed, Cherry. I'm still new to the pirate game, but perhaps you've heard of my meager accomplishments." Cherry opened with some false humility. "I know who you are." The man spoke curtly, but his eyes betrayed a mild interest. "Are you here for the auction as well? Perhaps we're here for the same thing. Wouldn't that be fun?" Cherry said with a smile, ignoring the man's rudeness from not introducing himself. "He probably thinks I already know who he is. I really should look through the big bounties so I don't end up in awkward situations like this one." The man had his own thoughts. "Mama said she wanted to try and recruit her, but I didn't expect to meet her here. I should wait until after the auction to speak with her in case I need to use force. Perhaps we can talk after the auction then. Good luck." The man cut off the conversation, turning to the hotelier who took the hint and began leading them to the penthouse. The woman looked rather annoyed with the brief encounter, but didn't seem intent on making a scene or going against the man's words. "He's not much of a talker, huh?" Cherry thought, both glad and disappointed that he didn't just start a fight with her. She had even been tempted to probe him with Conqueror's haki, but thought better of it. "I don't like it." The woman, Charlotte Brulé, complained with a pout. "Why not just capture her? It'll be easy for you, Anna-chan. She may not be strong enough to beat me, but she has decent chances of escaping. Besides, the Lunarian woman wasn't with her and we can't let her slip away either. Mama wants them both and preferably with their consent." The man, Charlotte Katakuri, patiently explained to his sister. "She's just some rookie. I don't think she even knew who we were." Brulé dismissed. "For we'll try to convince her to meet with Mama, perhaps at her next tea party. If she refuses, then we'll find an opportunity to entrap her and the Lunarian woman," Katakuri said, this time with a tone of authority. Brulé grumbled a bit more, but made no complaints as she trusted her beloved older brother's judgment. Meanwhile, Cherry had returned to the new room and explained the encounter to Robin along with the descriptions of the two individuals. "I think they're Big Mom's children. The man should be Charlotte Katakuri, her most powerful sweet commander. It was wise that you didn't pick a fight like I thought you would," Robin said, giving her a look that said stop causing trouble. "I wonder why he wanted to speak to me then?" Cherry asked. "Because Big Mom is a collector, and both you and Cabinet are rarities. Especially Cabinet. You need to be cautious, Cherry." Robin was quite serious about that. Okay, I won't antagonize them and I'll avoid them if I can." Cherry tried to placate her, rubbing her shoulders. "Unless they win the bid for the devil fruit, then I'm gonna do what pirates do best." Cherry thought with a mischievous smile. Chapter 147, Beginning of the auction. The first thing Cherry did after Robin warned her about the Charlotte siblings was to pass on the warning to Cabinet. If Charlotte Katakuri learned that both of his quarries were within arm's reach, He might just decide to cast away all civility and attack them immediately. Cherry reckoned she could beat him with some difficulty, but she would trouble many people with the resulting collateral damage, both to property and to people. "Okay, I wasn't planning to return tonight anyways," Cabinet responded over the link. Her voice sounded a bit unusual, but not in a bad way. One-two-way communication wasn't normally possible with blood-bound weapons, nor was it normally thought to be necessary at all. However, given that Cabinet was sapient and often separated from Cherry by long distances, she saw fit to work something out to resolve that little issue. It turned out to be a rather difficult problem in reality, and she had been almost completely stumped on how to go about it. Blood-bound weaponry was already a very sophisticated technique and thus didn't have much room for modification without forcing you to just start from scratch on a completely new technique. Fortunately, inspiration had come to her within the cutest of packaging. Den Mushy. Cherry had unconsciously categorized the adorable snails as the same sort of naturally telepathic creatures as she was accustomed to in her previous life. This was incorrect, as she discovered whilst playing with them one day at Baltico. Den Mushy actually generated their telepathic abilities with a very complex and delicate vital energy construct inside their brains. Thankfully, despite the complexity, it still didn't compare to devil fruit inscriptions, so she was able to work out how it functioned with a bit of study. The end result was a supplemental ability with which she could strengthen the mental connection between herself and Cabinet, allowing two-way communication. A side benefit was that she could directly call Den Mushy as well, provided they were within the range of the technique. Long-range Den Mushy still needed more study before she could replicate that, and she's been busy with other things. Alright then, have fun with Perona. Try not to break her, Cherry said. No promises, Cabinet responded. Who could have guessed that Perona would be the submissive one? Cherry muttered to herself. 3. She turned back to Robin, who was waiting for her to finish, sitting on the edge of their bed. Robin patted her lap and gave her a seductive smile. Cherry approached and sat down on her lap while facing her, whilst Robin wrapped her arms around Cherry's waist and pulled her into a passionate kiss. The time until the auction passed by peacefully and without incident. The Charlotte siblings made no moves to leave the penthouse suite at the hotel, having the hotel staff or their subordinates bring them whatever they needed. It made Cherry wonder if they really wanted to catch her and Cabinet after all. Finally, the day of the auction was upon them. Cherry headed for the location early, preferring not to bump into the Charlotte siblings if at all possible. "Welcome, Miss Harpin. The VIP box is awaiting you right this way." A familiar woman greeted them as they entered the auction house. She was the same woman that Cherry had dealt with before. Seeing how she was genuinely happy to see Cherry, one could presume she was rewarded handsomely for the part she played in introducing her to Qinzhao, even if it was small. The VIP box was very extravagant and rested on a balcony at the highest point overlooking the main auction room. They were given complimentary snacks and beverages, which were actually made dishes in snack-sized portions along with a selection of very rare wines and teas. Robin said without explanation. "Yes," Cherry replied, pretending not to notice the way Robin was glaring at the bottle of wine in her hand. "You'll get drunk and make a huge mess," Robin reprimanded. "No, I won't," Cherry said reassuringly with amusement. "I can only get drunk if I deliberately stop my vital energy circulation." Robin didn't look as amused as she was. "And are you going to deliberately get drunk?" Cherry looked away from her piercing eyes, but somehow that only made it feel worse. Robin said, snatching the bottle from her hand. Then she turned to the attendant assigned to their room. "We'll be having tea, spoil sport," Cherry muttered with a pout. Robin pinched her cheeks in a playful warning. "You can't be impaired when you're dealing with the Big Mom pirates. Isn't it people like them that made you hesitate to go to the New World immediately?" Robin asked. "I'm not afraid of them. Big Mom herself would be too much for me right now, but she isn't here. Maybe that category can put up a decent fight, but he's the only one worth worrying about. The rest can be cleaned up by you and the flirting couple over there," Cherry explained confidently, pointing at Cabernet and Perona sharing a colorful cocktail in a big glass. "Just be careful. I've lost enough people in my life here." Broken bar. Robin sighed. Cherry felt a bit bad for worrying her and wrapped her arm around Robin's shoulders comfortingly. "One all right," Cherry said in a rare moment of seriousness. "Ladies and gentlemen," the auctioneer spoke, voice amplified by Den Mushy. "The auction will begin in just a moment." Cherry wasn't paying too much attention to the auctioneer's ramblings and swept the crowd with her life sense. The Charlotte siblings were present, of course, as was Morgan's. She was somewhat surprised to find the Axe Guy, Sentamaru, here as well. "This isn't the sort of place I expected to find that guy. Are the Marines planning to do a raid on the auction or something?" Cherry wondered. However, there was no sign of suspicious movements around the auction house. It also didn't seem very likely that such a man would attempt to rob the auction, as he didn't seem like a stealthy sort. "The first lot we have for you is a shipment of firearms and ammunition." A broken bar, the auctioneer announced. In one of the seats below, a disguised Sabo didn't even let him finish and immediately bid on the lot. The auction continued with various boring lots that Cherry had no interest in. One lot was even for a box of candies made by a world-renowned confectioner. Charlotte Brûlé bid on this item relentlessly, not even giving the auctioneer enough time to repeat the bids that opposed her. "Does she like candy that much? And why would anyone pay 40 million Bri for one box of candy?" Cherry wondered aloud. "Big Mom is infamous for her love of sweets. As for the candy, it's only worth what others are willing to pay for it." "I have heard great things about this particular candy though. Apparently the confectioner makes each box unique and never makes an identical one again," Robin explained. Cherry hummed. 50 million. "I hear 50 million Bri from the VIP box," the auctioneer repeated. The only reason Charlotte Brûlé didn't immediately up the bid against it was that the auctioneer had almost finished counting down her own bid, and so she was caught off guard. In addition, the voice was familiar to her as one of her targets. Brûlé glared at Cherry, who was peeking over the balcony at her with a mocking smirk. 55 million. Brûlé shouted with her number raised. 60 million. Cherry called in a sing-song voice. 70 million. Brûlé almost screamed through her gritted teeth. Most of the other people present were terrified at this display of blatant disrespect toward one of Big Mom's children. Strangely enough, Kategori was perfectly calm, not even bothering to look in Cherry's direction. Cherry gave up on trying to get a rise out of the man after the bid reached 100 million, allowing Brûlé to take it. "Too rich for your blood, eh?" "I won." Brûlé celebrated. "I did well, didn't I, Anna-chan? I suppose it's fine since Mama won't complain about receiving candy," Kategori said. Brûlé went a bit pink at the cheeks in embarrassment as she realized that Cherry had tricked her into spending more than she needed to. The auction continued as Brûlé grumbled quietly to herself. Chapter 148, End of the auction. As the auction carried onwards, Cherry sat back down, satisfied at having frustrated the Charlotte woman. Of course there was more to it than simple good fun. She hoped that she could put a bit of a dent into their budget, though she didn't have any high hopes in that regard, as this concerned the wealth of one of the 4 emperors. Still, it would improve her chances at acquiring the devil fruit that she desired, if only by a little. Cherry suspected her primary opponent in that endeavor was not the Charlotte siblings, but rather Sentamaru. The man was probably here to obtain the devil fruit for Vegapunk, and Cherry was worried that there would be no upper spending limit to complete his mission. If that turned out to be true though, Cherry was prepared to steal the devil fruit from him later. So it was not a huge problem. Time passed and enormous amounts of wealth was exchanged for various luxuries or rare goods. Cherry even acquired a collection of journals belonging to a famous archaeologist that lived 100 years ago for Robin. That wasn't too expensive, as those present were mostly people with more money than sense or meatheads. "The time has come for the main event of our gathering here today," the auctioneer called out. "I'll not keep our esteemed guests in suspense, as I am sure you're all quite aware of what this particular lot is." The auctioneer pulled off a silk cloth, revealing a devil fruit inside of a glass case. The devil fruit appeared to be a pear, only with 2 bulbs stacked atop one another instead of just one. It was dark brown, almost black in color with light brown circular swirl patterns on its skin. The stem wrapped around the thinner top part before turning upwards. We have no records that give any suggestion of what this devil fruit's identity could be. If you win the bid, it will be a mystery that you can solve yourselves," the auctioneer said, then started the bidding at the standard 100 million birri, as was typical of any devil fruit. Sentomaru was the first to bid on the devil fruit, but only matching the opening bid, which showed his reluctance to spend more than he had to, undoubtedly because he would get an earful if he spent too much, given that the money would end up in a criminal's pocket. Next was Charlotte category at 110 million birri. As expected, this was likely to be the reason he came here. Cherry held back, letting the two fight each other over the devil fruit. She was trying to get a gauge of how important it was to acquire it. If they were reluctant to raise the price too high, then she would swoop in to take it for herself. However, if they were relentless in obtaining it and past her bottom line, then there was no need to let them know that she wanted it before she came to steal from them. As the bidding rose past 500 million birri and showed no sign of stopping, Cherry started to wonder if they were bidding because they knew what the fruit was or if it was because they didn't know that they wanted it so bad. She could understand why Vegapunk would want something he didn't know about, being a man of science. But why would Big Mom make such a big gamble on an unknown devil fruit? Sentomaru started to become reluctant to push the bid further when it reached 1 billion birri. Once it reached 1.2 billion birri, category simply stopped bidding despite not seeming to be under any pressure at all. "Ah, I see. He couldn't get it for himself at a reasonable price, so he's just making the world government spend more than necessary. Basically the same thing I did to Brule," Cherry reasoned inwardly. Cherry had enough money to keep pushing the bid, but she was doubtful that Sentomaru would give up before she would. Better to keep her interest hidden for now. Going once, going twice. Sold. The auctioneer called out. That concludes tonight's event. I thank all you fine ladies and gentlemen for your participation. Do not forget to claim your items. The attendees started to stand and filter out, many disappointed at not being able to obtain what they wished. The Charlotte siblings and Sentomaru were quick to attend to their items. Cherry could tell from Sentomaru's vital energy that he was anxious, rightly so, since he found himself in a bidding war with Big Mom's strongest child. He was certain to try to leave immediately and escape whatever danger may follow him. Unbeknownst to him, category was the least of his worries. There were few who could outrun Cherry in this world, and the devil fruit was too important to her cultivation to surrender it to the world government. A broken bar set sail immediately, Sentomaru ordered with a shout. "Yes, sir," an officer answered and started giving out instructions. Sentomaru was deeply concerned. He didn't expect Charlotte category to be here or that he'd end up battling him during the auction. He didn't think it likely that category would risk a conflict over one devil fruit, but his instincts were screaming at him to leave as soon as possible. They wouldn't be attacked here, as that was a major faux pas for these auctions that was sure to get you uninvited to every future auction. Still, they needed to leave eventually, and it was better to get a head start. The Marines worked quickly, like a well-oiled machine, and quickly got the ship moving. This particular ship was one of the fastest models available to the Marines, so he was confident that category wouldn't catch up. Several minutes went by and Sentomaru wasn't calming down at all. Something wasn't right. "Why haven't you brought out the paddles yet?" "We need every bit of speed we can get," Sentomaru questioned. "Sir, the paddles, they're broken bar, they've been sabotaged." "A broken bar," the officer said, looking pale. "How did someone get past all of you to sabotage them?" Sentomaru was getting increasingly agitated. "The gears, sir, a broken bar. They're all gummed up with a broken bar." "Mocky, a broken bar," said the officer, who had become pale as a ghost by now. Sentomaru's eyes shook and he turned to scan the horizon behind them. Then he saw it. A ship that looked to be made of desserts, the name category painted across the mainsail, and flying the all-too-familiar flag of the Big Mom Pirates. The ship was heading straight for them. "Get the gearworks cleaned up as quickly as you can," Sentomaru shouted. He clenched the box containing the devil fruit tightly to his side. Their ship was still quite fast even without the paddles. All they needed to do was outrun them until the paddles were free. The chase was on. The Marines could only clench their jaws in anger as Kategori was too much to fight even with Sentomaru on their side. They could only run away with their tail between their legs. They had called for backup, but it was too far away. Kategori's ship was gaining on them slowly, but surely. After an hour and a half, his ship was almost in cannon range. But thankfully the Marines who felt the threat of death upon their backs worked with great efficiency and finally cleared the gears up enough to use the paddles. Sentomaru didn't need to give the order, the Marines knew what needed to be done and brought out the paddles. Before he could heave a sigh of relief, his thoughts were interrupted by a thundering sound and splintering wood. Something had fallen from the sky and obliterated the main mast. That something stood up and climbed out of the remains of the main and sail. "Hey there, Axe Guy. Long time no see." Cherry greeted him with a smile as if they were old friends. Chapter 149, Fight on the Marine Ship. Sentomaru felt the nervous energy leave his body and a wave of acceptance of the dismal situation fell over him. "Since it's come to this point, there's no use in worrying about it." Sentomaru spoke softly, readjusting the massive axe he held on his shoulders. "I don't suppose you'd be willing to part with the devil fruit without a fuss, would you?" "I don't much like the idea of competing over it with Kategori," Cherry asked politely with a friendly smile, but with a clearly implied threat hiding beneath. Arcs of electricity dancing across the length of her sword causing the ordinary Marines to gulp and take several steps back. One Sentomaru casually tossed the box containing the devil fruit to his officer behind him. "Take out the devil fruit. If she tries to take it or attacks you, eat it," Sentomaru ordered. Cherry's smile widened at the man's decisiveness to lose the prize rather than surrender it. The officer on the other hand was cursing his bad luck, as no matter how powerful devil fruit abilities were he did not possess the desire to be cursed for that power, especially as he knew where the limit of his talent lies and that therefore he could never make proper use of it. Sentomaru assumed a defensive stance ideal for deflecting blows as he knew that she excelled at piercing defenses. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them, they gave off the impression of aerosol as deep as the ocean. "One he. How am I supposed to kill you if you look at me like that, Sentomaru?" Cherry said with elation. Such people were few and far between amongst the cultivators she was familiar with. Even the seemingly honorable sword immortals would more often than not turn into cowards and knaves when faced with a choice involving death and/or treasures. The poor regular Marines were quivering with fear, though Cherry's well-practiced expression had slipped and revealed her true mannerisms. "She's the devil," was the only thing they could think of when witnessing her genuine smile and laughter. Boom! The wood of the deck shattered beneath her feet as she launched herself at Sentomaru. Sentomaru roared as he struck the side of Cherry's sword with his palm as she pierced towards him. Electricity burned his hand and arm, but he did not hesitate for even an instant to bring the axe down on Cherry's head. Cherry's body twisted to the side and brought up her own palm from her free hand. She slapped his axe aside with a strength that surprised Sentomaru. A chime like a gong rang out from the axe head and Sentomaru felt a fierce vibration reverberate from it down the handle. "If I hadn't coated the axe with armament haki, my axe would have turned to dust from that attack," Sentomaru observed as he made his next move. He was silently grateful that this tiny, monstrous woman hadn't yet to learn the advanced forms of armament haki or she might have sundered his weapon regardless. This was an incorrect assumption on his part, though he can't be faulted for making it. Cherry's proficiency with haki hadn't been very great during the war at Marineford, which was the last time he had seen her in action. A few months was too short a time to reach that level. According to his common sense. Cherry also wasn't going to reveal her whole bag of tricks for no reason either. She didn't plan to kill them Marines or Sentomaru here, so she wouldn't use advanced haki unless forced to do so. An unlikely scenario, in her opinion at least. Over on the Big Mom pirate ship, Kategori had his brows furrowed in annoyance, a vein popping out on his forehead. First, Cherry had disappeared before he had a chance to extend an invitation to his mama's next tea party. Then when he finds her, she's trying to steal his devil fruit from the Marines. The only upside was that where he had been worried the Marines would escape after getting their paddles unstuck, Now their mainmast and sail were destroyed, so there was no chance of the Marines outrunning him. He patiently waited for his ship to get close enough as he observed the fierce battle taking place. Loud booms, ringing gongs, and flashes of lightning were common during this time. His beloved little sister, Brule, was a bit nervous at the sights and sounds, though her faith in her beloved older brother didn't waver. She just wasn't much of a fighter, at least not compared to the two combatants on the Marine ship. Finally they were close enough and he wasted no time hurling himself through the air over the gap between the ships. Category landed on the Marine ship and calmly gauged the situation. The trash is on the verge of pissing themselves in terror. Sentomaru is nearly exhausted and the moderately injured, mostly from electrical burns. Harpy Cherry is completely fine, the only signs of her having fought for the last several minutes being her lightly damaged clothing. Category analyzed, taking less than a second to do so. You're late to the party, friend. We've almost finished our little dance without you. Cherry teased, showing no signs of anxiety at his arrival. Speaking of parties, you ran off before I could invite you to Big Mom's next tea party. Category said, ignoring the slightly disrespectful tone. The Marines lost the last vestiges of whatever hope they had left. If these two made an alliance here, they were completely doomed. Even the reinforcements they called couldn't save them. Nah, Cherry said, sneering at him. Category had been annoyed before, but now he was furious, though his calm exterior barely showed it. His conqueror's haki washed over the entire ship, but focused mostly on Cherry. Even so, most of the Marines were instantly rendered unconscious. Cherry wasn't entirely unfazed by the pressure Category created, but she held fast and steady on her feet. You're a fool to have refused an invitation to Mama's tea party. Even more so for doing it in my presence. At the very least you should have lied so as to live another day. Category reprimanded. If I did that I would get the chance to slap you around, now would I? He. Cherry mocked. One bam, a large fist made of mochi slammed into Cherry without warning and sent her flying, almost over the side of the ship and into the ocean. Who are you going to slap around? Category asked in a dark tone. Bam bam bam, several strikes in quick succession slammed into her, first sending her flying up and then juggling her in the air. Me? Category spoke. Bam, Cherry was sent crashing into the deck. You can't even stand before me, let alone hit me. Category said. Flash. Category casually tilted his head to the side as lightning whizzed past where his head had just been. Pathetic, he mocked. Category twisted his body with minimal movements, dodging a rain of bullets. Your attacks are too predictable, he said, his tone more filled with boredom than rage. He stomped down on a spear that thrust towards his groin. Slight surprise showed on his face. Not from the attack itself, but only from the fact that the spear didn't break. Your weapons are wasted on trash like you. Your moniker, Cheap Shot, is truly well deserved, as the only thing you're capable of is cheap tricks. You'll find such tricks don't work against real power. Category said. He. Cherry laughed. Why are you laughing? Category questioned. Have you gone mad in the face of despair? He. I'll admit that you're stronger than I expected. However, you're too inexperienced. Cherry mocked. Category furrowed his brow in annoyance. However, before he could speak again, someone else spoke first. Nichan. They took the candies. Brule cried out in alarm. Category swiveled his head in an instant, seeing a brown-skinned woman with silver hair and jet-black wings racing away from his ship. Whoosh. Cherry's figure rocketed away from the Marine ship during his momentary distraction, far faster than he expected she was capable of. Ha, she got us both. Her broken bar. Sentomaru huffed, leaning against the wall of the cabin. Sentomaru's officer burst out of the cabin's door and shouted worriedly. Sir, the devil fruit was snatched away from me by arms. I think it was Nico Robin. Category had never felt so humiliated in his life. He had fallen for a cheap trick. 8 Chapter 150, Research and Development. You're all crazy. Not you, Cabby, you're just crazy cute, but the two of you are completely insane. Why in the world would you provoke the Big Mom pirates? Perona ranted at Cherry and Robin. It all worked out perfectly though. Robin snatched the devil fruit from the Marine guy, No problem. Then while I distracted Katakuri, you hollowed Charlotte Woman and her crew to snatch the fancy candies too. You helped, so that means you are guilty too. Cherry said, I only helped because Kabi asked me to. You're the one who put her up to it. It's all your fault that Big Mom is going to kill us all. Perona practically screamed, the only thing holding her back from completely freaking out being Cabinet's arms around her. She'll probably eat us, while we're still alive too. Robin joked darkly. 3 new. Perona started hyperventilating in panic. What's the big deal? Big Mom might be angry, but it's just a devil fruit. She won't personally hunt us down over something so relatively small, will she? Cherry spoke reassuringly. Actually, she'll probably be angrier about the candies. I've heard she has quite the sweet tooth. Robin added. Nobody would go on a rampage over sweets, Robin. That's ridiculous. For a broken bar Mama is going to go on a rampage, Nichan. What do we do? Not even you can escape if her hunger pangs start up again. Brule was panicking as well. Calm down, Brule. Mama didn't know about the candies, we were just going to get the devil fruit. She'll be angry that we didn't get it, but I just need to do some extra work for her and she'll forgive us. As long as no one tells her about the candies, that is. They aren't easily acquired, so if her hunger pangs start up over them, she might destroy all of Toto Land. Katakuri spoke calmly, having recovered from his outraged emotions. Why, you're right as always, Nichan. Brule started to calm down as well. She glanced menacingly at their crew who were listening and filled with anxiety. None of you are to speak of the candies. If Mama does find out about them, you'll be the scapegoats. So keep your mouths shut. Understand? The crew nodded furiously and saluted the siblings. They didn't need to be told that Big Mom's hunger pangs were a natural disaster and they all had family in Toto Land. They wouldn't dare risk their lives, even without being told. Katakuri-sama. One of the pirates spoke up. What about the Marines? That was an important question that didn't have a simple answer. Most of them had already been knocked out by Katakuri's conqueror's haki when Brule had shouted about the candies. But Sentamaru and a few of the stronger Marines had resisted on account of the fact that they weren't the main target of the pressure. Normally, they just kill them all and be done with it. The problem lies in the fact that Sentamaru worked directly under Vegapunk. Big Mom, as a collector of people, would not want to sour relations with the unmatched genius. Stealing one devil fruit wouldn't be a big deal, but killing a valued subordinate might be. Katakuri looked over at the marine ship. Sentamaru overheard the question as the Big Mom pirate ship had already pulled up alongside their ship by now. He turned to look at his still conscious crew members. This is classified information. Speak of it to no one. Marines were quite accustomed to being given gag orders like this, so they accepted it easily. Even more so knowing they'd die if they didn't. Katakuri turned away and gave the orders to set sail once more, this time to return home to Toto Land. Sentamaru and the few Marines heaved sighs of relief as they watched the Big Mom vessel disappear over the horizon. A broken bar, you've got your devil fruit, now. So what next? Are you going to piss off Kaido too, for good measure? Perona said, still somewhat peeved about the whole affair with the Charlotte siblings. Cabinet had slowly calmed her down with some gentle coaxing, though. We can if you'd like. I don't know why you're being so timid, Perona. Didn't Moria want to be king of the pirates too? You were bound to come up against the emperors by following him too, Cherry said. They were already back at the Kano Kingdom, enjoying a nice meal after the excitement they just experienced. HMPH. Moria-sama already learned his lesson in the new world and was preparing for his next attempt, before you and that rubber monkey of a captain ruined everything, Perona complained. Ouch. Perona looked back at Cabinet, whose lap she was sitting in, with a pout. Why did you pinch me? Luffy is a good boy. Don't say mean things about him, Cabinet stated simply. HMPH. Finally a broken bar, Perona muttered, reluctantly agreeing. As for what next? None of your business. We'll return to Baltigo tomorrow, Cherry said rudely, earning a pinch from Robin herself. The next morning they said their goodbyes to Chinchou, Sei, and Boo, then made their journey back to Baltigo as she said they would. Now Cherry had a choice to make. Would she fuse the devil fruit with either her revolver or spear, taking the chance that it wouldn't be enough to push her cultivation to the perfection of the fifth realm. Or would she risk losing the devil fruit by attempting to refine it into a far more potent pill form? The biggest risk of the latter was whether the pill would retain the vital energy inscriptions within the devil fruit, or if they would be destroyed in the process. If it failed, she may even lose the potent vital energy that was necessary for the perfection process, let alone the abilities that the devil fruit would confer to one of her blood-bound weapons. After some thought, she decided to apply her primary focus into studying the devil fruit and devil fruit users she had access to. The chance of success could only go up with each breakthrough of her understanding of the mysterious fruit. Luckily she had quite a few to analyze inside the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. She asked them to demonstrate their abilities for her so she could observe the changes with her life sense. Some were willing, but others were less so. Still, she compiled a great deal of information and started mapping out what she knew about every devil fruit she has come across. After a few weeks of hard work, Cherry had some decent results to show from it. Not only was she reasonably confident in creating a devil fruit cultivation pill, she even had a strong enough understanding of vital energy inscriptions to attempt to create her own, though they would be pretty basic in comparison to devil fruit. However, first came her breakthrough into the sixth realm, then she could worry about making her own vital energy inscriptions. Cherry didn't stay on Baldigo to attempt her breakthrough. Of course, it would cause quite the alarm and they would be liable to disturb her. Robin did come along to observe for herself this time, as she missed it the last time she did so on Long Ring Long Land. Perona didn't want to be left behind alone, but Cherry told her she was out of luck and ruthlessly abandoned her like a litter of puppies in a cardboard box on a rainy day. 3. Arriving on some random rock jutting out of the ocean, Cherry was dropped off and Cabinet flew some distance away with Robin to watch from a safe distance.